Amen. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate on the question of privilege raised by Mr. Nader regarding denial of access of members to the parliamentary precinct, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Lukiski.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time, or splitting my time, with the member from Waterloo. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity, like many members of this House, to listen at great length in regards to what is indeed a very serious issue. We all acknowledge the importance of unfettered access to the Parliament building and, in fact, the parliamentary precinct. I think we all understand why it's so absolutely critically important that as members that we treat the issue very seriously. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that all members of this House do, in fact, recognize the importance of that issue, and is one of the reasons why we believe, ultimately, that the matter does need to be dealt with the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, or PROC, Mr. Speaker. We had an incident a while back now where members didn't have that unfettered access. What appeared to be unfettered access was in fact denied. And I want to be very sensitive to that issue. And I do know that members of the PROC committee are very genuine in wanting to be able to have the issue dealt with. I used to sit on the PROC committee, Mr. Speaker, and I have dealt with this very issue of unfettered access. And we've had reports out of PROC in the past regarding the importance of unfettered access. Through this debate, we've had members stand in their place and talk about what is stated on the back of their cards, MP cards, to the passionate reasons and why we want to represent our constituents inside this House in particular, Mr. Speaker, and why it is so critical that we do have that unfettered access. Now, having said that, what I have found is the majority of the discussion or the debate that's coming across from the other benches seems to want to focus not necessarily on that issue as much as the issue of what's been taking place in the PROC and some of the issues related to it, Mr. Speaker. So I want to be able to use that very same latitude that has been given on these important issues, because the opposition has been tying it in as one in the same, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately led to the privilege issue that we're debating today. Now, I have been a parliamentarian for well over 2 decades now, Mr. Speaker, and I've had the opportunity in many ways to participate in House leadership issues virtually from the day I was elected, when the then leader, Sharon Carstairs, appointed me, as my colleague from Winnipeg Centre would be very well aware, because we were both elected to the Manitoba legislature at the same time back in 1988, where I was appointed as the official opposition party whip. I understand the importance of the chamber and the proceedings of the chamber, what takes place. I understand the importance of opposition and the tools that are available to opposition. I was in opposition for over 20 of those years, Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentarian. I understand the importance of the rules. Unlike many members, I suspect, I actually am very passionate about the rules of this House or Parliament as a whole, whether it's here in Ottawa or in Manitoba. And quite often when we talked and we did make rule changes in the province of Manitoba, we would look to what was taking place in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we actually have a Prime Minister that is genuinely trying to modernize Parliament. I really do believe that, Mr. Speaker. There was commitments that were made in the last federal election by this Prime Minister to do just that, Mr. Speaker. And it's been a long time. I could not tell you in the last decade plus where I have heard so much coming out of a leader where there is a need to reform. And there is a need to reform. There are so many things that we could be doing to improve this place, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the issues that many members have chosen to talk about, and I use it as an example, is the issue of Fridays. I tell whoever wants to hear, Mr. Speaker, that as MPs, and I am not unique, I would suggest that this applies on both sides of the House. I work 7 days a week. It's only a question of where it is that I'm actually working, and that includes Sundays, I must say, Mr. Speaker, whether it's in Ottawa or whether it's in Winnipeg. What we were asking for Procedures and House Affairs Committee to do through a discussion paper was to have this, amongst many other issues being discussed, have some professionals, some individuals that have some experience, from first-hand experience, come before the committee and express what they believe. If I was to share with members my thoughts on that particular issue, and if it means readjusting some hours so that you can put in more hours on the Tuesdays and the Wednesdays or the Thursdays or even the Mondays, I was open to that because I see the benefit. I wasn't in favor of reducing the number of hours. Fridays is only a half day after all, Mr. Speaker. We start today, it's 11 o'clock. Having a couple hours start earlier on a Monday or having a couple hours start earlier on a Tuesday, I'm personally okay with doing that, Mr. Speaker. I'm not shy of working, as I'm sure all members of this House are not shy of working. Another issue that the opposition members tend to want to talk about a lot, and that was the issue of the Prime Minister's question period. You know, I sat in opposition for many years, and I might not be in the first round or second round of being able to ask questions. But I can tell you, if there was a Prime Minister's day where the Prime Minister is answering questions, every question that is posed, then you would get the Prime Minister responding to many of the individuals that would likely not have that opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for a wide variety of different reasons. Mr. Speaker, this idea of one Friday or one day a week in which the Prime Minister would only come in is something that's being talked about from the other side. There's not one Liberal, including the Prime Minister himself, that is saying that that is going to be the case or promoting that, Mr. Speaker. There are many different issues that will come before this chamber over the next number of years. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we would be doing all Canadians a service if we recognize that we need and must modernize our Parliament. We can do better, Mr. Speaker. And it saddens me to believe that there's this feeling that there's a conspiracy that is taking place when I know that that is not the case, Mr. Speaker. That we have a wonderful opportunity to improve this House and ensure that members are, in fact, more effective at what it is that they're doing. Mr. Speaker, I would challenge all members of this House, on both sides of the chamber, to understand and appreciate the significance of modernizing Canada's Parliament. The government House Leader has gone out of her way to engage with individuals, whether it's through PROC, informal discussions of other members just talking with the government House Leader, to just being open to anyone that wanted to talk about it. She understands how important it is that we move forward on this file, Mr. Speaker. As I believe the Cabinet and, in fact, most members of this chamber. Because if we are successful at making the changes that will modernize this Parliament, it will, in fact, be of great service to the constituents in which we represent. We like to say as we speak, and as members know, I speak quite often inside this House. We like to believe in representing our constituents in Ottawa that we are maximizing our time and our efforts, that we are doing good, and we can do so much more, Mr. Speaker, if in fact we are prepared to recognize what other legislatures across this country at different times have, and that is the need to modernize. Other countries in Europe have done so, Mr. Speaker. We don't have to drag our feet. I've been involved in trying to change standing orders firsthand inside Ottawa. I sat on PROC, Mr. Speaker, and yes, you can make some minor tweaking here and there, a comma, period, but we need to modernize, and my challenge to all members of this House is let's get down and do business, and all Canadians will benefit if we can get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think we're all excited to hear what the member has to say. Mr. Speaker, my question is that will any changes be built on consensus, or will it be ran through unilaterally by this government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me share with the members some first-hand experience that I've had. Never before have I, when I was in a capacity where I sat down with governments, whether they were NDP governments in Manitoba or Conservative governments in Manitoba, both of which we had rule changes, did I sit down and I say to my respective counterparts, well, if you don't give me a veto, I'm not going to agree to any changes. Mr. Speaker, we need to recognize that there does need to be a sense of goodwill. But it would be irresponsible, I would ultimately argue, to say that, look, unless you have that absolute unanimous consent, that we're not going to attempt to modernize Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I believe, especially as a majority government, that would, in fact, be irresponsible for us to do. Equally, I believe it would be irresponsible for opposition members, in fact all members, not to recognize that there is a role for all parliamentarians to be engaged and see, in fact, if in fact we can, in a more cooperative fashion, get some rules changed. But because one party decides that that they don't want to see rule changes for whatever reasons, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't mean that they should ultimately prevail. That's not in Canada's best interest, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning and welcome back. After a couple of weeks, it was great to be back in my riding. My question to the honourable member is that I wasn't here in the last Parliament, but I understand that over the last several years, changes have been made, and I understand that the member was involved in some of those changes. And could he elaborate on the procedure that went through in the last Parliament and how those decisions were come to? My understanding was that it was consensus-based. Could he confirm or deny that?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There were no significant changes that were based on consensus that came out of PROC. There were a couple of significant changes that occurred by a Conservative opposition member and a government member, Mr. Speaker, through private members' issues, in which both unanimous consent was never ever sought or requested. It was a simple majority that was determined. That was related to speakers, the Speaker in the Chamber, and electronic petitions, if I recall correctly, Mr. Speaker.
A point of order, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard this claim over and over again, and it's in fact untrue. The report that came back from PROC on e-petitions was approved unanimously. So I invite the member to correct the record. Thank you.
I believe that's debate, but I'll let the honourable Parliamentary Secretary continue.
Mr. Speaker, the member is wrong. I was in committee when it was actually being debated. For the member to say that there was unanimous consent on it is just wrong. So I don't know where or why it is the member would say that.
I believe we have another point of order.
No, maybe the members misheard, is that when the report from PROC came back to this House, it was unanimously.
Point of debate. We'll let the honourable Parliamentary Secretary continue.
Yes, well, Mr. Speaker, the member is trying to be a little bit tricky here. And I believe that the member would do better if, in fact, that they were straightforward, because he just admitted that, in fact, I was right. There was no unanimous consent. I sat in that committee as it went through the committee. There was a sense of excitement that during that discussion on the electronic petitions, but to try to give the impression that at the very beginning that there was unanimous support for it is just wrong.
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Honourable Minister of Small Businesses and Tourism, or the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to join this debate and to address some of the statements that have been made by honourable members in the days we discussed this matter of privilege. Let me start by saying how seriously our government takes matters of parliamentary privilege. We believe there should be no doubt about the fact that members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this chamber and to the entire parliamentary precinct. As Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, I believe strongly in the rights of all members to be present here to represent their constituents. And so any time a member draws to our attention an incident in which he or she was denied that privilege, we must look at it closely and look at what happened. Canadians have sent each of us here to be their voice and to improve the way Parliament works. It is for this reason that earlier this spring I released a discussion paper on the standing orders. It contains ideas on how to modernize the House of Commons to make it more effective, accountable, and transparent. The debate on this motion of privilege has, from time to time, veered into disagreements over this discussion paper. Some of my colleagues across the aisle have drawn certain conclusions about the purpose of the paper. As Government House Leader, I had truly hoped we could start a discussion about modernization at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. This has not happened, and I regret that. It was always my intention to engage members in a respectful discussion about how we can improve this place. I accept and respect, Mr. Speaker, that members have heartfelt and legitimate views on the important ideas that we have raised for public discussion. I also accept that our disagreements on this matter have had an impact on the work of this House in recent weeks. It is time to get back to work, to focus on what Canadians have sent us here to do, and to chart a path forward. That is what I would like to discuss today. In the last election, we promised real change, to give Canadians a voice in Ottawa, to make the government more accountable in Parliament, and to modernize the House of Commons. Our goal was clear: to better serve Canadians, to make this place more effective and transparent, and to encourage more people from all walks of life to run for public office so that this House truly reflects our country. Canadians responded by electing a Liberal government with a clear mandate to bring change to Parliament. We are committed to acting on that mandate. Yesterday, I informed my Conservative and NDP counterparts on our path going forward. First, we will move ahead with specific commitments from our election platform, all of which will make the government more accountable, not less. This includes, 1, a regular Prime Minister's question period in addition to the current practice. Our Prime Minister has shown it can be done. He can and will answer many more questions in this chamber. We believe Canadians will benefit if this practice applies to future governments as well. 2, measures to ensure governments are focused to justify their action if they shut down Parliament through prorogation. Government should pay a price if they resort to legislative tricks to avoid accountability. 3, measures to prevent the inappropriate use of omnibus bills. Parliament should have the power to properly scrutinize legislation that contains unrelated policy changes. 4, strengthen committees. We all know how important committees are to the work we do here. We need to ensure that they have the resources they need, and we need to change the rules so that ministers and parliamentary secretaries do not have a vote on committees. And 5, financial oversight. Governments have an obligation to ensure MPs have consistent and clear information when they are voting on matters such as estimates. It's time to make this happen. These are the pledges we made to Canadians in the last election. They are changes that will improve accountability in Parliament, and we hope our colleagues on the opposition benches will agree. But we will not give the Conservatives a veto on the implementation of these commitments that we made to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, another question that we have had hoped to discuss is Friday sittings. The issue revolves around whether we should continue the practice of half-day sittings here on Fridays or switch it to a full constituency day in our own communities. If we make the change, it would be important to reallocate those hours of debate from Friday sittings to other days or weeks. We will now conduct additional consultations with our caucus on the issue of Friday sittings and reallocation of time, and we expect our colleagues in other caucuses will want to do the same. Mr. Speaker, there were many other new ideas that were in the discussion paper. All of them were offered in good faith. I have now told my Conservative and NDP counterparts that our government does not intend to move forward on those ideas at the present time. We had hoped there would be a willingness to examine the concept of legislative programming to manage time for debating legislation. Unfortunately, that willingness does not exist. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is with regret that I inform my colleagues that under these circumstances, the government will need to use time allocation more often to implement the ambitious agenda we were elected to deliver. This will be done every time with full transparency. As we move forward, we remain committed to strengthening and modernizing Parliament. I will always welcome a dialogue amongst House leaders about how we can work together to make the House of Commons a place where we can better represent our constituents. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let me make one thing clear. Canadians have high expectations of all of us in this place, and so they should. They want a Parliament that holds government to account. They want a House of Commons where political discourse is respectful and debate is constructive. And they want a Parliament that is productive. It's time to get to work, so let's join together to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Portage-Lisco.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians have seen over the last year and a half is a Prime Minister that they can't trust, a Prime Minister who says one thing and does something completely the opposite. They have seen a Prime Minister and a Liberal government that is arrogant, that misleads on a number of occasions. We have a Minister of Defence who has not told the truth and has now given himself credit, Mr. Speaker, for something that he didn't do. We now have a House leader who is saying that changes are going to be rammed through that will make these ministers and this Prime Minister less accountable. He will only have to be here for 1 hour, 1 day a week when the House is sitting. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for the House leader is, how can the Canadians trust the Liberals, trust the Prime Minister, on anything when they have said one thing and done something different on so many levels, and now he only wants to be here 1 day a week for 1 hour to not answer questions.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. All of the changes that we are recommending will make the government and will allow the government to be held to greater account, not less. And when it comes to the Prime Minister's question period, we have shown that this is possible. This 1 day will be in addition to the other days of the week that the Prime Minister is here. It is not true what the honourable member is saying. There is no members in the Liberal caucus that is recommending that the Prime Minister only attend 1 day. Well, we are recommending that the Prime Minister be held to greater account so that not just the leaders of the opposition, but private members are also able to ask the Prime Minister questions and to receive a response directly from the Prime Minister. We believe this will allow the government to be held to greater account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Government House Leader for her remarks. So, is it through you, Mr. Speaker? Are we to understand that the effect of this motion that the government intends to bring in on the vast majority of items that were contained in the discussion paper will be brought into this House, and that the government will, with its majority, ram those changes through against the opposition of the recognized parties in this place?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when we ran in the election, we made commitments to Canadians. We made a commitment to modernize the way this place works. We made a commitment to make government more open, more transparent, and we are committed to delivering on those promises. A motion will be introduced in this place. It will be available and open to debate. Just like the discussion paper, we would like to have a conversation. We would like to talk about these ideas, and I will always continue to encourage all members to be part of that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the Honourable Government House Leader for withdrawing the most offensive portions of the proposed discussion paper. I think that's a positive move forward. But I am concerned as we go forward. As she will know, Mr. Speaker, I presented a very substantive response to her discussion paper suggesting ways that we could reduce the greenhouse gas content. The carbon footprint of our schedule is large, and it's brought about because technology, we're modernizing Parliament, but the society around us is modernized. Parliament is still operating in an antiquated fashion, but we don't want to modernize in the interest of government majorities always getting their way without a real effort at consensus. We also don't want to modernize in a way that increases the number of flights and the cost of the taxpayer. My question is, can we have any sense from the Government House Leader as to whether her government, whether all of us together, whether PROC, will have an opportunity to discuss and debate more than those suggestions that came from the government, but for instance proposals such as those from the Green Party?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by thanking the honourable member for reading my discussion paper and to actually responding with other constructive ideas as well. My door will remain open, and I look forward to working with the honourable member as well as all colleagues in this place. We believe that we can modernize this place and bring it into the 21st century. This government takes the environment and the economy very seriously. We believe they go hand in hand, and we need to make important decisions that are in the best interest of all Canadians. I will continue to engage on this important conversation. When it comes to the commitments that we have made to Canadians, we are committed to advancing those commitments and delivering on those promises. We will continue to work well with all members in this place, and we know that's what Canadians expect, and so they should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, today I would say that it's a real privilege to speak on this question of privilege, in fact. As you know, Mr. Speaker, being able to be here in the House of Commons in Ottawa, being here to represent my voters who elected me in 2015, so the population of Drummond, on whose behalf I speak, it's a real privilege. It's a privilege to be able to speak on behalf of the nearly 100,000 people who live in the greater Drummond area. Why is it so important for me to be speaking on this question today? Well, because it's a question of privilege. And before I continue, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that I will be sharing my speaking time with my colleague, the member for Regina Leuven. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, there was an issue involving security on the Hill. Now, of course, we always need to ensure that the Prime Minister can move about the Hill safely, and we also need to ensure that when there are foreign dignitaries visiting, that they are able to get around safely on the Hill as well. This involves being surrounded by the RCMP and necessary security forces. However, Mr. Speaker, the problem occurs when we have to come do our parliamentary duty and come to vote here in the House of Commons, or else to come here for a question period, or to give a speech, or to table a petition. And these are all things that we do on behalf of our citizens, Mr. Speaker. There are hundreds of petitions about mandatory labeling for GMOs. This is just one example. This is an issue that people are very concerned with in Drummond and all across Quebec and Canada. I know that my colleague for Sherbrooke has been doing excellent work on this file, and he has a private member's bill that should be coming to a vote in the coming weeks. I hope that people will support this bill because currently all across Canada and Quebec, people are demanding to know what they are eating. They want to know that what they're eating, and so we need the GMO labeling. So this is just one example of how, as a parliamentarian, it's important for me to be able to come to the House to table petitions on behalf of my constituents. And to do that, Mr. Speaker, I need to be able to move about freely on the Hill. I know that some of my colleagues have recently had bad experiences. They had to come for a vote to the House of Commons, if I recall correctly, and they were actually stopped. They were told that they couldn't get through for security reasons because the Prime Minister's car was coming through. So they were told to wait. But that should not be the case. Parliamentarians have a privilege so that they can come to do their work here, and they can't be prevented from doing their work. So this question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, is not a question of privileges in the normal sense of the word. We're not talking about people being privileged. We're not talking about, for example, a prime minister who is able to take vacations on private islands. That's not what we're talking about. I mean privilege in the sense of duty. We have duties and responsibilities as parliamentarians, and our duty is to represent our constituents. And there are different tasks that we need to carry out to do so. One of them involves being present in the House to give a speech, to table petitions, as I said, to attend question period, to ensure that the government really responds to people's questions, and so on. And we also need to vote. Of course, there are very important votes coming up. I recently tabled a bill about the bilingualism of Supreme Court judges. Now, for many citizens, Mr. Speaker, it's very important that they be able to speak in the official language of their choice when they are before the courts. And this is particularly important in the Supreme Court. This is the highest court in the land, the last opportunity for people to defend their rights. We have 2 official languages in this country. They are the languages with which this country was founded. And so it's extremely important that citizens of Canada be able to express themselves in the official language of their choice when they are before the highest legal tribunal in the land. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I tabled a private member's bill on that subject. That is my privilege, but that really means that that is my duty as a citizen and as a member of Parliament. That's the work that I have to do for my constituents and for all of the citizens of Canada whose interests I represent. So for all official language minority communities all across Canada, for example. My bill will be coming to a vote as well in a few weeks, and I hope that it will get the support of many of the members in this House. It's extremely important that all Supreme Court justices understand the arguments that are being presented to them, and that they be able to read all of the arguments that may be tabled so that they can properly rule on these subjects with which they are seized. But let's get back to the issue of privilege here. Now, Mr. Speaker, this question of privilege reminds me of things that have happened in the past in this House. Now, I was elected on May 2nd, 2011 for the first time. Tomorrow, it will be 6 years since I was elected. For me, it's extremely important to remember this and to thank the constituents of my riding once again. I'd like to reassure them that I will continue working hard for them to defend their rights. But I remember that from the very beginning, from May 2011, I was a novice. I was really green. So I had a very steep learning curve. And there was a lot of training at the beginning. And I learned all about my privileges as a parliamentarian, and particularly about my duties. I have the responsibility to come here and to vote to represent my citizens. We also have the responsibility to speak in the House on a whole range of issues to defend the citizens. And I remember this, Mr. Speaker, because in June 2011, there was a lockout, not a strike, but a lockout at Canada Post. And we at the NDP were doing everything in our power to allow for negotiations between the employer and the union so that they could come to an agreement and find a negotiated solution. Because, of course, there's nothing worse than a solution that is imposed by one party. So we worked very hard and we gave a lot of speeches on this subject, often into the wee hours of the morning. I remember that I gave a speech at 3 in the morning on that subject. And I spoke about the option of allowing for a negotiated solution. And so when I talk about privilege, I'm talking about the privilege and responsibility of defending citizens, of bringing forward the opinions and representing the interests of citizens so that we can find solutions that these people expect. That's why it was a privilege for me to be able to speak at 3 in the morning in this House in June 2011. But, Mr. Speaker, you'll understand that I don't mean that I was personally privileged, that was a privilege for me, but what I'm saying is that it was a duty for me and a responsibility. And what's important to understand is that this really is a duty. Parliamentarians have a duty to come to their place of work and to do everything that is required of them, particularly to vote. We need to settle this question once and for all. How is it possible today, in 2017, that people are being blocked, that a member of Parliament is blocked from coming to their place of work and from carrying out their duty of representing their citizens? This is something that needs to be settled, and that's why we are asking for the matter to be sent to the Procedure Committee. And we want this to be made a priority so that it can be settled once and for all, so that all members in this House will be able to carry out their duty of representing their constituents. It's an honor for me to do so every day in this House. I'm always pleased to represent my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and I suspect that if we were to canvass the House right now, that there would be not one member of Parliament that would question the importance of parliamentary duties and responsibilities that we have been entrusted with by our constituents, and how important it is to have absolute unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that the member across the way, and we look at and I listened to many of the things that he was saying, in fact, all of the things that he was saying, and I concur with just how important it is that we are able to do the jobs that have been asked of us to do. We are supporting the sub-amendment. We, from best I can tell, have always wanted to see this go to committee, and I'm wondering if the member across the way would agree that one of the best ways to get this issue dealt with after it has been debated is, in fact, to let PROC do its work. As a standing committee, PROC can do wonderful things, and this is one of those issues in which is best for PROC to deal with. And does he, like I, have confidence in PROC's ability to be able to come back to this House with a recommendation as to where we go from here, knowing full well that we support this sub-amendment?
Honorable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with my colleague on the point that it's important to respect the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I do. A few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I went to the committee, to the Procedure Committee, at 3 a.m. And I had planned to stay there till 5 a.m. precisely to defend the people of Greater Drummond, because the Liberals tabled a motion to completely and unilaterally destroy the balance of this House of Commons. Because it's not just the executive that exists in this House, but members who have a very important role to play. and the balance that currently exists must be maintained, precisely so that we can come up with good solutions for our fellow citizens. So that's why when I address this question of privilege, I say it was a privilege for me to go to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee at 3 a.m. to work till 5. It's not a privilege. It's like, wow, it's fun working at night. It's in the sense that it's my duty as a member to defend the people of Drummond and the rest of Canada, and I'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions and comments?
The
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks on these important issues. Now, I was very surprised to hear the member for Winnipeg North say that he was in favour of the amendment because the same motion in the past was adjourned, or the debate on it was adjourned by the same member of Parliament. He voted in favour of adjourning debate, and today he says he's in favour of the motion. So I'm surprised by that today, surprised by his remarks, and I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about what happened with the initial motion when it was moved to refer to House Affairs, the House Affairs Committee, and it was pushed aside by the government the week before we went into our 2 constituency weeks. And now the debate is back here because the government had, in fact, killed off the debate the first time. And that was completely unacceptable in the opinion of the Speaker of this place. So what does my colleague think about the initial debate on the question of privilege? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I answer the question, I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke for all of the good work that he does for the mandatory labelling of GMOs rather. He even came to Drummondville to explain genetically modified products and the importance of labeling. In my riding, this is an important issue that's moving forward, and I'd like to congratulate him for the diligent work he's doing on it. Now, I also want to say that it's incomprehensible to see the government want to take unilateral action on issues that govern this House. Now, we're not talking about a bill on a Liberal policy here. We're talking about the workings of this chamber. We have to sit down together, and that's what we've done over the past 100 years. We've sat down. All changes in the past were made with agreement, and that's what we want to see again this time, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've just heard from the government House Leader scaling back of the proposed changes to the rules that govern Parliament that her government is proposing. And I want to start out to say that we appreciate that there has been some movement on the government side. We appreciate that there is perhaps some indication of a willingness to compromise. And we on the opposition side are certainly prepared to take a very serious look at this new package of proposals from the government. However, Mr. Speaker, I also want to point out that this initiative is coming at the very last minute. In fact, this set of proposals was presented yesterday to the media before it was presented to any of the opposition parties. So this obviously hasn't given us a lot of opportunity to consider the rule changes that are being proposed, and it's certainly not something that builds a lot of trust or instills a lot of confidence. But nevertheless, we are pleased to see a somewhat revised set of proposals coming forward, and we're also pleased to hear from the member for Winnipeg North that the government is prepared to have the Procedure and House Affairs Committee consider this question of privilege rather than using that committee to try to ram through the much broader set of changes to the rules governing Parliament that the government had previously advocated for. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also a very interesting argument that we heard from the government House Leader about the need to make these changes to the rules governing Parliament because some of them had been in the Liberal election platform. Mr. Speaker, that argument is a bit rich coming from this government. There's, of course, a lot of things that were in the Liberal election platform that the government is not doing. And, of course, one example that leaps to mind is electoral reform, where the government was elected on a very clear promise that 2015 would be the last election conducted under the first-past-the-post voting system. And we had this whole process of consultations on electoral reform with a view to making that change. And the overwhelming majority of experts consulted by the committee of this House, the overwhelming majority of citizens who showed up at public meetings across the country said that we should implement a proportional voting system in which the share of seats that a party receives in this House would more or less line up with the share of votes that it had attracted in a general election. And yet, the government's response was, there's no consensus, therefore we can't move ahead. Yet, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this issue of changes to the rules governing Parliament, there's clearly no consensus at all. There's far less of a consensus on this than there was on electoral reform. Yet on this point, the government's argument is, well, some of it was in the platform, so we have to do it, even if that means using our majority to ram it through. So, Mr. Speaker, why is it on electoral reform the issue is we need some kind of 100% consensus to do anything, even if it was in the platform, whereas on this issue of changes to the rules governing this House, the argument is, well, we have to do it because it was in the platform, even if there's no semblance of consensus, even if there's nothing approaching agreement on these changes. And I think, Mr. Speaker, beyond the analogy I just made, there's another connection between what the government's doing on changes to the rules governing Parliament and what the government's failing to do on electoral reform. I think what the government's trying to do at the end of the day is to pass some of these changes to the rules and procedures of Parliament and then be able to say, oh, look, we achieved something in terms of democratic reform. This was our democratic reform agenda, and we've done it. Well, Mr. Speaker, we in the NDP are certainly not going to let the government get away with that. The government very clearly promised a new voting system. There were very clear recommendations and something that I would say was pretty close to a consensus in favor of a proportional voting system, and yet the government has just blatantly broken that promise and is intending to go ahead with the outdated, outmoded, first-past-the-post voting system. And whether or not the government puts forward some changes to the rules governing Parliament, it certainly doesn't make up for that very severe broken promise on electoral reform. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of these proposed changes to the rules of Parliament, we on the opposition side are going to need to take some time to take a look at this scaled-back package that we just heard from the Government House Leader. So I would like to return to the question of privilege that we're discussing here today. And I do think it is a matter of great importance that should concern every member of this House. It's an integral principle of this institution that members of Parliament have unfettered access to the parliamentary precincts. As a member of Parliament, it's fundamental that we be able to be here to vote, and that in general we have access to Parliament in order to represent the people that elected us. Now, when events happen that prevent members from accessing parliamentary precincts and therefore preventing us from doing our jobs, it's very important that we investigate seriously. According to the Compendium of House of Commons procedure, quote, the House of Commons and its members enjoy certain constitutional rights and immunities that are collectively referred to as parliamentary privilege, or simply privilege. It goes on to say, quote, any physical barrier preventing members' access to the parliamentary precinct or blocking their free movement within it may be treated by the House as a breach of privilege, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're talking about today, is that when members are not able to come to Parliament, it fundamentally prevents each and every one of us from taking on the very specific and important role of holding the government to account. Mr. Speaker, the members for Milton and Boceto's privilege as elected representatives to this House had been breached. And what happens after that is what brings us into this whole discussion of parliamentary privilege that was raised by the member for Perth Wellington. And the member pointed out that it was an inappropriate violation of privilege for the government to end debate on this previous question of privilege in the manner that the government did without a vote. And the Speaker quite wisely ruled that it is not appropriate for debate to simply end on this point. Now, equally problematic is that the government continues to try to shut down debate by limiting dissent in this House. And as I acknowledged at the outset, Mr. Speaker, the government seems to have backed off a little bit on the sweeping changes to parliamentary rules that had been proposed at Procedure and House Affairs. So we welcome that as far as it goes. But I would also note, Mr. Speaker, that when our New Democratic House Leader asked the Government House Leader whether this new package of proposed rule changes would require consensus or whether the government would just ram it through using its majority, we really still were not getting much of a commitment to a consensual process, much of a commitment to actually consulting with other parties, which we believe is the standard required for changes being made to the rules governing this House. Mr. Speaker, it obviously wouldn't make sense and wouldn't be democratic for whichever party has a majority to use that majority to rewrite the very rules of Parliament. It's kind of a different category than all sorts of other public policies that we accept the government has the mandate and the authority to control. So, Mr. Speaker, we're faced with a very serious question of privilege. We're hopeful that it will be resolved either here or before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And we're going to take some time to seriously consider the scaled-back set of rule changes that the Government House Leader just introduced here a few moments ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I anxiously await for the NDP, as the member has made reference, that the NDP are in fact going to caucus over what has been presented by the Government House Leader this morning. And encourage the member that if there is any questions or comments specific to what he's heard here this morning, that he not hesitate to make a direct contact, whether it's with myself, members of PROC, or the Government House Leader directly, Mr. Speaker. I would really encourage that. I do have a specific thought that's outside of what the member had tabled, and it's an issue that has always been somewhat important to myself. For example, every year in June, we have graduations that take place. Many grade 12, I'll have over 1,200, about maybe over 1,000 graduates from grade 12. I would enjoy to be at those graduation ceremonies. It says a strong message, I think, to young people. One of the ideas or thoughts is, why is it that we maybe not sit more days in January as opposed to as many days as we do in June? It would seem to me that we might even be able to better serve constituents by being there for things like graduations and sitting more in January when it's not quite as busy in our constituencies. I'm just interested in his personal thought on that issue.
The honourable member for Regina Luban.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's an interesting question whether we should sit a little bit more in June versus in January, how sitting days should be allocated throughout the calendar year. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of issue that members from different parties operating in good faith could probably come to some kind of agreement on. But in order for that to happen, there needs to be a genuine process and a genuine negotiation that includes all MPs from all parties. I think the reason that we haven't been moving towards any sort of agreement or any sort of consensus on proposed rule changes to the House is that so far the government has just been using its majority to try to ram a sweeping package of changes through the committee, and I'm optimistic that this scaled back set of proposals from the government House Leader presented earlier today signals a change in the government's approach, and that there will be an opportunity to hash out questions such as the one that the member for Winnipeg North just posed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to pose a couple of things to the member that just spoke. There's been a lot of discussion about eliminating Friday sittings, which would mean probably sitting longer on Thursdays. Some of us from the West, if we couldn't get out of here on a Thursday night because of later sittings, it means we'd have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Friday to get to the airport in time, probably not touch down until 11 or noon, not getting to our constituencies sometimes until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Not very good use of a Friday. So by eliminating those Fridays, we're not really gaining anything. And it would just be more travel. Our constituents at home would hear that we're not in session on Friday, but they'd expect us to be there. So we'd end up traveling every weekend to meet that expectation. The member from Winnipeg probably takes almost as much time as some of us from BC. Does he feel that this would be a benefit to make those Fridays, or would the discussion, as he said, with unanimous consent towards shuffling the schedule in other ways be more beneficial? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think the member for Okanagan-Shuswap makes an excellent point. Representing Regina Louvain, I'm in a similar situation in terms of travel. There's no direct flight between Ottawa and Regina for most of the year, so certainly eliminating Friday sit-ins but sitting later on Thursday wouldn't really make much of a positive difference in terms of MPs from Western Canada being able to get back to our ridings any sooner, and it's exactly the kind of point that I think needs to be considered through a much more consensual and consultative process. So I think that all members of the House agree that there are a lot of trade-offs involved in these proposals. Eliminating sitting on Fridays could require sitting later on Thursdays, which entails other problems, certainly other difficulties for staff and employees of Parliament. Eliminating Fridays could involve adding more days at other times of the year, which certainly keeps members out of their constituencies during those times. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of trade-offs, and that's why we need to consider this very carefully and collectively. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand today to speak to a number of issues surrounding the motion of privilege and also the proposal that the government had brought forward. I know it's been in recent hours is being under discussion in terms of some accommodation, perhaps, or what they think is accommodation, to see whether or not we can move forward. But there's one premise, Mr. Speaker, that overrides all of this in terms of what I've heard from constituents this week. And I had a very serious conversation yesterday over coffee with someone who's heavily involved on the provincial side of government. And the conversation revolved around how it's unprecedented in our country's history that a government would make unilateral change to the standing orders without the consent of the other parties. I mean, when you boil it down to the fact that we have a government here that feels so empowered and so entitled that it wants to force its will upon the Parliament, the institution of Parliament, is something that is unprecedented in our country, and we're watching them go a different avenue today than we have leading up to the constituency weeks that we've just come back from. And we see them maneuvering in a way to try to soften the approach to but the bottom line is it's still the same approach. The same approach, which is we're going to force our will on Parliament on issues of standing orders which up to this point in the history of our country have been primarily decided by unanimous consent. And unanimous consent means the will of the people, the will of all the people, not just the ones who voted for the government in the last election, but the ones I represent on the opposition side, the other ones who voted for other opposition members in all of the opposition benches today. And so if we really want to distill it to the point where we are today, I would say that is setting a very dangerous precedent, not just for the next number of decades, but for our future as a country. This is the House of the people. The House of the people, when we change the rules of the House, need to have all voices heard, all voices bringing reasonable proposals to the table, and all voices agreeing to those reasonable proposals. Now, on a number of fronts, my personal portfolio now as critic of the Treasury Board, or Treasury Board critic, has been dealing with estimates reform. And estimates reform has been put on the table early on by this government and by the President of the Treasury Board. And I want to speak to some of that today because this is part of what the government wants to unilaterally impose on Parliament through changing the standing orders. It's not something that they're prepared to step back on or to moderate in any way. And we have spoken, and there are some of these changes that are wise. However, that said, again, unilaterally imposing them on Parliament is wrong, number one. Number two is that these are changes that the government could undertake and should undertake, and we agree with the President of the Treasury Board, should undertake in the current system without changing standing orders. Because the four pillars that are changed, or that are the premise of changing and improving estimates in terms of their alignment with the budget, are all items that can be undertaken within government offices, within government bureaucratic structures right now, and they could be done. And there's no need to change the standing orders. And so when you really, again, distill this one, it's that forever standing orders need to be changed for the convenience of this government and for the convenience of the people who work within the ministries and the bureaucracy of government. Now, as I said, there are reasonable explanations, reasonable discussions that could be had around these things if there wasn't such a digging in of the, I guess, the arrogance of this government that we see over and over and over again of saying, no, you know what, we know what's best and we're just going to do it. We don't care what the rest of the country thinks. We don't care what the opposition members think in terms of their representation of the people who elected them in this country. And again, it's that let's find a way that we can do this unilaterally and that we don't have to worry about the opposition. And they have that luxury. In our parliamentary system, they have the luxury because they have a majority government, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here today to talk to some extent here about the reasons why and the types of comments that have been made around estimates reform in terms of what it would mean for this country. So any change, as I said, needs to be unanimous. It can't be, it should not be done by any government. It can be done. That's what they're going to ram through, as I understand it, as of this hour. They're going to ram through in a different government motion. But my understanding is it would be much better to do this in a unanimous fashion. The one key element of estimates reform that is paramount is that it will drastically reduce the time Parliament has to examine how the government plans to spend taxpayers' money. Let me say that in a different way. Let me say it this way. Ask this question of Parliament. What is the appropriate amount of scrutiny of the spending of taxpayers' dollars? Because that's what we're talking about here. What's the appropriate time for parliamentarians to have to deal with considering what the government's proposing to spend and what it actually spends? And along the way, refining those estimates, refining them to the point of saying, you know, there are things in here that we do not think, that we think should be questioned. on behalf of our taxpayers, of the people we represent. And so when it comes to this proposal for estimates reform, let's not forget what we're trying to do here. We're trying to streamline it in a way that Parliament will have less time for scrutiny. So it begs the question, what is the appropriate amount of time for Parliament to have scrutiny? Because right now, the proposal is to move estimates to align with budgets up to May the 1st that currently have to be tabled by March 31st estimates. So we're missing the time between March 31st and May the 1st for parliamentarians, for us to be able to take those numbers, crunch them, see what they mean, and bring them to the floor of the House, as we typically do, and ask our questions. Not only in the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, but also in committee, where it's of utmost importance. And in this regard, we often have, at committee, we often have the advice and counsel of our parliamentary budget officer. So let me read some quotes from what our parliamentary budget officer has said with regards to the proposals put forth in terms of estimates reform, which are now coming to light, I will say, almost in a third or fourth iteration of how this government proposes to ram it through government, through the House of Commons, without unanimous consent. Because this has been discussed right since the start of this Parliament, that this was one of the goals, one of the objectives of the Treasury Board President. He said, this is on our radar, this is what we want to do, it's part of our mandate letter. All well and good that the government can say that, but there's a way to do it without diminishing the scrutiny of Parliament. Again, back to what I was wanting to address here, which are some of the, I'll call them, independent thinking bodies, the Parliamentary Budget Officer's considerations of reforming what's called the business of supply, which is equivalent to estimates reform. The PBO acknowledges that the government, this is a quote, direct quote from the Parliamentary Budget Officer of November 22nd, 2016, from page 11 of his report. The Parliamentary Budget Officer acknowledges that the government's proposal to delay the main estimates seeks to address a problem identified by parliamentarians regarding the absence of budget initiatives in the main estimates. So, if I might just step outside the quote for a moment, what the Parliamentary Budget Officer is saying is we could have better alignment, and we agree we could have better alignment. But the government can do this without changing standing orders. Many countries who've gone down this road have fixed budget dates. That's one of the tools available to this government. If the government wanted to say, we will fix the budget date to a certain time frame, then we can align estimates to that time frame. That's a simple solution without changing standing orders. It's at the choice of the government to do that, to say fixed budget dates, as many countries have done. So back to the quote. I was quoting the Parliamentary Budget Office here. That said, parliamentarians will need to determine whether the cumbersome walkaround of creating a new interim estimate, appropriating money based on the previous year's financial estimates, releasing a new estimates in May, and eliminating the spring supplementary estimates is the best approach to meet their needs. We have not had a discussion around the best approach to meet their needs. There's been no discussion that I'm aware of in terms of what this means in terms of discussing. What it's been an arbitrary, here's what we propose to do. Let's have sessions to show parliamentarians of all nature, of all parties, let's have sessions, but then let's tell them this is what we're going to do. Without much of any in terms of consideration, deep consideration of what this means for the long-term standing orders, what makes this House tick, the rules of the floor of this House, what allows opposition. And believe you me, this government will be ultimately in opposition one day. And you'll be they will be sitting on this side of the House, just as over the decades and the course of our history, governments change. They will too be here. And I cannot imagine, actually, having this been having been here 9 years now, just coming up to 9 years. I cannot imagine what the outrage would have been if our previous Prime Minister Harper, had suggested that he would come into this House and he would put through changes to standing orders on this business. We had a study of standing orders to gain consensus. We weren't able to gain consensus, so we didn't bring it forward. This government seems so entitled, so arrogant to think that they can determine a change for the course of this country on this floor. It's absolutely staggering to think how much arrogance this does take. Another quote from the Parliamentary Budget Officer: "Unless the government is able to present a clear path to reform its internal management processes, this example shows that it is unlikely that delaying the release of the main estimates by 8 weeks will provide full alignment to the budget." So this is an independent officer of the government and doing a deep analysis of what estimate reforms mean, and is suggesting that by reducing 8 weeks of scrutiny that this House would have over estimates may not even result in the result that they're looking for. There may be some alignments that are made and improved. I'll give you that. But ultimately, the total alignment of budgets and estimates will be the government of the day's determination in terms of when they table the budget. They can determine that. They can have estimates aligned with them without changing the standing orders. Yet they stand firm to say, that's off the table. No discussion of that. We still want the prerogative of tabling budgets when we wish. And if you look at the history of the country, there are some periods in our history where there are no budgets tabled, for good reason, by the way, in terms of what this House has to consider in terms of government spending. Yet we are suddenly going to move to a point in time where we're told by this government we want to maintain all those privileges, those prerogatives, but wait, the opposition doesn't matter. We were elected with a majority, 39% of the vote, by the way, which was howled when we won with those kinds of numbers, majority of government, howled from this side of the House that we had no legitimacy because we were elected by 39.5%. So I look at this in terms of context of what this means in the long term, context in terms of the hypocrisy that's going on the government side in terms of saying, oh, this was never acceptable because of the number of people, the percentage of vote that you got when you were elected, that all of a sudden we've got a mandate. We've got a mandate from all the people. We don't have to consider the opposition on this one. Let's just reduce the opposition scrutiny on estimates. Let's reduce the amount of time they have. And ultimately, what this leads to, if you continue the process and think it through, what it means for opposition, ultimately, is less confidence votes. Ultimately, that's what it means. Because if you align and you don't have votes on supply, which are all confidence motion, and this House knows it, because time and time again, confidence motions come to this floor of this House, and they are the time when the people can speak. The people can speak. Not the 39%, but the ones who voted for opposition members. They can speak with some authority if they so choose. And it's happened in our history. But no, we don't want to have as many opportunities for that to happen. That's ultimately what this government is saying. We want to reduce our risk factors as government in terms of confidence votes. I go on from the parliamentary budget officers because there's a number of quotes, Mr. Speaker, and I think they're all worthy. And although the words, as I read them, and taken from the report of the reports of the parliamentary budget officers, who've spoken quite a number of times on this issue, are in the context of the report. But I think they highlight the concerns not only that we've been raising to this point in this debate, but that our independent, nonpartisan parliamentary budget officer brings to the table. Third quote, and I quote, "The government asserts that the Parliament does not play a meaningful role in financial scrutiny." This is what the government asserts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to wrap up in that amount of time. The Parliamentary Budget Officer disagrees with this view. We note that notwithstanding the government's performance information of admittedly poor quality and their inability to reconcile the government's spending proposals, parliamentarians have performed a commendable job of asking pertinent questions in standing committee hearings, question period, and committee of the whole. What has the Parliamentary Budget Officer observed here, and what has he reported on? He's saying the system works well in terms of scrutiny. He's saying the right balance is struck. Why do we have to do it for the convenience of the administration of government? Why do we have to do it for the convenience of the minister? Why do we have to do it in order to reduce the powers of the opposition? Because this is what the government is driving at, Mr. Speaker. The government is driving at reducing the powers that opposition have to keep the government held to account. And that's why we were put into opposition, to strike that balance. And that balance right now is being threatened by this government. This government is taking another approach to accomplish the same types of results that they wanted previously. Have they dropped some of the more contentious things? I understand that they have. I haven't had the privilege because I've been held up with time delays in terms of travel, but I haven't had the ability yet to read the exact discussions that have gone on. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to estimates reform, what this government could do today is act on them without changing the standing orders. And I stand here today as the critic of the Treasury Board for the opposition, and I stand here today to say the reduction of opposition's ability to hold the government to account, to be able to be the voice of the majority of the people who did not vote for this government. But they were able to get, and we accept the result. I'm not in any way, shape, or form diminishing that. But to say today that they can unilaterally come into this House, put a motion on the floor, vote on it because they have a majority, and shove it down the throat of the opposition and the other people who care about the scrutiny of spending in government, care about how dollars are spent, is absolutely wrong, and it's something they shouldn't be doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do take exception to many of the words that the member has said this afternoon or this morning, and I just wanted to highlight maybe a different perspective. In my days in opposition, when I was in the Proc committee, I never had the government House Leader come before committee to say, here, we want to make these kind of rule changes or talk about rule changes or to modernize Parliament. It wasn't a priority for the previous government. Instead, they allowed Proc to do what it was going to do, and that's look for any low-lying fruit that maybe they could make some modifications, a period there at comma or whatever it might be, and that was able to pass. We now have a Prime Minister that is really keen on wanting to modernize Parliament. You have a Conservative Party saying, well, the government should not be allowed to modernize it as long as the Conservative Party believes that they don't support it, because what they want is to have a veto. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, given that you have, for example, the Prime Minister saying that he would like to see a rule change that ensures that the Prime Minister is here to answer every question for one day, doesn't prevent the Prime Minister from coming other days, but on that one day in which every member that gets up for that entire hour gets to ask a question directly to the Prime Minister, how is that a bad thing? I don't see it as a bad thing. I think my constituents, in which I got, I think it was close to 68% of the vote from my constituents, Mr. Speaker, which is abnormally high for me personally. I'm very grateful for it, very humbled by it. But my question to the member is, does he not believe that that would enable members of Parliament to better represent their constituents if they know that there's a day in the week in which they can actually get up and the Prime Minister of Canada is answering the question?
Honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, I want to be respectful to my member's question. I thank him for the more comment than it's more comment than question. But listen, we've had the Prime Minister stand up in a couple of sessions prior to the constituency break. Did he answer the questions? That's a matter of perspective. We don't believe he answered the questions. So it's talking points 101 over and over again. Does that help Parliament? No. Did he listen to my speech, the member across the aisle? Did he listen to the fact that it was about estimates reform, about less scrutiny of how the government spends money, for the government's purposes, not the purposes of Parliament, for the government's purposes to streamline their own initiatives so we have less scrutiny votes, less votes on money issues in this, and less debate, 8 weeks less debate. Did he hear those elements, or is this all about is it all about the Prime Minister being able to waltz in here and avoid questions for a day? I think that's what he's just said it's about.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech, and I want to highlight something that was just asked to him by our colleague across the way from Winnipeg, who was so gracious in receiving 68% of the vote in the last election, when he said, does the government not have the right to change the rules of this House? And I would wonder if my colleague from my political party would agree that this House actually belongs to Parliament and the people of Canada and not to any government.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
I thank my colleague for that perspective and that question and what I think on this issue. I alluded to it in my speech. Can you have imagined what the howl and the outrage and the outright alarm there would have been in this country if this had been proposed by our previous Prime Minister? Can you imagine it? It boggles my mind to think about it. Yet we have this entitled, arrogant approach to government. They tried to do it with Motion 6 on us. They tried to shove it down our throats with Motion 6 to take powers away from the opposition. They're trying it again. And they say they will do it unilaterally. This is the House of the people, as my colleague has said. It represents all of the people from all diverse views. He may have well been honoured with 68% of the vote, but 39% of Canadians voted for this government. They are not entitled to do this, Mr. Speaker. We should be standing up for all of the people of Canada, not just the governing party and those who supported it.
Questions and comments? Honourable Député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that today it's important to really understand what we're talking about when we're talking about questions of privileges. As I explained in my speech earlier, when we talk about privilege, we're really talking about the member's duty, what the member of Parliament needs to do to represent the constituency. The member needs to be able to come to the House of Commons, to work, to table private members' bills, as I did on the bilingualism of judges, and so on. These tasks are very important. So my question for my honourable colleague is, you know, in this House, there's a balance. And that balance should not be struck unilaterally by the current Liberal government. That's what's dangerous in what the Liberal government is trying to do here. We need to be able to strike a balance here without they're trying to strike a balance without having the consent of the opposition parties. And that is unprecedented in the last 100 years, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I went to represent my constituents at the Procedure Committee in the wee hours of the morning so that I could defend the balance that exists in this House of Commons. Because we need to be able to have a balance. And if changes are to be made, they need to be made with the agreement of the opposition parties. Does my honourable colleague agree?
For Brantford Brant.
I thank my colleague from the NDP for his comments because we're totally aligned on that issue. And that's the issue of the day. The issue of the day here is what is happening in terms of, they're using the word modernization. Modernization can mean a lot of different things to a lot of people. Their modernization concept, or what they believe is modernization, may not be the will of the majority of people in this country, who have lived by a balance in this system, the rules of this House, where they send members to both government and opposition, and we're called upon, as my colleague has said, to represent those views and to strike the balance. The balance has not been something that has not served this country well. Didn't mean to use two negatives there, but this has served this country well. And we need to maintain it, we need to defend it, we need to defend the fact that in future parliaments, not only this one, but future ones after successive elections, that these do not become deteriorated by the will of a partisan government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Treasury Board. Actually, we're using words about arbitrary and arrogance. Actually, following the Motion 6 issue here, where this House erupted because of the dictatorial position that this government was taking and the Prime Minister is taking, not only then, but on this one, to take away the position and the authority of our opposition parties, not just our party, the opposition parties, Mr. Speaker, so that they have a dictatorial authority over this place in terms of debate, over our committees, in terms of what we do in this place to bring recommendation. I'm just wondering, I think we had the Prime Minister do a couple of trial balloons where he stood up and answered, well, he talked to us during question period, which he can do, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, anyway. He just wants to do it on one day a week now. So I'm just sort of wondering, this trial balloon that we saw a couple of times, is there a concern that actually already they're prepared to ram this through because now they've run the trial balloons to see what he looks like when he stands up for 1¾ of an hour?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant, and 60 seconds or less, please.
Thank you. I'll try to be concise here. Listen, the agenda has been set. If anyone can't see through the smoke and mirrors of all of this, the word discussion paper was tabled by the House Leader. We're going to have a discussion around this, and we want to accept your points of view. It's like the estimates reform. We want to have a discussion around it. The presentations have been, this is the way it's going to be. And if you don't like it, then tough luck, opposition. Tough luck. And so that's what this government is all about. They're all about doing what they did with Motion 6, as you've mentioned, ram it to our throats. They're trying to do it in a little more, maybe softer, pleasing way today. But make no mistake, this is the modus operandi of this government. They feel they're entitled to do this, and they say they're going to do it unilaterally, and that is wrong.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege to speak here today, and I mean that with great sincerity because it's relevant to the topic of debate. We're talking about parliamentary privilege today, and if you'll allow me, I'll definitely speak on that, but also to also comment upon the House Leader and Parliamentary Secretary for the House Leader, what they've talked about today. First of all, one thing I'd like to point out is in June of this year, we'll be celebrating the 802nd anniversary of the Magna Carta. And why I bring that up is because all of what's happened throughout history in the English Parliament and parliaments around the world is related to the debate we're having today. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, the Magna Carta was signed reluctantly by King John at Runnymede in the 13th century, and it was really the foundation of parliamentary democracy. It's when barons stood up to the executive and said, we're not going to be taxed without representation. It wasn't at all a democracy at that point, but it was the beginnings of a check on executive power. And that's very important, Mr. Speaker, but from that initial document, what happened was a series of rules and institutions were built around the relationship between the executive, which in that case was the king or eventually the queen, and then those who are governed, those who actually pay taxes or are covered by the coercive power of the state. So really the Magna Carta in our history, and again we're modeled on the English and then British and then UK Parliament. Really, it's a check on the executive, and that's really important, Mr. Speaker. So, if you recall, the Magna Carta was signed after a huge period of turmoil, where there, of course, is a very violent kind of state of affairs at that stage in time. But that violence and kind of instability within England and eventually the United Kingdom continued right through the period. I mean, thank goodness we have a relatively peaceful period of time now, but what began to emerge through history was, as parliaments began to sit more regularly, is that the king would decide that he didn't like what some members of parliament were saying, and then he would have them arrested. He would send troops. He would block the entrance to Parliament, or she would. I don't know if Queen Victoria did it, but we do know that previous kings had done it. Most famously, Charles I tried to have 5 parliamentarians actually hauled out of Parliament for speaking against the king and the refusal to pay tax. That didn't end too well for Charles I, who was beheaded eventually, and during the Civil War with Oliver Cromwell. And this might seem like an esoteric argument, Mr. Speaker, but this actually is related directly to what we're talking about today, is privilege. Is that the deal that was made between the executive, the king, the royalty, and those who were governed was that they would be able to go to a place, they would be able to voice opposition, they would be able to challenge, agree, or disagree with what the executive was proposing, and not feel threatened, to be protected under the law. And that, of course, rises to the supremacy of Parliament. And those are the foundations on which we're built here today. So, although we are talking this about, it might seem like a relatively small incident, and why are we debating it at great length? Because it speaks to the principles of what we do in this place. Is that, we carry the weight of history of people that had fought and died, that we can stand here in places like this today, and it is our job is to be caretakers of this place, and so we can pass it on to future generations. So, Mr. Speaker, what usually happened when rules were reformed and new rules were put in place is that you had something really bad was going on. So, for example, if you take the English Civil War, the king trying to haul parliamentarians, MPs out of Westminster, and then him being executed, and of course dropping into a civil war, which Thomas Hobbes described as nasty. The world being nasty, brutish, and short. This kind of gives us a picture of what we don't want to have happen. And what happens after that settles down and peace breaks out is that parliamentarians and the executive sit down and say, well, what kind of rules can we put in place to avoid that happening again? And that's exactly where privilege comes from. This is where parliamentary privilege comes from, is that so where we're in relatively good times, like we are today, we don't have any civil war on the horizon here in Canada, so maybe these rules don't seem very important. But they are important in bad times. And, of course, we don't wish that. We see a bright future ahead of us. But, these things do happen. And I do think, when we see this in governments around the world, surprising, shocking upheavals that we couldn't anticipate. I always think of the former Yugoslavia that hosted the Olympics one year, and then the next year had split up as a country, or a few years afterwards. So things can happen, and what we have to do is respect the laws that we have negotiated over the years. And that's really what's happened. The bad times show what shouldn't happen, and during the good times you negotiate the rules by which you try to avoid future bad times. So the question of privilege is an important one, and I've been listening to the debate here. I think there's been a good level of respect for this. I think that the House has been, has allotted a good time for this. And again, it is good for us to remind ourselves as to the boundaries of debate and our responsibilities here, and the roles that we play. Is that, of course, we have a fused legislature here with the executive and sitting amongst the legislature. So, sometimes it can get a bit confusing in that sense. But the role the opposition plays is essential. You're voicing the will of constituents is one thing, but you're also keeping the government from making big mistakes, and that's what we're supposed to do here. Is supposed to debate. I mean, of course, I think all Canadians would agree, and lots of people agree here in the House, that these things could be improved, and we have seen some improvement. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful to not take too lightly questions of privilege, and to make sure that we consider them very carefully if privilege has been, if we feel that privilege has been breached, and hear this, and perhaps learn from this so we can make adjustments to make sure these things don't happen again. Mr. Speaker, a lot of this debate has been related to the changes to the standing orders, and we have heard debate on the other side. In the last Parliament, I was closely related to change with standing orders because I was able to put a private member's motion forward to bring electronic petitions to the House of Commons. That was eventually successful, and I'd like to walk you through that a bit because it's been misrepresented by the other side. I put forward a motion, actually initially a first motion that I redid after some discussion, a second motion in place here in Parliament to right now in the standing orders, we have the ability to do paper petitions, which is if you write a petition a particular way, a constituent does, they get 25 signatures, they were able to submit it to the House for consideration by the government and also speak to it briefly. What my motion was designed to do and did was to change the standing order so these petitions could be accepted electronically. That we would have a new web page created, people could post their electronic petition ideas online, that a parliamentarian would sign off on this petition, and then the petition, if it gained 500 signatures, would be sent to the government just like a paper petition. The innovation, of course, was that when the government issued a response, this response would be emailed to all those who had signed. So we think the recent e-petition on electoral reform, which had about 130,000 people sign it, when the government issues that response, those 130,000 people will receive this notice. That's an important innovation, Mr. Speaker, because with the paper petitions, we weren't actually getting, people weren't really getting the feedback. It was difficult for them to find out what the government response was to their petition. So I was, of course, hoping for more changes, whereas if petitions receive 50,000 or 100,000 signatures, it would trigger a debate here in the House of Commons. You wouldn't have a vote, but it would have a debate. This is modeled on the UK's parliamentary system. So I brought forward a motion for a study of electronic petitions. It wasn't a motion to change the standing orders. It was a motion for a study of the standing orders with some suggestions about how we could move forward with electronic petitions. That idea was opposed by then the Conservative government, Mr. Harper's Conservative government. However, with the kind support of the Liberals, the Green member, the Bloc as well, and 8 opposition eight government backbenchers, that motion passed 142-140 here in the House. What passed? A motion that we study electronic petitions and that be sent to PROC for consideration. The motion went to PROC. There was lots of debate. Some of my ideas were adopted, some were not. That report was sent back here to the House of Commons, and then it was, in the concurrence on that report, it was adopted unanimously. So even though the discussion started off as a close vote and there was rigorous debate on PROC, when it came back there was compromise agreed to and it was adopted unanimously, and we've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of e-petitions used at this point. I think almost every parliamentarian here has used them in one form or another. So again, Mr. Speaker, that reform has been represented as a majority vote, but it is not. It was concurred on unanimously at the end of the process. So why that's important is because it talks about how we amend the standing orders. And what's being proposed here, Mr. Speaker, first, I got to say, it's been so ham-fisted. We had, I think it was motion 6, that was proposed by a previous House Leader that no longer is the House Leader because he muffed this so badly, tried to ram through changes to the standing orders without really any discussion. That didn't work. So we've had a new House Leader who's decided basically to do the same thing. That's not working either. And so we've had, I guess I would call it the third attempt today, we'll be looking at, is where, again, an attempt to force unilateral changes on how we do business here in the House. The processes which have been agreed upon over a very long period of parliamentary history, both here and elsewhere. And that I don't think this is going to work either, Mr. Speaker, because there are two things. And I think this is where the government's got it wrong. The first is the process by which we make changes, and the second is the content. So the process which we've been using over time is a consensual process, is saying, let's look at the standing orders, let's sit down as political parties, let's find a way that we can maybe tweak these orders, how do we incorporate new technology, those types of things. Mr. Speaker. So that's how we've traditionally made changes. This Liberal government is, I have to say, in a panic at the moment. If you look at their legislative agenda, they've really passed nothing. They've had some budget bills that, of course, have to pass through the House and the Senate, but really there's very, very little legislation. And from the promise of the election where we had real change, apparently, we've really had no legislative change. So, for example, we had the assisted dying bill, which we all know will be struck down by the courts eventually. We've had, when you talk to members in the other place, they say they're kind of sitting there waiting for ideas to come from the House of Commons. Now, as the opposition, that's not our responsibility. We try to do the best we can with private members' motions and opposition motions. However, it's the government's job to set the agenda. Now, they've been out, they love campaigning, the government. They love, that's why they're trying to make changes so the Prime Minister doesn't have to be here in the House. But they don't like legislating. And this might make the other side upset, but it really reminds me of what's going on in the United States. You have a president in the U.S. who likes to campaign and doesn't understand how to govern. You have a president in the United States who's making promises that he knows he can't keep, and he's not keeping them. So apparently Obamacare was supposed to be abolished in the first order. Well, that's dropped off the agenda in the States. So you really have, although it's being done with a smile here rather than a sneer, it's still the same thing. A government that's unable to accomplish its legislative agenda because it really doesn't know how to. And what they're doing now is they're punishing us by trying to change the standing orders unilaterally so they can force legislation through even more quickly. And that is, Mr. Speaker, not the way it's supposed to be done. We didn't vote for Donald Trump up here, and we don't expect that kind of treatment here in Canada. So I think the idea, Mr. Speaker, is that the process is really important. We found this on electoral reform, is that when we had a committee that was built on consensus, the committee arrived at consensus, it was rejected by the government, but that is, at least we got that far in looking at electoral reform. The government ended up breaking its promise about electoral reform. We'll see what happens in the next election about that. You promise you're going to abolish the first-past-the-post single-member plurality system 1,800 times, and then you don't do it because you don't get your preferred system. The voters will decide in the next election whether or not that was a promise worth keeping. I think it was, of course. I'm a huge proponent of proportional representation. I'm deeply disappointed that we didn't get that change, but that's what the government has decided to do. So the process is really important here, Mr. Speaker. The process by which we make changes to the standing orders, it shouldn't be taken lightly because it does set a precedent for other changes. So if the government decides, well, they're just going to ignore us and ram through standing order changes on this group of changes, why won't they do it again in the next round? And then it breaks the whole precedent about how we've managed to change the rules in this House in the past. The other is the content. The content of this new proposal that was dropped to the media first, which is again breaking precedent, and then mentioned here in the House of Commons before it's brought up at PROC. The content is also problematic, Mr. Speaker. I'm of two minds about whether or not whether or not the Prime Minister should be here for every day of the week or should be here one day of the week, mainly because I haven't seen enough evidence of what the impact that will have on how we do business here. I have talked to some colleagues, outside the confines of this place, and some of them are okay with it, some are not okay with it. But there's no real space for us to have that debate. There's no space for us. So what happens is the government brings in a so-called discussion paper, whatever, which is actually the motion that will go to Proc. It'll go into this forum where we have to vote on something, but there's no place outside of either this chamber or Proc where we can have discussions, neutral discussions, have input without the pressure of having to have a vote. And since we're talking so much about the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, and actually this would perhaps fall on you a bit, in the United Kingdom what they have is something called a Hansard Society. They've had it there for a very long time. It's actually funded by the Speaker's office, it's funded by Parliament, and what this does is it sets up a neutral place where run by academics who continually review how parliamentarians are doing their business. So where this Hansard Society came to prominence is when we had a huge election expenses scandal in Britain in 2010. The Speaker of the House ordered the Hansard Society to review how standing orders how the standing orders work, and this is a great forum. Parliamentarians came in their off time, they went to sessions that are actually held in the parliamentary precinct. They would discuss what changes could be made with the public, with experts. The Hansard Society releases reports, and there's no vote. So parliamentarians can speak as parliamentarians themselves. It's not. There isn't a kind of a rigorous partisan whipping that happens there, and I think it does a courtesy to those members who have been sitting in the House for such a long time to hear their views. They sit here day after day doing good work, but also observing and thinking about how can we make this place work better. What something like the Hansard Society does is allow that space for that discussion to happen without having to have the pressure of a vote at the end. So I've had many great discussions with Hansard Society researchers like Dr. Ruth Fox. In fact, they were kind enough to share their experience with electronic petitions with me and helped actually influence how we built our system here. So we are talking a lot about, for example, Prime Minister's Question Time being on a Wednesday, which is what they do in the UK, but how they developed that was through neutral discussion in places like the Hansard Society, where parliamentarians could come and kind of let down their hair and have a good chat about how they do their work, and we could do the same thing here. So if there's one thing that comes out of this discussion, it's perhaps that we need to kind of think of how we can have these discussions without the partisan intensity that happens in this place and in the Proc committee, Mr. Speaker. So I mean, although a privilege question is a serious thing to debate, I am glad that we're able to have these discussions to think about how we do business in this place. I am glad that there's thoughts about changing of the standing orders. However, I'm not happy about the way they're proceeding. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for the time here today and welcome questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
My colleague from Burnaby South, he talked about his process for bringing electronic petitions and recognized that the consensus did not exist until the end of the process. And I think that's a very important point, that the consensus came at the end, at the very end, at the implementation point, rather than at the discussion point. And I think that's a very worthwhile point. He also made the point that the Electoral Reform Committee had consensus, which I think is a totally spurious argument. I don't know what world a whole lot of members not agreeing and having 4 supplementary reports constitutes consensus. So I'm wondering if the member could tell me how he really sees consensus being important and how it actually exists in the context he describes, because I don't think it does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Thank my colleague for his question. There is a difference between what's being proposed here today and how electronic petitions evolved, is that I was an opposition member who put forward a private member's motion for a study. I was not in government. So we have a very different dynamic happening here. If, for example, a private member had said, hey, we'd like to go to Prime Minister's questions being on Wednesday, put that as a private member's motion to the, say that PROC would study this, and we had a vote on it, it would either go to the PROC committee or it wouldn't. But that's not what's happening here. So we have a government that has a suite of changes that they want to slip into PROC with kind of avoiding the debate here in the first place, and then saying that they have some arrived at some kind of consensus or have some kind of mandate to do this, and they don't. So there's a big distinction between the two things, Mr. Speaker. But thanks for the question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his great speech today. I know that in previous parliaments, I wasn't here myself, but I know that there was a lot of a noise would come out every time that the government in previous parliament moved time allocation, and I'm sure that my colleague who was here was one of the ones that was making some of that noise. And so this discussion that we're having today seems to me a lot is following a trend that we see with the Liberal government, is that the bait and switch, and they said, oh, the time allocation, that was just terrible when the Conservatives did it. It was just terrible. But they don't want to have to use that, but they want to still implement their agenda. Now, it's interesting, there's a quote in a recent article from the government House Leader. It's basically here, I'll just read it out here. Canadians elected us to deliver an ambitious agenda. So it is with regret, but with full transparency, that I want to inform you that under the circumstances, the government will need to use time allocation more often in order to implement the change that we promised. All of this seems to indicate that they're trying to get around having to use time allocation. And so I'm wondering if my colleague could respond to my question is, does this appear to be a bait and switch saying, you know, we would never use time allocation, but now we have to because we can't make the changes that we wanted to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. As an observer of parliaments, what I see happening here is pretty simple. We have 200 new members in this place. We have, of course, a new Prime Minister. We have, that's new to that job. We have a number of new ministers. And I think where the emphasis was on campaigning and winning the election, there was little thought put into how to actually govern. And I think that's what's happened in the first, months that we've been here, is that the attention's been on the exuberance of a majority government that I saw that in 2011 as well. But I think in the last Parliament we had a Prime Minister that understood governing. I didn't agree with much of what was put into place, but what I also recognize from the last Parliament is although time allocation was used frequently, that is within the purview of what's agreed to in terms of the standing order, so that's allowed. I don't agree with it. What I see on this side here, Mr. Speaker, is a party that doesn't have a plan for governance and is starting to scramble. And one thing they're recognizing is that if they could just change the standing orders to limit the powers of the opposition, maybe they could push their agenda through more quickly. And I think that's a wrong-headed approach, Mr. Speaker. I think that, I think it's a bit confusing to the public. So it would be better than if the government just kind of got their act together rather than change the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Burnaby South for a really excellent speech and putting this apparently esoteric discussion into something of an historical frame. So people that watch these debates will understand just how important it is and how the executive with Charles First, he lost his head over this very topic, and here we have a government that seems to think it, as the executive, has the ability to ram through changes unilaterally. They got 39.5% of the vote and believe that gives them the mandate to change the rules of the House. He talked of the fused legislature and executive in our parliamentary system and how they think as an executive they can impose their will on this place. I'd like to ask the member through you, Mr. Speaker, to speculate about how that might have been done if they wanted to make changes to another branch of the government. For example, the judiciary. Would that have been acceptable? And enlighten us with the experience he had when he made his changes to the parliamentary rules, bringing in electronic petitions, and how that compares with how this government chooses to proceed in this instance.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Victoria for his excellent work as House Leader here in this place and in British Columbia. So, again, I think this is what we're experiencing here is a government, a new government, very new elected, too many new jobs to learn all at once, more excited about the campaigning side of things and being in the public and having accolades rather than actually focusing on governance and now starting to panic and changing the rules unilaterally, which is going to get them in a whole pile of trouble, as they're already finding, is that opposition members have power for a reason. It's in order to make sure that we have real deliberation, as we heard in the last speech from my Conservative colleague, about how we spend money and how we use the coercive power of the state. If, for example, the Prime Minister decided he was going to make unilateral changes to the Supreme Court or other levels of our justice system, it would be met with shock and horror. I think that where this is perhaps a little less dramatic, it's still not less serious, and then the Canadian public needs to be aware of this is breaking precedent and consensus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I generally agree with every word my friend from Burnaby South says, but I have to say I was disturbed to hear a comparison that the Harper administration was somehow governing better than what we're now seeing from this government. I have lots of concerns with broken promises from this government, but I have to say, when they assumed power, I was encouraged by, for instance, initial signs, such as the transparency of the mandate letters. That suggested a readiness to govern. The Prime Minister's office is no longer all-powerful. Clearly, cabinet members and cabinet ministers are actually running their own portfolios. Where I'm deeply distressed about this current debate is that we must not conflate anything that was done by the Harper administration. Prime Minister Harper used prorogations for the first time in the history of Canada to avoid a vote he knew he would lose in this place. The current proposal from the government would improve that, but not as much as the proposal the Green Party has made to ensure that there be a vote of confidence in the House before any prorogation, to keep any future Prime Minister from using and abusing powers egregiously, as what Stephen Harper did. We mustn't, in our effort at the moment to make partisan points, forget what the last 9 years were like, where we had 100 uses of time allocation. So since my honourable friend and I are actually friends and have worked together on looking academically in a new book, I'll plug our new book, and looking at how Parliament gets distorted, I would put to him, it's not that one government or one party does it better than another. It's that the power of political parties over the lives of MPs inevitably erodes democracy.
Member for Burnaby South, in 60 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course I thank my colleague for her thoughts. And that's the kind of debate we should be having in here, where we come from different perspectives and we can kind of work out the best way forward. For me, this whole debate is about the process by which we make change. And again, as I point out, and as we've talked about in the book, there is really no place for debate because this place is so controlled by partisan politics, by leadership teams. It's very, very difficult, and it doesn't operate like the UK Parliament, where you have frequent disagreement within parties. So that doesn't really happen in this place, Mr. Speaker, where we almost have uniformity of vote on every matter we discuss here. So because of that, it's so important that at least when we make changes to something like the standing orders, that we have some degree of consensus and we don't have basically the Prime Minister's office calling the shots on how we do business in this place, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Please du débat. Resuming debate. Est-ce qu'on a quelqu'un? Do we have some? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be joining this debate. I thought what I would begin with after my colleague from the New Democrats' contribution. I just wanted to mention, and I wanted to ask the question to him before, is I wasn't sure if he was mentioning King Charles, or it was King John that dealt with the Magna Carta, and he was not beheaded, actually. He died of dysentery. And it was King Henry III who actually reintroduced the Magna Carta a second time, and actually it held, and 3 of those clauses are still part of the United Kingdom's constitution. and still are there today to this day, but it speaks to the lasting strength and traditions that have lasted through the ages that form the kind of the rights and privileges that both members of the public and members of Parliament enjoy. I wanted to begin with a quote from Lady Thatcher just on the debate, the quality of the debate and the arguments made about different sides. She said to the Times in 1980, "I love argument. I love debate. I don't expect anyone to just sit there and agree with me. That's not their job." And I very much agree with both that emotion, that sentiment that she shared, that members of this House, of the different political parties that we belong to, but also that some of us are more independent thinkers than others, when we debate in this House, we don't have to come necessarily to an agreement. The same at committee. It's not a requirement, I don't believe, that we always have consensus, 100% of us voting every single which way. But fundamentally, I think all members, especially when we're in opposition, and members of the government caucus will be there someday, is we fundamentally have to agree that the rights and privileges we enjoy as members of Parliament are worth protecting, not just for the work that we do today on behalf of our constituents, but the work that future members of Parliament will do on behalf of their constituents. These seats don't belong to us. We are stewards for the next generation, for the future members who will sit in this House and defend the rights and interests of their constituents, as will be their right and the privilege at that time. Now, I've listened to the debate. I've read and I've reread the transcript of the debate when this was before the House before. And I believe that sometimes some members of this House, especially on the government caucus side, must have some type of form of cognitive dissonance that must be experienced there communally of some sort. Now, we have a ruling by the Speaker, because the matter that we have before us is a breach of privilege of two members of this House, the member for the Beauce and the member for Milton, who sit behind me, who are affected directly by this because they were unable to come to this House and vote on a matter that the House had under consideration. Now, in the Speaker's ruling, it established certain themes. It also said that there were sufficient grounds for finding a prima facie question of privilege. And thereafter, the Speaker moved that the member could move the motion, the required motion, to have this matter rightly referred to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. And it's a committee I've been at during the Proc filibuster, of course. It has been mentioned here several times now. I remember being there until 3 a.m. participating in debate. I remember doing the straight 8 hours of debate, and I promised not to do that here. I promised not to speak for 8 hours, but it was required to do it at the time. And my point was at committee that we are here to defend the rights and privileges of members. The changes to the standing orders being proposed by members on the government side, will reduce our ability as members of Parliament, especially on the opposition, to be able to serve our members. And maybe I'll just mention that, last year in December, in 2016, Jim Pryor passed away. He was a great House leader, the Ted Heath government, member of a Conservative government in the United Kingdom. And he said in his book that the role, and he was a House leader, he said in the book that, a functioning democracy, a well-functioning democracy, the way to make it work is to ensure that members of the opposition are able to do their work. And he was a government House leader who was saying this. A government House leader saying that the right way to do it is to ensure that the opposition members have the ability to speak up, take the time that they need to deliberate, to debate, and to contribute. They need to both be able to do it, and they need to feel like they can do it. It's two. One is the actual function, and one is the form. It's the believing that you're able to do it and being able to do it. Both have to exist. And Mr. Pryor, although he passed away in December of 2016, wrote this fantastic book, and by no means was he a great promoter of Lady Thatcher. Madam Thatcher was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom after 79. He served in her government as a cabinet minister. He was considered one of the wets, and while she obviously preferred the dries in her cabinet. So the matter before the House is on this Speaker's ruling that says there's a prima facie breach of privilege of two members of this House. It's definitive insofar that it establishes that something went wrong, and what that something is up for interpretation. And I'm quoting from the Speaker's ruling at the very beginning, and not the exact details that are then discussed. Based on these reports, the two reports that the Speaker received, here's what appears to have happened. Appears to have happened doesn't mean has happened. It appears to have happened. And of course, many Liberals have confused this statement. And as the Member of Parliament for York Simcoe said, he quoted from Speaker Milliken, and I'm paraphrasing here, it is not the role of the Speaker to be definitively involved in making a ruling every which way on matters of a breach of privilege. And I think there's a role for the Proc Committee here that must be undertaken. There must be a review and there must be consideration of the matter of breach of privilege because it is serious. It is serious. If this was a budget vote, the deciding budget vote, we've had close votes in this House before, and had it been come down to 2 votes going in any one direction, it would easily be a much more tense, disruptive, and emotional debate in this House if a vote had been decided by 1 or 2 on that day. It would have been a far more serious matter. I am convinced we would not even be having this debate. It would be at committee immediately. There would be questions and question period about it to find out the exact specific details of it. Thankfully, that didn't happen that day. But who knows in the future if again it happens that members are obstructed from entering the chamber, whether it's the direct entry into the chamber or whether it's the bus service that gets us here from our different offices. The parliamentary precinct has grown over time. Some of these buildings and some of these office locations are moving farther and farther. And for some members who are perhaps going up in the years, or perhaps older members, senior members, more experienced members, or have mobility issues, it does take them more time to get here. And they all plan for it. I know every single member, regardless of the party they are in, they make consideration for the time needed to travel from your office. I recently moved offices in the precinct. I know many other members have too. And we all, judge how long does it take me to get into the House so I can vote. We all do this. This is the one task we can do that no other person can do. This is the one job where voting is fundamental, critical. It is the one thing that we do that no other job has this as its most central role. If you don't like voting in this House, I tell people, don't run to be a member of Parliament, because voting is the most important thing you will do. It's the only thing your constituents cannot do. Most other jobs, most parts of these jobs, when you look at the functions and tasks that we do as members of Parliament, can be done by somebody else. But only we can enter the chamber to vote on behalf of our constituents. That is the most fundamental thing. Now, I do have a Yiddish proverb here, and I know many members have heard it before. I do like them. I've used them at committee. Nothing tastes more bitter than the truth. And I think what the member for York Simcoe has said on the Speaker's ruling, that truthfully, this matter must go to Proc. There is no other place it can go to because of this breach of privilege, because of these 2 votes that were unable to be cast, and because they are so fundamental to the role of a member of Parliament. We have to look into fully what happened. The Speaker's ruling is clear. It appears that something has happened. The members of Parliament on that committee will be able to review the contents of those reports. I truly hope that they'll be provided. And then perhaps ask questions of the member for Milton and the member for the Beauce and other members in this House on other past such instances where perhaps they were delayed entering the House, or if they feel that security or other measures which are being introduced or being removed are impeding their ability to get to the chamber as quickly as they need to, or perhaps they have suggestions on improvements as well. The Speaker's role, though, in fact, and as you know this, sir, being there, is a servant of the House, of all members of Parliament, which is why speakers are elected in this chamber by preferential ballot to ensure that you have the most support that you require in order to fulfill your role. You are not here necessarily to render judgment as a justice amongst members of Parliament, because you are, at the end of the day, equal to us, equal to all members of the House. All 338 of us, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, are exactly equal to everybody else. So we don't expect you to render judgment on things like a breach of privilege, especially in this matter. Now, what kind of servant would a Speaker be if his or her judgment on this would be considered the facts, and there would be no other consideration given, that the committee could not even consider it going forward? A servant of the House cannot tell the House what to do. The House renders judgment through the vote. The House makes a decision through the vote, and the best decision in this matter is to approve the amendments to the original motion in order to take this matter to committee so it can receive a fulsome review, a fulsome study with witnesses, with members of parliament, giving it this full consideration. And it is a matter that is more important at this time, right now. At this time is a word the government House leader likes to use quite often. She used it this morning referring to the changes to the standing order she would like to do. At this time, they won't proceed with all of those ideas and changes that we on the opposition side find so reprehensible and in some cases irrational, illogical. Because in the long term, it will hurt members of the Liberal Government Caucus when they someday return to opposition, someday soon, I hope, in 2019. That's a matter that the Standing Committee should review, though. The Standing Committee should review cases where there's a breach of privilege. And the Speaker's ruling was clear. It appeared that certain things happened a certain way, based on 2 reports. I would very much prefer if a committee of members of Parliament were to review this. And I have full confidence in the chair of the committee, a member for the Yukon, and the other members who sit on the committee on a regular basis to review this matter and to render judgment and then to get back to the House to refer this matter and to instruct the House and the Speaker on the best way forward, how we could avoid such instances in the future. Also from the Speaker's ruling, it said that, and this is something the member for York Simcoe brought up, it says that it provides an excellent minute-by-minute summary of events and is supplemented by witness statements. And I know that the Speaker at the time, when made the ruling, didn't refer to exactly which specific witnesses may have been part in this report or outside of the report. It's not very clear based on the Speaker's ruling. I would very much like to see the Standing Committee of Proc consider this matter. Who were these witnesses? Can we hear from them once again? The nice thing about a Standing Committee is that all of us can attend. All of us can participate by being there and listening to conversation. I have been to these late sittings of the House Procedures Committee, even though I wasn't a full member. I was the 4th or 5th member on the Conservative side, participating, sitting, listening, having conversations along with other members there. And at times, when I was substituted in, providing for a point of order, and then I contributed with some observations I had made based on what I had heard at committee and read in the transcripts as well. That line in the Speaker's ruling on what appears to have happened, I think is critical to the entire matter before the House today. What appears to have happened is not a determination of fact. It's simply a collection of views provided to us by you, Mr. Speaker, to the House. It's not an instruction to the House on the facts of the matter. The Standing Committee can determine the facts and then return to the House. Generally, though, we've heard many members speak about the problems that the government is having, and I don't mean the government caucus, I mean the front bench, the members of the Executive Council, that they're having in proceeding with pushing through the government's agenda. And many members have mentioned this before I have, that the government is seemingly having a very difficult time proceeding with their agenda. They're having a great deal of difficulty passing legislation and following through with their platform promises. Some of it simply because they don't have the public support they thought they had in proceeding with it, such as electoral reform. And in other matters, they're simply in no rush. Sometimes the government gets to decide the business of the day. The government gets to decide what we debate during the day. And sometimes I see legislation that, in my mind, it shouldn't be such a priority. Priority should be border security, taxation. There are a great deal of things I hear from constituents, and I held an open house on Thursday in my constituency. And people in Calgary-Shepherd, their primary concern, again, was jobs, pipelines, oil and gas industry, getting people back to work, making sure that we have the right policies in place to assure industry that they can hire workers again and proceed with the construction of large energy infrastructure projects. None of that exists right now, and I don't see that as a priority on that side. We also saw this government push through Motion 6, which was dropped because of public pressure. We see the continuation of the Proc filibuster at this point, and I don't know how long that will continue based on what we heard from the government House leader this morning. The Senate changes that are being rammed through the Senate, which are very, very similar to the ones being proposed here in the House. And we can't forget the other chamber. We form Parliament together. We are not a unitary form of government. We do have another chamber that does good work reviewing the government's legislation. Now, and what about the member for Papineau's obstruction of a New Democrat and the manhandling of our own opposition whip? That was just last year, Mr. Speaker. It's a trend. It's a pattern of behavior, and it's typical of how this government has been run. They say nice things. They use all the right words, all the right buzzwords especially, and then, consultation is not a shield for incompetence. And if you're incapable, unable, you don't know how to pass legislation and push it through the process, perhaps the consideration should be given to standing aside and letting another member of the Executive Council take a shot at it. Or perhaps a member of the backbenchers. There are quite a few members in the Liberal government caucus who probably will do a better job than this government House leader. And again, I have another Yiddish proverb I want to use here. Because I've listed all of these patterns of behavior. A trick is clever only once. The trick, the motion 6, what they're doing in the Senate, what they've tried to do at Proc, are not consultations. They're not discussions. They're not nice ways to talk about things. At the Proc Committee, the House Procedures Committee, the government discussion paper was dropped on a Friday. The motion was moved on a Friday. You only drop bad news on a Friday. That's a general joke made by the media, by members of parliament, by public servants, by civil servants. It's very, very common. You don't drop a discussion paper you mean to have a fulsome discussion with. You don't surprise people this way on a Friday, which is exactly what the government House leader has done. Now, they don't want to sit Fridays. Now, having conversations is also not a replacement. Having a conversation is not a replacement for doing something, for going through the motions of passing your agenda, actually following through on what you intended to do. The motion moved by the member from Milton with the amendments from the member for the Beauce are reasonable, they're logical. It ensures protection of our privileges that protect members of parliament, primarily from the government and the Crown. The obstruction of a member or breach of privilege goes beyond simply blocking a member, and I'm just going to refer here to page 111 from O'Brien and Boss, Chapter 3, Privileges and Immunities, which expands on what constitutes a prima facie case of breach of privilege. It also includes damaging a member's reputation, usurpation of the title of MP, intimidation of members and staff of witnesses before committee, provision of misleading information. And I mention these things because it goes far beyond just obstructing members from entering the chamber to vote. It includes a whole slew of rights, like the previous member from the New Democrats who spoke, who go back all the way to the Magna Carta. All of these inheritances that we have, these traditions that we've picked up from the mother parliament here in Canada, are valuable to protect for future members of parliament. And our role as parliamentarians, both on the opposition and the government caucus side, should be to protect them as best that we can. And the only way we can do that is if we take this matter and take it directly to the Standing Committee and House Procedures, PROC. Now, some members in the government caucus have implied that the member for the Beauce and Milton have misled or attributed the breach of privilege against them or the Prime Minister. Now, we are all told that MPs are not to imply or say another member is lying. And I'm not implying any member here is lying. I believe every statement made here by a member is truthful in as far as they believe it to be true. I absolutely believe that, Mr. Speaker. I know you've brought to order many members who've implied that someone else has lied in some way, and I'm not implying that in any way. Now, I believe the facts as they are said by the member for the Beauce, that in fact, he believes, based on what security said, that it was indeed the Prime Minister's vehicles that were blocking the way. Parliamentarians make the rules, and we give you, the Speaker, the due role of arbiter, deciding on the rules. And we can't decide what the rules are and clarify what the rights and privileges of a member are without this going to the Standing Committee. And I think at the end of the day, that's what we need to remember, and that's where the discussion needs to go. It's fundamental to this chamber that matters of breach of privilege are questions of equality of us members, the equality each of us members enjoys. And for all of us, we should expeditiously deal with this and send this to the committee so it can, in a fulsome way, look at the evidence and call witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's a couple of thoughts that come to mind that I'd like to share and maybe provide comment and see if we can get a response from. First and foremost, we've now had a number of members stand up and talk about the legislative agenda. And yes, legislative agenda is important, but to try to give a false impression in terms of the government not being able to do things is somewhat wrong. I think Canadians understand and appreciate that this is a government that has accomplished a great deal. Right from virtually day one, where we had legislation that dealt with the biggest tax break to Canada's middle class. We can talk about the budgetary measures where you had the increase to GIS. We can talk about the Canada Child Benefit Program. The government has been very successful at bringing forward what we believe that Canadians want, and that's a special attention and focus on Canada's middle class. In regards to what it is the legislative component in particular, the member then spoke a great deal about the privilege itself in regards to just how important it is to have unfettered access. And there is not one Liberal that is questioning the importance of unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. In fact, we have consistently said that we want PROC to be able to deal with this, and we entrust PROC, as it has dealt with the issue in the past, to be able to do it again. We, in fact, support the sub-amendment, Mr. Speaker, that is actually being debated right now. My question to the member is, does he not share the same confidence in the PROC membership and PROC being able to do what it has done in the past very effectively in dealing with this issue? Because every Liberal member, and I would like to believe, and I choose to believe, every member of this House acknowledges and appreciates the importance of having unfettered access. Would he not agree with that?
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his intervention. He's quite good at defending usually the indefensible, and he's a member that stands up quite often in the House, and it's a testament. He does defend his government ably. He stands up when no other member wishes to. On the budget, all budget measures have a fixed timeline for debate. They are almost automatically passed at a fixed time from when the budget is tabled. It's not as if it's a large piece of legislation that is separate, that can be fulsomely debated by all members of the House. There's a fixed timeline for those. Secondly, on the PROC matter, I feel much more confident in the ability of PROC to render a neutral decision without outside interference. The government House leader didn't sometimes show up late at night during those conversations, or then pull all the members or suspend the meetings in order for them to have a conversation on the side somewhere. Of course, I believe that members of PROC do a reasonable, good job, and I believe in the chair, the member for the Yukon, his contributions and his ability also to run the committee in a very efficient manner, and I've had absolutely no problems when I have been at PROC with his chairmanship of the committee. He's done an exemplary job of it, but I would feel much better if the government House leader wouldn't get involved in their work.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his presentation. The issue of access to this Parliament Hill first arose under the previous government. I know he wasn't in the 41st Parliament, but we did have problems where Parliament was being used for visiting heads of state and dignitaries instead of the traditional practice of using Rideau Hall. This did create conflicts where the business of Parliament was up against security concerns for visiting heads of state. I remember this particularly in the case of Netanyahu's visits and others. And I asked my friend whether, and then again, subsequent to that, we had the horrible incident of October 22nd, 2014, and a very quick response by the previous administration to change security rules on the Hill, in my view, without adequate consultation with members of Parliament, without adequate public debate, where we've now changed from having the House of Commons security in charge and the Speaker. The Speaker has historically, 500 years of tradition has been the Speaker protects the rights of MPs, and we should and the place. We should never put that in the hands of a governing party or a Prime Minister. We've done that now by putting the RCMP in charge of Parliament Hill security because of these issues of access to the place, because of not being able to get here in time to vote, which is the point of privilege which raises the debate today. I remain concerned that this change was made without debate, without adequate debate, and I ask my friend if he's at all concerned to have a political party of the day have control over our access to this place, whether by accident or intention.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her question. It's a difficult question to answer because I'm not a specialist on personal security, especially when it comes to an institution like Parliament. The precinct is quite large. It has enlarged over time to include new offices and new committee rooms, and it keeps on expanding over time. Outside security has been done by the RCMP for quite a while now. I think one of the greater issues is I was actually here as a staff member to another member of Parliament about 12 years ago. And I remember when there were two different security services provided. And in my eyes back then, it was inadequate. It didn't provide the type of oversight that you needed. It was very different on the Senate side, and it was very different on the House of Commons side. And I find that the PPS today does an excellent service protecting us. I feel far more comfortable having more officers both inside the building and outside the building protecting members of Parliament. One thing I will mention that I have found interesting is far too many vehicles are still allowed access to Parliament Hill. Far too many vehicles are stopped on Parliament Hill, either idling or waiting for a minister, or taxis or lorries, trucks which come onto here. And that's a far greater area of concern for me than having a united one parliamentary security service provided for members of Parliament.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Follow up on the question from the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, which I rather appreciated. I think the point of it was, after the attacks of October 2014, the rule has changed here to take the Parliamentary Protective Service away from the Parliament and give it to the RCMP and change the chain of command, which I think is a concern for many members. It's come up at PROC many, many times. So I'm wondering if the member is aware of that change and what he thinks of it. I think that's a very fair question from the member for Saanich. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, again, to the member, I am familiar with the change because it did make the news when those changes were made after the terrorist attack here on Parliament Hill. But in terms of the details of the change and how it affects security and the differences in different models, again, I'm not a specialist on the security of large buildings such as this and the types of services. I would defer to the members of PROC to have a better understanding of it and to provide a report to the House to make the final determination on how we should proceed to ensure both the security of staff members, members of Parliament, but senators as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate what the member is talking about in terms of just how important it is in terms of that unfettered access. And I have had the opportunity to sit on the PROC committee where we have had some great dialogue, heard from professionals coming forward, telling us, including the commissioner of the RCMP, telling us in terms of what had happened, what had caused it. There's recommendations or discussions that follow through out of that committee's hearings. And ultimately, my question to the member is, does he believe if we just base in terms of previous discussions on matters of privilege that are recommending unfettered access, typically they tend to go into the committee in a much more prudent, faster way. I'm wondering if the member feels that we're getting close to the possibility of seeing this actually go to the PROC committee, where PROC can get to work on doing this very important issue.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member again for another question. Of course, I'd love to see this to go to PROC committee. Once the members have, in this House, fully debated the matter, any member is free to stand up and contribute to the debate, which then forms part of the transcript that members of PROC can use in their considerations at the committee level for, the types of expertise or witnesses that they may want to call, or members of Parliament that they may want to have there for that conversation, for that further discussion at the committee level. I know I've done it many times sitting on the Foreign Affairs Committee, gone back through the transcripts in the Hansard to review what other members of Parliament have said. I've even asked some their thoughts on specific matters. So once members have spoken to this, and once no member wishes to rise further to debate this issue, I fully expect it to go to the PROC committee.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to indicate that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. So we will each have 10 minutes of the 20 minutes that was assigned to us. I think we can all agree here, or at least I hope we can, that it's not the pin that we wear that makes us elected officials. The symbol that we wear is a symbol that is useful for security purposes, but it should not have any other link with the privileges that we enjoy here in this House. This House belongs to the people, and the representatives here should always have access to the House with or without a PIN. That said, generally speaking, today's question of privilege has to do a lot more with anecdotes than with substance. The real substance is that there are members of Parliament here who cannot fully participate in the parliamentary system, and by this I'm referring to the members of the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party. And we're talking about privilege because we want democracy to be better and fairer. We're really discussing the functioning of the House. That's a perfectly healthy debate to have. But first and foremost, we need to ask, who does the House belong to? The House belongs to the people. We're not simply representatives here. We are representatives of the people. It's the voices of the people that should be expressed here in this democratic place. The Bloc Québécois and the Green Party, like all of the other parties in this House, are parties that are recognized by Elections Canada, and they all have elected members in the House of Commons. And yet, currently, only parties with 12 members or more have official recognition. This is essentially a convention that exists, although it's not written down in any law. The Parliament of Canada Act actually only talks about this 12-member threshold when it comes to providing additional compensation for members. But that's not what we're asking for. We're not asking for the members of our party to benefit from additional compensation. What we're asking is that the elected members have the same rights as any other member in this House. So that means essentially that we would be able to enjoy the privilege of sitting on standing committees. It would mean that we would be able to ask questions during question period, because currently there are some days when we can ask questions and other days when we can't, and we're never really sure that we will be able to speak. This would also mean that we would have the ability to fully carry out our tasks as members of the opposition. So that would mean having access to the budget the way the other parties do. But the real losers in this situation are not simply parties that don't have 12 members. It's really all Canadians, because nearly 1 million Quebecers, because of this partisanship, will see that they are disadvantaged. The leaders, the whips, all of these other choices are all determined by the Board of Internal Economy after the general election. But in our opinion, there's nothing stopping the Board of Internal Economy from giving additional funds to parties that are not currently recognized. That would allow us to expand our research services and allow our members to carry out their tasks just like any other member in this House, so that we can properly represent our citizens. It's not just a question of political will. Unfortunately, this political will doesn't seem to exist in the parties that have more than 12 elected officials. And it's the voters who are paying the price. Perhaps we can look at what happens elsewhere. For example, in the province of Quebec, there is an office in the National Assembly that ensures that all parties have research funding and that they're recognized. So any party with an elected member will receive a certain amount of money for support in research. And the same is true of independent members. In their case, they're given funding to hire staff and to cover operating costs as well as research costs. Currently, parties with less than 12 elected members don't have the same budget to be able to do this research. And so that means that the service that we can provide in Ottawa and also in our ridings is less good because part of our budget has been cut. So if we look at the House of Commons, currently the NDP has 44 members and they have about an $80,000 additional budget per MP for research. So whether it's the leader, the whip, or it covers costs as simple as even getting coffee during the caucus meetings. The House of Commons is turning a blind eye to the 5% of Canadians who voted for the Bloc and the 3% of Canadians who voted for the Green Party. That's more than 1.4 million voters who have an elected member who doesn't have enough funding to properly carry out their tasks. Now, I'm not really convinced that this is a good system. I'd like to hear some of the other parties speak about this issue, because generally, when we raise this question, they try to avoid it. It seems incongruous that so many people would have a local member of parliament who doesn't have the same means as those of other parties. And yet the voters are the ones who choose the parties represented in the House by choosing representatives. And these parties should have the same rights as all of the others. This is a double standard for parliamentarians, and that's not what Canadians want. In November 2015, there were 200 new members who came to this House. Out of the 200 new members, you'll remember that when they came to the John A. Macdonald building, the Prime Minister came to greet all of these new members, and what he said to them was that their most important role was to be members to their local constituents, and that was his most important role too. So we want our constituents to understand that being an MP is just as important as being a Prime Minister or being a member of another role. So it's very important that we take action and ensure that all MPs have the same tools to properly represent their ridings. We share the Prime Minister's desire to make parliamentarians' work more valuable and less partisan, and our loyalty should be to the people and not to our party. Now, the same goes for committees. We never get to sit on committees except occasionally for a few minutes here and there when we're given the chance to speak if everyone consents to it. And yet, a certain democratic reform might allow the Bloc and the Green Party to sit in committees. I'm persuaded that the member for Saanich Gulf Islands would very much enjoy sitting on the Environment Committee and that she would have a lot of very positive and useful things to say. This Parliament is the only one in the world that works in this fashion. Even in BC and in all provinces, smaller parties are recognized. It's also true in London. That was an example cited by the government earlier. There are parties with only 2 members, and yet they still get good budgets. So this is a profound injustice. It's unacceptable. And I think that we absolutely need to study this question, because this is not what Canadians want. Canadians want to know that when they vote for someone, that person will be able to speak and carry out their tasks properly. So I think this is simply an issue of good faith and democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères et Patriotes said, now I come from the riding of Laurentides-Labelle near Montreal. It's a large rural riding that was long represented by the Bloc Québécois and later by the NDP. And what I noticed going through the riding is that I often hear that someone says, hey, now we've got a member who can really do something. Because for 20 years, there were members of Parliament who worked hard to show that the federal government was good for nothing, that it didn't really help citizens, and then that it didn't serve any purpose. So when the member talks about defending the interests of constituents, I mean, there's a party that spent many decades working against the interests of the federal government. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what good is the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Well, first of all, I wonder what my colleague's question has to do with my speech, but I will answer his question because I think it's an interesting one. Now, he was elected in his riding, Laurentides-Labelle, after the Bloc held the seat for a long time and the NDP for a little while. And I believe that voters certainly had the right to vote for the MP who's here now. I congratulate him on his election, and I'm very pleased that there are voters in his riding that are pleased with his work. But I'm sure that there are voters there who voted for the Bloc for a long time, who were very happy with the work that their Bloc member was doing. And I'm also convinced that out of respect for democracy, it's important to respect the opinions of all voters. And members of the Bloc do work in the best interests of their constituents. They want to make Quebec an independent country, and as my colleague said across the way, the work of all members is important. And that includes members of the Bloc Québécois. Now, if you aren't happy with one of Ottawa's decisions, for example, having to do with financing the vehicle industry in Ontario, of course, all companies need funding, but we don't agree with the funding of some companies, like the oil sands in Alberta, for example. And yet, sometimes in situations where you have matching funding with the provinces and the federal government, often we only get peanuts in Quebec. And the same thing is happening with the softwood lumber crisis. The Quebec government is investing to help with the softwood lumber crisis, and yet at the federal level, they're having a hard time promising that they'll even protect the industry. The Americans are adding surcharges of 20%. And all the federal government says they're going to do is consult. They always say they're going to consult when it comes to Quebec issues. And yet when it comes to other provinces, they have no problem writing a huge check to Alberta. So how is it that when it comes to protecting French, for example, the Prime Minister says he'll do consultations, but when it comes to take actual action, they've never given a single cent to protecting bilingualism, to protecting the French language in Quebec. Now, I have a lot more to say, but I think that my time is up.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères des Patriotes. We're looking at an issue of problems. The situation is that as members of Parliament, we're not equal, but we should be. It's not money that is the root of the problem here. It's power, the power of parties with more than 12 members. So it's not a legislative issue, it's a tradition, and I'd like him to comment on that, if he could, please. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères des Patriotes. I agree with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. It's not just a matter of money, it's a matter of representation and power, authority, and power at committee, for example, to speak, to put questions, to call witnesses, to ask questions. That provided the committee with a different perspective, an opportunity to ask questions in question period at a reasonable time, not at the very end of the list, to have a slot for speaking, to be able to speak to various bills that are tabled in the House without always being pushed off to the last hour of debate. This, Mr. Speaker, is a problem with the way things are operating here.
Before debate, I just want to remind the honourable members that people are speaking, and just before question period, I know we've had a little bit of a break. People forgot what it works like, but it's nice to see everybody getting together and talking. But the rumble kind of gets a little bit loud, and it's a little hard to hear the honourable member who's speaking. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci à tout le monde ici.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the issue at debate.
It's a question of privilege around access to voting here, although the debate has moved to a very important debate on our standing rules, and I plan to address most of my comments to that. Just to say that there were very few people here in our Parliament, in the 41st Parliament on a Friday morning, when the government of the day moved a measure to remove security and our safety in this place from the hands and the power of the Speaker of the House and convert it to the RCMP. This violated 500 years of precedent in which the Speaker, being neutral, not part of a government of the day, provides security. I think that our former Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Vickers, would support that, and to see the RCMP put in charge. No criticism intended of the RCMP, but this was a historical anti-democratic move that received almost no debate. And on that morning, there was only one other MP who was as upset as I was, and it's the former member for Ottawa-Vanier, Maurice Belanger. And the two of us were saying, how could this happen so quickly? We haven't had debate. We haven't studied it. And to this day, we've still never had a public review of the events of October 22nd, 2014, to lead us to conclude what would be best in the public interest and in the interest of democracy. No government, no prime minister should have control over the security forces that govern access to the place where democracy takes place, which is in this House. Moving from that to the discussion of standing orders, and certainly that's the tone of the debate today, thanking the government House Leader for making it clear that she has withdrawn many of the controversial parts of the proposal she made to change our standing rules. I want to start and dissect that as best I can with the time remaining. The theory of Parliament, as I've reflected in the questions so far this morning and this afternoon, is that all MPs are equal. We're all here represented by our constituencies. Each voter in Canada is equal. Therefore, each constituency is equal. So all members of Parliament are equal, and at least in theory, the Prime Minister is described as first among equals. We are in a Westminster parliamentary democracy. We do not elect a Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister is chosen from among those who have been elected to this place. The only reason that there are very few questions after an election as to who the Prime Minister will be is the overlay of power of political parties. So I certainly think we need to examine what's happened to Parliament over the decades, and indeed this is our 150th year. We've seen a steady, continual erosion of the role of the individual member of Parliament representing their constituencies as a result of the overlay of political power and control from larger political parties, particularly from their leaders' offices, and with an eye to the next election. So what we've seen is a state of, it grew over the eras of constant electioneering, which contaminates the work in this place. So when the election is over, in theory, we should all put down our sabers and clubs and say, okay, enough of that. We've been elected by our constituents. It's time to work together and see what we can do for the people of Canada. The first large error in changing our democracy by acceding to the power of political parties was in 1970 by accident, when they put the requirement that the leader of a party must sign the nomination papers of every candidate. Up till that point, up from 1867 to the early 1970s, the ballots in Canada only showed the names of the candidates and not their political party. Adding the political party meant the sign-off occurred. Now, I should mention historically, and certainly to my friend from the Bloc Québécois, whose speech I entirely support, it was in 1963 that the larger parties decided they should have money. So in 1963, this place passed a rule that if you had 12 members or more, you would have more money. That piece of legislation did not touch on the things that occurred, again, just by tradition, without any rule, but it's become increasingly accepted that somehow if you represent a party that's a national party with fewer than 12 seats, you're somehow a second-class MP, you don't have access to sit on committees, you don't have as many questions in question periods. This is not something that you see in any other Westminster parliamentary democracy. As a matter of fact, in the UK, with 650 members of Parliament, individual members, and particularly members of parties of 2 or more, have just the same amount of supports financially and just as much access to questions and committees as any other MP. So it's an oddity that's rare to Canada. So when we're revisiting our standing rules, we're now looking at this question of allocation of power, not among MPs. It's taken as written that what we're talking about is power between and among political parties. That's essentially a distortion of Westminster parliamentary democracy from the get-go. Political parties aren't mentioned in our Constitution. We could improve democracy in this place tremendously with any steps we can take to reduce the power of political party apparatus over the workings of Parliament. I suggest many of these things in my proposal in response to the Liberal proposal for changing the standing orders. I certainly agree with the Liberals. We need to take steps to ensure that prorogations aren't misused, but their proposal doesn't go far enough. We should follow the advice of political scientists like Professor Hugo Cyr, Professor Peter Russell, who said, look, let's hold a vote before a prorogation. Let's make sure that at least 2/3 of Parliament agrees it's time to prorogue, and then we can prorogue. We don't want to ever again see the egregious abuse of power that now I think Canadian media think it just happens. Canadians think it happens. Every now and then you get a Prime Minister who prorogues. I think Canadians need to know that not only within Canada, but in the entire Commonwealth of Westminster parliamentary democracy, it's only Canada that has seen a Prime Minister use prorogation to escape political difficulty. They tried it once in Sri Lanka, but the Sri Lankan Governor-General didn't let them do it. Let's add a formal process. Let's add a vote. And let's move one step farther and look at the possibility of what we could call a constructive confidence motion. This is used in some places, again recommended by Professor Cyr, Professor Russell, that you could put forward a motion to say, we are now prepared to say that this government has lost the confidence of this House, but we believe that the Leader of the official opposition, working with the third party, do have confidence of the House, or any other formulation, so that there would be an opportunity to send the Governor-General clear information from Parliament as to how we could proceed if a leader lost the confidence of the House, how we could proceed without an election. Another issue that I think we need to look at is adopting some of the Westminster parliamentary rules, like this. I don't object to the idea of a one-day-a-week Prime Minister's question period. It doesn't require changing the parliamentary rules. The Prime Minister can do it any day that he chooses and in the future that she chooses. But for the moment, I think we need to look at what Westminster Parliament actually does. When Prime Minister Theresa May reported to Parliament on the Brexit letter of exit that she had just tabled with the European Union, she took questions for 2 hours and 40 minutes from over 100 MPs, from backbenchers of her own party, from people in opposition benches. In other words, if we think that we are adopting something from the UK, we should look at everything the UK does. They don't restrict questions and answers to 30 seconds. There's more time for exchange. There's also a practice in the British Parliament of a member who is speaking yielding the floor on their own without direction from the Speaker to have a more animated debate. Westminster parliamentary systems and the Westminster Palace of Westminster does not operate under Canadian rules now, and if we're going to look at one, let's look at all of them and let's have a proper discussion. There are many things that need to be addressed in the Canadian Parliament to ensure that while we take a moment to look at it, we fix some loopholes. One of them is there is no requirement after an election for a Prime Minister to convene Parliament. The larger the Prime Minister's office gets, the more executive powers are used, the more critical it is that there be a requirement that Parliament resume. Again, earlier today I gave credit to the current Prime Minister for stepping back from an all-powerful PMO that controls everything. But we need to do more, and we need to lock it in for future governments. And one way to do that is to ensure that there be a mandatory calling of Parliament within a set period after an election. With my remaining time, I want to make a plea that in this era when the government claims it cares about climate change, it think about the carbon footprint of this place. Let's work Monday to Friday and a half-day Saturday, do it in a concentrated way for 3 to 4 weeks, then be in our ridings for 3 to 4 weeks. This would cut the cost to the taxpayers of flying us home every weekend. It would significantly reduce our greenhouse gas footprint. It would make our lives, I believe, although working 6 days a week might sound rigorous, since we work 7 days a week, most of us anyway, it would actually provide a day of rest on Sunday. With my remaining voice, Mr. Speaker, I urge that this opportunity be one achieved by consensus and not by majority rule. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. I just want to remind the honourable members that debate is taking place. Just to, if there is a major discussion that they have to take, they don't mind taking it to the lobby. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what it is that the Leader of the Green Party is saying, And maybe just to provide a comment with a question at the end, we have today a Prime Minister that has made a commitment, and there is a desire on this government to, in fact, modernize Parliament. There's a couple of initiatives that are very important that we have suggested as a part of that modernization. But I want to pick up on the point that the leader of the Green Party indirectly is talking about. And that is, here we have standing orders, I would ultimately argue, somewhat dated. The member makes reference, or the leader makes reference, to the importance of looking at what our other parliaments are doing, in particular England, Mr. Speaker, Westminster. And I'm wondering if she could just provide some further comment in regards to, yes, modernization is important, but while we do that modernization, why not look at different ways in which we can, in fact, make this House function more efficiently, in the sense where we have more members possibly debating things, where we can have a better way of voting as a possibility. Can she maybe just share with the House a few of her thoughts on some specific changes that she would like to see that she hasn't already commented on?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. One thing I think we need to examine is the meaning of the word modernize, and what kind of mandate is there for modernization. I noted in the paper that I presented in response to the government's suggestions on standing orders that when we look at the Vox Populi poll that the government just did through the month of December, 70% of respondents, and there were many respondents, said they would rather see more parties working together cooperatively than one large party making all the decisions, even if it took more time. So I don't think there's a mandate for fast decision-making, and I think sometimes the word modernization is used as a proxy for fast decision-making. I think we need to uncouple some and unpack what's happening in this place over time, where political parties use Parliament as a proxy war for when they're going to go out on the hustings later. Anything we can do to break that down would help. Now, it's true in the UK Parliament, some of it is so antiquated you can hardly believe it. When they vote, for instance, they're not in their seats because they have no seats. I asked my colleague Carolyn Lucas, leader of the Green Party in the UK, how they vote. In the UK Parliament, they don't have lobbies. One corridor is the yeas, the other corridor is the nays. Members have 8-minute bells, and they literally race. And if you get there and you flag them, the table officers there are using now iPads and mark you down. If they've seen your face, they know you voted nay if you're in that corridor. They know you voted yay if you're in that corridor. It's hardly modernized. It's just weirder than us. But they're used to it. I think it's important for us to stand at our place, but maybe we could modernize by standing and simultaneously pushing a button for yay or nay or abstain, because I think it's important for us to be able to register with our constituents when we think a bill being brought forward is so ludicrous that you can't bring yourself to vote yay or nay. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her experience in this area. And it seems that the Liberal government is pretending that the issue is nobody wants to modernize or people are resistant to modernizing. Now, I stood here when we had the debate on standing orders and heard all kinds of ideas, good ideas, about how we might change things. So would the member agree that the real issue is that the government wants to make a unilateral decision on their own without the unanimous consent of the parties, and that's why we're having the discussion today?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable friend. Certainly it is the case that the conflict that's erupted in this place in the weeks before our Easter break were entirely about the decision-making process. We should have any changes to how we operate in this place, a change that reflects at least large degrees of consensus. Perhaps not unanimity, but at least large degrees of consensus, because it's fundamental that we all agree on the best and fairest ways for us to do our work, because our work is to represent our constituents and do it well.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. Honorable député de Vimy.
The honourable member for Vimy.
Of the Armenian genocide in Canada, Knar Bohjalian Yemenitian passed away this January in Montreal at age 107, just shy of her 108th birthday. Knar was a living example of resilience and strength, whose life story serves as a reminder to stand vigilant against violence and injustice. I had the privilege of meeting her at the 100th commemoration of the Armenian genocide in Ottawa, and last week had the honor of reading the Prime Minister's letter at the 102nd commemoration in Laval. Son histoire.
Her story and the destiny of thousands of others like her who weren't as lucky remind us constantly that we legislators and world leaders have a great deal to do. We will not stop our efforts as long as we have ridden the world of injustice, intolerance, and violence. Rest in peace, Knar.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to fulfill a wager that I made with my colleague from Bow River. Our local hockey teams, the Whitecourt Wolverines and the Brooks Bandits, were facing each other in the Alberta Junior Hockey League's finals. My hometown of Whitecourt, the Wolverines, they were the Northern champions, and the Brooks Bandits, they were the Southern champions. They met in a spirited and well-played best-of-7 series, but ultimately the Brooks Bandits swept to victory. I want to congratulate the Brooks Bandits on their win over the Whitecourt Wolverines, and I wish them the best as they represent Albertans in the Western Canadian Cup. On behalf of Peace River Westlock, I'd like to thank the players, the coaches, the thousands of fans who participated, both teams, communities, and so they are supported by simply the best fans anywhere. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member from Bow River that he can look forward to toasting his team's victory with some of Slave Lake's Dog Island Brewers' finest craft beer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to talk about the importance of family today. Our family are the people that surround us every day. They teach us our values and beliefs. They provide a sense of support and love. They celebrate and grieve with us. They nourish and cherish us. They grow and strengthen us. We form strong relationships with our family. We work together, live together, and play together. We share meals and prayers with one another, and we recognize and accept diversity. We set down roots, and they anchor us to what's important. Our family is all around us because our family is our community. I'm truly blessed to have such a great family, and I'm thankful for the sense of community that was instilled in me. Mr. Speaker, I also rise today to honor the memory and dedicate this statement to my grandmother, Jean Brennan, or Grammy Jean, who passed away several weeks ago and raised 14 children and helped save the lives of 36 grandchildren and 17 great-grandchildren. First and foremost, a guiding light to her family and many in her community, she received an honorary doctorate of laws from Mount Allison University in 1994, the International Year of the Family. And she was a shining example of a strong family and a strong community and how they go hand in hand. We miss you, Grammy Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with great honour and pride that I underscore April 30th to commemorate the welcome to Vietnamese refugees in Canada. This is a historic day. For the first time, the flag of freedom was raised before Parliament.
After the war. Today we remember their journey and difficulties that they endured to come to live in this country.
My family fled Vietnam and lived in a refugee camp in Indonesia for 18 months before arriving in Quebec. Over the past 30 years, my parents made many sacrifices so that my brothers, sisters, and I can flourish in freedom and liberty. This wasn't done without difficulty, but Quebecers and Canadians accepted my parents, my community. I'm proud of these values of liberty and solidarity that are pillars of our society. I will continue to protect human rights.
And the next will continue to welcome refugees, to accept them and support them. Thank you. We are
for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, it's frequently stated that 80% of all televisions that are turned on in PEI at 6 p.m. on a weeknight are tuned into Compass, the supper-time newscast. Friday was the end of an era for that program. For the last 31 years, the weatherman on the show has been Kevin Boomer Gallant, a former harness racing track announcer in his trademark Red Sox ball hat, colorful Hawaiian shirt, and shorts. And for the last 13 years, the news anchor has been Bruce Rainey, who has an encyclopedic knowledge of sports and a lightning-quick wit. Together, they are magic. Close friends on and off the set, their on-air banter has entertained and endeared Islanders to these wonderful personalities. Bruce recently announced that he was leaving the show to lead up the Nova Scotia Sports Hall of Fame.
Boomer almost immediately announced his retirement, effective the same day. The reason? You can't have Abbott without Costello. Bruce and Boomer, thanks for the memories, guys. You'll be missed.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to recognize my riding's post-secondary education institution, Medicine Hat College. This degree-granting college is led by Dr. Denise Henning, Canada's only Indigenous post-secondary president and CEO. Our college is known for its philosophy of support and personalized service. Staff pride themselves on providing excellent service and experiences to students. But Medicine Hat College also has a strong commitment to sustainable energy, supporting this emerging industry in southeastern Alberta. The college's initial project is the design, construction, and deployment of a functioning microgrid on campus in Medicine Hat, working in partnership with community and industry. The Community Renewable Energy Microgrid Demonstration Project will enable learning opportunities relevant to many students and provide a test and demonstration environment for entrepreneurs and their emerging technologies. I am pleased to support the many endeavors of my Medicine Hat College, and Sue and I are honored to host the college president and board of directors and Parliament Hill this week. Thank you.
Honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, May 2nd, the Sunshine Foundation of Canada will take 79 children living with severe physical disabilities or life-threatening illnesses on a magical journey to Walt Disney World in just one day, thanks to the 60-second Sunshine Dream Lift. Established in London, Ontario, Sunshine is a national charitable organization that positively impacts the lives of children across Canada living with severe physical disabilities by making their most cherished dreams come true. I wish to personally thank DreamLift volunteers from McMaster Children's Hospital in Hamilton, CNIB, Kids Ability, and Brantford firefighters for their commitment to making this year's dream a reality. Next year, the Sunshine Foundation will be celebrating 30 years of making dreams come true and will be taking off from London to commemorate this milestone. Thank you for donations made by businesses, individuals, and community groups across Canada that help share their message of possibility and hope. I want to wish the children who will have a takeoff tomorrow morning a safe journey.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great regret that I rise today to mark the passing of Colonel Arthur Harkey Smith, an honoured veteran and a Canadian military legend. Born to a military family, Colonel Smith followed in his father's footsteps by serving in the Canadian Armed Forces, both in the Navy and in my father's artillery units, until he found his calling as an administrative officer. This passion led him to reach the pinnacle of his branch by becoming the Commandant of the Canadian Forces School of Administration and Logistics. After his military retirement, Harkey continued to work as a civil servant in D&D, accumulating over 60 years of service to the people of Canada within the Defence Department, like hundreds of others. I remember Harkey as a friend and mentor who took pride in taking others under his wing. I extend my deepest sympathies to his wife, Mary Lee, and son, Christopher, as well as the Canadian Armed Forces Logistics, Artillery, and Naval branches. UB.
Honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today to speak about the Honour House Society and its founder, Honorary Lieutenant Colonel of the 15th Field Regiment, Alan D. Genova. Honour House provides accommodations for our brave men and women who serve our community and our country. It's a refuge, a home away from home for our warriors and their family while they're receiving treatment for injury and illness. Alan started the Honour House after watching a documentary that told the unsettling story of Captain Trevor Green of the Seaforth Highlanders, who was viciously attacked and severely injured while serving in Afghanistan. The first Honour House opened in New Westminster in 2011, and since that time has served over 5,000 room nights. The Honour House Society works tirelessly to ensure our warriors can focus on becoming healthy without the added financial stress. Honour House will soon open Honour House Ranch in Kamloops, BC, and Honour House right here in Ottawa. To Alan and the Honour House Society, thank you for all you do for helping to heal. It's individuals like yourself and organizations like Honour House Society that make our country such a great one to live in. Thank you.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Vietnamese conflict was at its core a struggle for democracy.
Today, there are a significant number of Vietnamese Canadians who have chosen to make this great country of ours their new home. And now Canada is home to a vibrant community of close to 300,000 Vietnamese Canadians, many of which reside in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. The Vietnamese Canadian community has made a substantial contribution to our culture, religious, political, and business life, and I am tremendously proud to know many as friends, colleagues, and supporters. And today, for the very first time, the Vietnamese Heritage and Freedom flag has been raised alongside the Canadian flag on Parliament Hill, and I am delighted to wish the Vietnamese community great success for all of those who mark this special occasion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, on April 29th, workers from across the country marked the National Day of Mourning, which remembers workers who have lost their lives or suffered injury or illness on the job. This day is always a reminder why more can and must be done by governments to protect workers by not only enacting but effectively enforcing laws that prevent workplace injury, illness, or death. This year is especially significant, being the 25th anniversary of the West Ray mine disaster that left 26 miners dead after an underground explosion in Plymouth, Nova Scotia, May 9, 1992. This tragedy led Parliament to enact the West Ray provision in the Criminal Code in 2003. Honoring this anniversary, our government is committing to doing more to ensuring the West Ray provision is being applied effectively to hold people to account who are criminally negligent in workplace death and serious injury. This year, we not only remember those who have lost their lives or been injured at work, but we reaffirm our government's commitment to ensuring healthy and safe workplaces for all Canadian workers.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, on April 24th, family and friends of Calgary chef Jonathan Sobel came together at a gala dinner to honor Jonathan, who was tragically killed in a car crash last year. Over $100,000 was raised towards the Chef Jonathan Sobel Memorial Award and will be given each year to support students at the same institute where Jonathan earned his journeyman certification of culinary excellence and culinary red seal. In his honor, a new scholarship for students enrolled in SAIT's professional cooking and cook apprentice programs has been created. It allows those who share Jonathan's passion for mentoring and supporting children and youth through culinary education to follow in his footsteps. Jonathan was the executive chef at Starbelly Restaurant in my riding and was a passionate advocate for local farmers and producers. This award will encourage and support aspiring chefs to continue his legacy of educating communities and true farm-to-table cooking. I offer my gratitude to Jonathan's friends and family, and especially to his parents, Bob and Gina, and partner Caitlin, who through this tragedy have worked to build a legacy in honor of Jonathan. Thank you.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to our nation's son, a dedicated soldier, a proud dragoon, Sergeant Bobby Dynarowitz. On Tuesday, April 25th, Sergeant Dynarowitz was tragically killed in a training incident at CFB Wainwright in my home province of Alberta. Bobby was a natural leader. He proudly served 2 tours in Afghanistan in our fight for a better world and inspired the soldiers he led. We mourn the loss of one of our best. Bobby's tragic death is a stark reminder of the sacrifice and danger all members of our Canadian Forces face when they put on the uniform. All members of this House stand in unwavering support of those who exude the qualities of service, sacrifice, and honor, and who, in the course of their service, lay down their lives on our behalf. We will never forget you, Sergeant Dynarowitz. Rest easy. Your watch is done.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this May Day to honour the memory of the 26 miners who lost their lives on May 9, 1992 at the West Ray Mine in Pictou County, Nova Scotia. Even as we celebrate workers around the world today, we should never forget those injured or killed on the job. Approximately 1,000 workers are killed on the job every year and thousands more are injured. My home province of Saskatchewan has one of the highest rates of workplace injuries and deaths. On April 28th, the National Day of Mourning, Canadians from coast to coast to coast
remembered and paid tribute to those workers. 25 years after the Westray disaster, all governments must ensure the Westray law is enforced. Workplace deaths must be properly investigated because Canadian workers deserve protection on the job and their loved ones deserve justice. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, on April 30th, Canada's Vietnamese community marked the 3rd annual Journey to Freedom Day. Enacted under our previous Conservative government, it's a national day of commemoration of the exodus of Vietnamese refugees from their war-torn country and their acceptance into Canada after the fall of Saigon to the Communists on April 30th, 1975. Millions of refugees, known as boat people, fled their homeland to make the perilous journey to freedom. Many thousands perished at sea. However, for over 60,000 refugees, Canada proved to be safe haven. In the spirit of Canada's 150th anniversary, marking this year's Journey to Freedom Day, I'm proud to again wear the colours of freedom and to recognize the contributions of Vietnamese Canadians and of all boat people refugees and their descendants who came to Canada in search of hope, opportunity, and freedom.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, this week we're underscoring Mental Health Week in Canada. We all have friends, members of our families, or colleagues who are affected by mental health issues. Let's take advantage of this week to increase awareness of mental health and to take concrete action to end stigmatization. I therefore encourage all Canadians to participate in the online conversation with the keyword Get Loud.
Services they need when they need them. Our government will provide $5 billion over the next 10 years to provinces and territories to support mental health initiatives, with a particular focus on youth and young adults. This will help as many as 500,000 young Canadians. Budget 2016 also pledges over $200 million over the next 5 years to increase support for mental health services for First Nations and Inuit. Together, we can make sure that all Canadians have the care, the support they need to live full and healthy lives, because there is no health without mental health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's been revealed that the Minister of Defence led Canadians astray once more. Not only did he do this, but he also violated the Code of Ethics of the military. He dishonored himself, and he dishonored them. Does the Prime Minister still trust his Minister of Defence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister made a mistake. He admitted his mistake, he took responsibility for it, and he apologized. That's what Canadians expect when someone makes a mistake. We expect them to take responsibility and apologize. That's what Canadians expect from each other as well. The Minister served his country as a police officer, as a soldier, and now as a minister. And he still has my full confidence. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's come to light that the Minister of Defence has misled Canadians once again. And this time, it's a big one. He hasn't just embarrassed himself and the Prime Minister, he's violated a code of honour and ethics with the men and women in uniform that he once served with. He has dishonoured himself, and in doing that, he's dishonoured them. Does the Prime Minister still have confidence in his Minister of Defence?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister made a mistake. He acknowledged his responsibility and apologized for it. That's what Canadians expect when one makes a mistake. You own up to your mistake, you apologize for it. That's exactly what he did. This minister has served his country in many capacities, as a police officer, as a soldier, and now as a minister, and he has my full confidence.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's beyond an apology at this point, and no one has questioned the Defence Minister's bravery as a soldier. This problem happened when the Defence Minister himself intentionally misled Canadians about his own service record as a soldier. And not once, but twice. In 2015 and again 2 weeks ago. He is a senior member of this government and of cabinet. So how can the Prime Minister allow him to remain as Minister of Defence when he continually misstates the facts?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when someone makes a mistake, Canadians expect that they admit it, they apologize for it. That's exactly what the minister did in this case. This minister continues to serve his country as he has throughout his career, whether it was a police officer or as a soldier or now as Minister of National Defence with an extraordinary capacity. And Mr. Speaker, this minister continues and will continue to have my full confidence.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. The Minister of Defence said that our allies were okay with pulling our jets out of the fight against ISIS, and that wasn't true. He said our Air Force doesn't have enough planes to do their job, but the Air Force commander said that wasn't true. And he misrepresented his military service and took full credit and named himself the architect of the largest NATO operation since the Korean War. And that wasn't true. How much more does the Prime Minister need to hear before he understands why our men and women in uniform have lost confidence in the Minister?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minister made a mistake, he admitted it, and has apologized for it. That's what Canadians expect from their leaders. It's what we expect from each other. That's exactly why I continue to have confidence in this minister who has served his country in exemplary fashions as a police officer, as a soldier, and now as our Minister of National Defence.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, no one will ever take away from the Minister of Defence's actual service record, but people in the military have a name for what he did. It's called stolen valor. When someone takes credit for the brave actions of another, and what he did was wrong. And now he has lost the confidence of our men and women in uniform, and they need to have confidence in their leaders, especially when they're putting their lives on the line. So will the Prime Minister remove the Minister of Defence?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we make a mistake, Canadians expect us to apologize and to acknowledge that mistake. That's exactly what we did, and that's why the Minister of Defence continues to have my full confidence.
Député d'Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Speaker, for weeks the Prime Minister has claimed that the proposed changes to how Parliament works were just part of a discussion. Well, the Liberals have just announced that, as we predicted, they will be unilaterally forcing through changes in order to help themselves. So much for discussion. The Prime Minister will try to defend this unprecedented self-serving scheme by saying that they had no choice because it was in their electoral platform. So, on that basis, will 2015 be the last election under first past the post?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we got elected on an ambitious platform to bring real change forward to Canadians. It included respecting Parliament and improving the way our institutions function. That's exactly what we're working hard to do. And indeed, by offering to take more questions every week as Prime Minister, we're improving the accountability of this House. By ensuring that we're lessening the use of prorogation and omnibus bills, we're making sure that nobody can do what Stephen Harper tried to do to Canadians for 10 years. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we're improving this democracy and glad to accept recommendations and suggestions from all members in this House.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Was that about admitting and apologizing when you break a promise and you don't tell the truth? Anyway,
In reality, the Prime Minister can answer all the questions he wants when he wants, but what he really wants is to have an excuse to be away from the House of Commons. And he wants to change the fundamental rules of Parliament to give himself this excuse. How incredibly arrogant. What contempt. As he uses his majority to unilaterally impose changes that benefit him, will the Prime Minister finally acknowledge that he's just Stephen Harper with a smile? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing here is trying to improve the operation of this House, and I'm very pleased that all the members of this House are participating in this discussion. We know that there are different ways to approach this, different ways to better serve and represent both our constituents and all citizens across this country. And that's why we're so happy to start this discussion and to put forward concrete steps that will improve the operation of this House. Honourable Member for Outremont.
Last week, President Trump signed an executive order imposing a massive, illegal, punitive tariff on Canadian softwood lumber. This action seemed to take the government and the Prime Minister completely by surprise, but if they were properly conducting those diplomatic relations, they could have and should have seen this coming. My question for the Prime Minister is very specific. Did he personally raise this specific issue of softwood lumber when he met with Trump in Washington in February? Yes or no, did he talk about softwood?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every time I've sat down with the American president, whether it be this one or the previous one, I would bring up the issues that matter to Canadians, including softwood lumber. This is an issue that has been going on for many, many decades, and we work very, very hard to ensure that we can come to an agreement that will help both workers and Canadians right across the country and our trade relationship with the United States and the world.
Honourable Member for Outremont.
Le Premier Ministre.
The Prime Minister dragged his feet on softwood lumber, which affects 200,000 families in Canada. He doesn't have a plan to compensate for job losses. He doesn't have a plan to get Donald Trump to back down. On the contrary, he's always tried to appease him. After playing nice with the American president instead of standing up for our interests, my question for the Prime Minister is as follows. Does he think his approach is working? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect two things from their Prime Minister. They expect me to always defend the interests of Canadians, which I do, and to stand up for the industry, for workers, for the Canadian economy, and also to have a constructive relationship with our neighbours to the south. That's exactly what I'm doing. And I was able to speak directly to the President several times last week about the importance of the positive relationship between our two countries. And we also spoke about the work that we can do to improve the fate of the middle class and workers in both our countries in the years to come. The Honourable Member for Chalabour-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, since he entered politics, the Minister of Defence has been constantly misleading this House by using alternative facts. He quickly became like the fake soldiers who dress up in military uniforms and pretend to be soldiers. His latest exploit is taking credit for being the architect of Operation Medusa when in fact he only helped. For this type of offence, he would have been found guilty under Section 129 of the military's disciplinary code. When will he do the honourable thing and finally tell the truth?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to apologize for my mistake in describing my role. I retract that statement, that description, and I'm truly sorry for it. I in no way intended to diminish the great work that our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces have done, our superiors, and I'm truly sorry for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chalabour-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the minister made a very significant statement. He said that he was the architect, the creator of Operation Medusa, one of the biggest military operations since Korea. Is the Prime Minister satisfied with having a defense minister who is willing to stretch the truth, to raise his own profile? If he keeps him in cabinet, I guess we'll know the answer is yes.
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I know we here tend to make any excuses. I intend to own my mistake, apologize for it, learn from it, and continue to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the minister was caught claiming to be the architect of Operation Medusa. It wasn't a slip-up, it was intentional because he got caught repeating the story. Canadians deserve to know. Why did he concoct the story, and how are Canadians supposed to trust this minister?
The Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I'm not here standing up to make any excuses for it. I'm here to be able to acknowledge my mistake, to be able to apologize for it, to be able to learn from it, and so I can continue to serve the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has admitted to concocting stories about his service record. Now he says he's sorry, but only after he got caught. When did this minister decide it was acceptable to start making stories about his service record? Why did he think it was acceptable to take credit for the work of others? And how are the military and Canadians supposed to have confidence in anything this minister says?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to, I'm not here to also talk about my service record. I'm here to apologize for my mistake, to be able to learn from it. And as I stated also earlier, I in no way intended to diminish the great work of my former superiors and our soldiers. Be able to learn from my mistake and be able to continue to serve as I've always have done. And I will continue to do so every day as long as I'm Minister of Defence. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
In the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Minister of Defence, he uses the word honesty at least 8 times. Wow. Within the letter it reads, Canadians expect us in our work to reflect the values we all embrace, honesty. Canadians need to have faith in their government's honesty. We have committed to an honest government that is accountable to Canadians. You must uphold the highest standards of honesty. It's important that your behaviour and decisions meets Canadians' well-founded expectations. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister admit that the Minister of Defence has not lived up to the well-founded expectations of Canadians and remove him from office?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I've acknowledged my mistake. I'm not here to make any excuses for it. I'm owning it, learning from it, and be continued to be able to work, learn from those lessons, and so I can continue to work and serve the Canadian Armed Forces, the men and women who serve us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, it's not just the military who find the Defence Minister's yarn about his fictional role in Afghanistan to be an embarrassment. We all know that the Liberals like to reference social media as a way to consult with Canadians. Well, Twitter was in a flurry over the weekend with the minister's last name and the hashtag battles, mocking him relentlessly on his personal involvement from everything from the War of 1812 right up to the destruction of the Death Star. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, after hearing this kind of feedback from Canadians, would the Prime Minister not agree that the minister has lost all credibility?
Agreed. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, my focus is always going to be continue to serve the Canadian Armed Forces, the men and women who serve, and I will always do that. I acknowledge my mistake. I will be learning from it, and also, as I stated, also, I in no way intended to diminish the great work of our Canadian Armed Forces members who served during that time. Thank you.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence told quite the story. He proclaimed himself the architect of one of the most important battles of the entire war in Afghanistan. There's just one little problem for the Liberal government here. The minister never played such a role. Absolutely not. Can the Prime Minister tell us if he asked the minister for an explanation about this totally made-up story? We'd like to know if the Prime Minister spoke to him about this.
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'll also answer the opposition leader in the same manner. I'm not here to make excuses. I'm here to acknowledge my mistake, to be able to learn from it, and so that I can continue to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable député d'Outremont.
Honourable member for Outremont.
The minister is refusing to respond to a party leader. This is a breach of parliamentary protocol and tradition, Mr. Speaker. I guess it's what happens when you have no possible answer to a Minister of Defence who has told a whopper about his record, and that, Mr. Speaker, is not something you apologize for. It's something that you have to step down for.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to talk about my service record. I'm here to answer the question. I'm here to be able to own up to my mistake, own it, to learn from it, and to be able to continue to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Young member for Outremont.
Last week, the Prime Minister told a group of young Canadians that his father had used his connections to ensure possession charges against his brother would, quote, go away. Now that the Prime Minister has had a chance to ensure that the arrests and criminal records stop for all families, he refuses to do so. The Prime Minister himself has admitted to smoking pot while he was a member of Parliament. So why the double standard, Mr. Speaker? Why is there one set of rules for the Trudeau family and another for thousands of young and racialized Canadians who are still receiving criminal records for pot possession in Canada?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The current approach to cannabis is simply not working. We are moving forward to ensure that we keep the profits out of the hands of criminals and cannabis out of the hands of young people. That is why we've moved forward and introduced Bill C-45 to legalize cannabis, strictly regulate and restrict access. We've had the benefit of speaking to many people in this regard, including the task force, and we look forward to moving this piece of legislation forward. Simply decriminalizing will not achieve these objectives.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister knows that there are consequences for being dishonest and untrustworthy under the military's Code of Conduct and Ethics, and the Defence Minister understands that as a veteran. Now, the Minister's apology does not repair the damage he created. Canadians don't believe him. Our military doesn't trust him. How can the Prime Minister have any confidence in this Minister?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I'm owning up to my mistake, to be able to continue to learn from it, retract that description. I in no way intended to diminish the great work that our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces have done. Be able to learn from that mistake, and I'll be so that I can continue to serve the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, East.
Speaker, how many times has the minister said that fib over the last 2 years? Veterans are disgusted that the minister took credit for his role in the battlefield that involved hundreds of soldiers. That's valor stolen. The defence minister is now a laughingstock. His reputation is damaged beyond repair. Canadians don't believe him. The military doesn't trust him. And I can tell you that our allies aren't going to take him seriously. How can the Prime Minister still have confidence in the Defence Minister?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I'm not here to make excuses, to give reasons. I'm here to acknowledge my mistake, to be able to own it directly, to be able to learn from it, and carry on, and to continue to serve the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, so the Defence Minister's defence of this is that it was a mistake, except that doesn't hold water, and the reason why it doesn't hold water is because he repeated it more than once. Exactly. That is not a mistake, Mr. Speaker. That is a fabrication. Now he refuses to accept the accountability and the consequences of the fabrication that he told. So, Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians, how can the military, how can this Prime Minister trust this Defence Minister if he's going to mislead on something this important? What else is he going to be misleading about?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I made a mistake in describing my role. I wish to be able to retract that. I have in no way did I intend to diminish the great work of the Canadian Armed Forces during Medusa or any other operations. Owning that mistake, we'll be learning from it, and so that I can continue to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, our men and women in uniform deserve a leader who does not waver from telling the truth, whose word is his bond. They deserve a leader who can be trusted every time. Always, Mr. Speaker, and this minister has failed. So I ask this minister, does he really believe that our men and women in uniform deserve a defence minister who is willing to fabricate the truth in order to bolster his own record?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I've apologized for my mistake, and I'll be learning from this, owning the mistake, not making any excuses for it either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Most people learn that it's important to tell the truth before they turn 50, Mr. Speaker. Je suis certain que de nombreux...
I'm sure that many parents would like to be able to wipe out their children's criminal record like the Trudeau family did, but many Canadians don't have the connections or the money of the Trudeau family. The Prime Minister could have included pardons in his bill, but didn't do so. He could have decriminalized marijuana, but he refused to do so. Why a double standard? One for rich, wealthy, and well-connected families, and another for ordinary Canadians.
For public safety.
Mr. Speaker, the government has embarked on a major transformational change in the law that will do a far better job than the old law in protecting our kids and keeping the proceeds of crime out of the hands of organized crime. That is a major undertaking, Mr. Speaker. It's a process that will take time. We intend to reach that objective by the summer of next year. In the meantime, it is important for Canadians to respect the existing law, and we will examine every possible way to ensure that this transition is fair.
Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and the U.S. enjoy the closest energy relationship in the world and the largest trading partnership of any two countries. Canada's Minister of Natural Resources participated in Bloomberg's Future Energy Summit in New York recently and met with key U.S. representatives, industry and business leaders, and officials from leading American investment firms to promote Canada's energy sector. Could the Minister please update the House on the outcome of that visit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I want to thank the member from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon for his question. Our government is proud of Canada's energy industry, and we will promote its successes at every opportunity around the world. I was pleased to represent our government at the Bloomberg Future of Energy Summit in New York to reiterate the importance of energy trade, investment, and infrastructure between Canada and the United States. Our government supports greener ways to develop traditional sources of energy while at the same time increasing investments in clean technology. Our country will lead the energy conversation in the world now and in the years to come.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Manitoba has started to use a facility which is supposed to help hold Canadian seniors as an emergency measure to deal with the huge influx of illegal border crossers. The community of Gretna and the entire province is furious because the Liberal government is doing nothing to stop this problem. Given that the Manitoba government is now requesting millions of tax dollars to deal with this situation, will the Prime Minister close the loophole on the Safe Third Country Agreement, stop this problem, and ensure that asylum seekers enter Canada through legal means?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's refugee system has been lauded around the world for being one of the most compassionate and efficient. Mr. Speaker, we laud the generosity of Canadians in border communities as they assist these asylum seekers. We have an independent board, the Immigration Refugee Board, that assesses each and every case on its merits, and if those people do not have a good case, they get to be removed as per the law. We are committed to our international obligations to give each and everyone who claims asylum due process and a fair hearing.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The minister makes it sound like Canadians aren't generous if they simply stand up for their right to have our border integrity secured. Recent media reports have said that over half of the illegal border crossers have serious criminal records. This puts CBSA, RCMP, and community members in the area, their safety at risk, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is very clear. There's a way that we can stop this, and it's by closing the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement. Why has this minister failed to act?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Agreement numerous times, but I'll now quote the head of the UNHCR in Canada. I really think that the conditions which prevailed at the time of the drafting and the adoption of the Safe Third Country Agreement in 2004 are the same as they are today, and it will be difficult to change a policy
that is seen as good cooperation, good responsibility sharing between two systems that have the same values and the same procedural guarantees. As far as the asylum system is concerned in the United States, legally speaking, we have not seen a change. That is the UNHCR representative in Canada.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations' well-tarnished reputation has been sullied yet again by the election of Saudi Arabia to the UN Commission on the Status of Women. Gender segregation forces Saudi women to submit to male guardianship their entire lives. Women are banned from driving. Those who defy Saudi Arabia's second-class laws go to prison. Women can be stoned to death for adultery. Now, there have been expressions of disgust and protest around the world, but Canada's self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister has not uttered a peep. Might he be willing to explain today why?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me clarify UN procedure. The United Nations Economic and Social Council chooses the members of its Commission on the Status of Women. Canada is presently not a member of this council and could not vote in this election. Saudi Arabia's regional candidacy was uncontested. Our government's position is clear. We will never hesitate to defend human rights, very much including women's rights.
Honourable member for Thornhill. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's reluctance to demand better of the United Nations is unacceptable. Whether funding terror incitement in UNRWA schools, concealing votes for human rights abusers to the Human Rights Council, ignoring the anti-Semitic denial of Jerusalem's history by UNESCO, or now downplaying the election of Saudi Arabia to the status of women, all of this makes Canada complicit in the UN's dysfunction. Is there no end to the Prime Minister's willingness to pander to rights abusers in his indecent pursuit of a Security Council seat?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Thornhill has asked what it means for our government to be a feminist government and have a feminist foreign policy. Let me tell you what it means. I was so proud of the Prime Minister and the Minister for International Development on March 8th, International Women's Day, when we announced $650 million for women's and girls' sexual and reproductive health, including access to safe abortions. That's feminism in the world.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
How about the selling of those arms to Saudi Arabia? How's that helping women?
The Prime Minister committed personally to fixing the Phoenix Pay system fiasco. Thousands of people are still waiting, and it's his responsibility. Mothers have been waiting for maternity benefits for months. Retirees who are facing inhumane delays, and many people who are only receiving a partial salary. This is shameful. The Prime Minister said that he was going to take care of it personally. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to take action? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it is without ambiguity that the Prime Minister took action, that the Prime Minister set up a committee, a ministerial committee, in charge of solving the problem. It is clear that we are assigning the resources necessary to solving this detrimental problem. It's unacceptable to see what public servants are experiencing, and we are solving it, Mr. Speaker.
Committee? Well, the problem must be solved, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting that the longer the Phoenix fiasco drags on, the fewer answers the government can give about when it's supposed to be resolved. Maybe that's because this broken system is actually making new victims every day. If the Prime Minister can't tell us when all the current cases will be resolved, can the Prime Minister at least tell us when they'll stop creating new ones?
Honourable Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's without ambiguity that this government is committed, via the measures announced by the Prime Minister, via the creation of a ministerial working group, via the deployment of all the resources necessary required to correct this very abhorrent problem, and this problem that it remains unacceptable for our public servants. What we won't do, Mr. Speaker, what we won't do is, like the previous government, is book $70 million in savings, fire 700 people to get a phony surplus for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals announced that they will use a government order to ram through changes to the standing orders by the end of June. According to the House Leader, these standing order changes will, quote, make the House of Commons more efficient. Now, I think I'm just stating the obvious when I say that pushing the changes through the House of Commons in June won't help to make the House of Commons more efficient during the 3-month summer break. So, why not send the proposals to the committee, the Justice Affairs Committee, for the summer, let them look at these things, and return to the House in the autumn for a vote here then?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, during the election campaign, we made commitments to Canadians. We made a commitment to modernize the way this place works and to really bring it into the 21st century. The discussion paper that I released was exactly that. A desire to have a discussion, a conversation as to how we can make...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West is having trouble restraining himself. I'd ask him and others to remember that we aren't allowed to interrupt. I know he seems to be blaming his colleague next to him from Calgary, so he wouldn't want to blame somebody else for that, of course. But the Honourable Government House Leader still has the floor, and I know that he and others all want to hear her finish her answer. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in the discussion paper that was offered to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to broaden the scope of their study was exactly that, to share ideas and really bring this place into the 21st century. During the election campaign, we made commitments to Canadians. We are committed to delivering on those commitments. We will ensure that we do modernize this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government has used a level of arrogance not yet seen in Parliament. For the Government House Leader, having a discussion means imposing her will. It means crushing the opposition, and to show the Liberal power that exists and to enable the Prime Minister to show up just once a week. She's proposing unilateral changes to the rules. Is it because she no longer has the confidence in her own government that the leader wants to change rules that don't need changing without the unanimous consent of members in this chamber? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, we promised to bring change to Parliament, and our objective has always been to make Parliament more open, transparent, and effective. We took specific commitments with respect to the inappropriate use of omnibus bills and other measures to strengthen committee, to improve committees, financial oversight, and more accountability during question period. We are going to move on these promises that we made to Canadians, and I would encourage all members to be part of the conversation.
Well, the Liberals say they wanted to have a supposed discussion on the standing orders, but it turns out that was just a Trojan horse for what they really wanted, for the Prime Minister to only have to show up once a week. So now they're trying to ram through changes to the House that they could make without amending the standing orders. Even the Liberal member for Malpeque said, and I quote, that he strongly believes that you have to have at least consensus from the main parties to change the rules of the House. Won't listen to common sense on this side of the House, will he at least listen to reason from one of his own Liberal MPs?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House and to correct the record, because when it comes to the ideas that we have shared with Canadians, when it comes to a Prime Minister's question period, that day would be in addition to the other days that the Prime Minister is in the House. This would hold the government to greater account. It would allow not just leaders of the opposition, but for private members to ask the Prime Minister questions directly. We have shown that this can work. It's not just about holding this government to account, it's about holding future governments to account. Let's be more open and more transparent, just like we committed to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know how political parties are funded. The Minister of Democratic Institutions is leading our government's efforts to bring a new level of openness and transparency to political fundraising. Can the Minister of Democratic Institutions update the House on the efforts to shed light on political funding?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister. Order.
That Canadians deserve more open and transparent information about political fundraising.
we'll be bringing forward legislation to give Canadians information about fundraisers involving cabinet ministers, party leaders, and leadership intestines. Canadians will know about the events in advance, where they are being held, the cost to attend, and they will know who attended them. Mr. Speaker, I note that the Liberal Party of Canada chose on its own to bring in open, transparent fundraising rules. I encourage all parties to be open and transparent when it comes to political fundraising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, last week was a dark week for the over 1 million Canadians that are supported by Canada's forestry industry. The minister said that the U.S. trade action didn't come as a surprise and job losses are to be expected. Stories of work curtailment and mill closures are being heard right across our country. One small mill owner in my riding today is writing a check in the millions. He's not sure how much longer he can keep the doors open. The minister didn't have answers last week, so I'm asking the Prime Minister, will he stand today and tell the hardworking forestry families what his plan is now that they're facing uncertain times?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, our government disagrees strongly with the punitive measures that were taken by the American government last week, and we understand that our first responsibility is to protect the workers and the producers and the communities that will be affected. And we are having conversations with our provincial counterparts from every region of this country to make sure that all governments work together to ensure that those who need protection will get it from us and our provincial counterparts.
Honorable Deputy
The honourable member for Outremont.
Is today in this House breaching parliamentary tradition by refusing to answer questions. Stephen Harper took all questions every day during the Senate scandal. The Prime Minister wants to change the fundamental rules of Parliament in order to help himself. And why all of this? Well, because he says he values question period and accountability. That's why he wants to scrap it. If that's true, why doesn't he stand and start asking Canadians to listen to answers to some of our questions for once, instead of his usual platitudes or non-answered?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, we committed to...
Order. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor. One at a time.
The outgoing leader.
Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, we committed to bringing real change to the way this government will do government. This government committed to Canadians to listen and to engage to them and the very real challenges that they are facing. We will continue to do that. What is clear is that this place needs modernization. We can improve the way we work together in the House of Commons. We know that's exactly what Canadians expect. I encourage all members to be part of that conversation and to really bring this place into the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Who was that?
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada committed to developing a Canadian poverty reduction strategy. Since February, a consultation process has been in place to discuss, in person and online, issues relating to poverty. My colleagues from Laval and I will be holding a public consultation in order to listen to our fellow citizens. Can the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development inform colleagues of the House of the deadline regarding these consultations? The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin for his leadership in his community and for the work he does on the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development. National consultations will lead to the first poverty reduction strategy in our country. It will be more fair, more inclusive, and I encourage all members to hold consultations by June 30th to give all Canadians an opportunity to flourish. The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government of the United States has just announced a new 20% customs tariff on imports of Canadian softwood lumber. However, the Prime Minister promised on March 10th that a new agreement, replacing the one put in place by the Harper government, would be concluded in under 100 days. But we're over 400 days now, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals still haven't reached an agreement, and that is jeopardizing the 370,000 direct and indirect jobs in the forestry sector. Why did the government wait? Why is the government continuing to wait? Why hasn't it solved the problem? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government let the agreement expire. We are now dealing with the fifth dispute on softwood lumber. Producers have never been found guilty in the past. We are strongly opposed to the decision by the Department of Commerce to impose these tariffs. They are unfounded. We will continue to raise the issue with the United States, but I do want to underscore that we want a good agreement for Canada, not just any agreement. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Les Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have liked to have asked the Minister if he'd analyzed the sale of Can-Am to American Industrial Partners, but I know the answer. The answer is no, because the government changed the legislation. The Liberals basically were tired of being having to deal with these Quebec's industrial flagship companies that have been sold, and so they thought, well, we'll solve it this way. So we've got to these government policies, they're laissez-faire policies, and they're dangerous. How many more flagship companies are we going to lose before the minister admits that they made a serious mistake by... The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable colleague for his question. We are aware of the situation with Can-Am, and we are currently monitoring it. What I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that we are creating a positive climate for investment, for growth in the economy in Quebec and across the country, precisely to create good jobs, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to do so to help the Canadian economy. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Growth and improvement, but what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is a new softwood lumber crisis, the fifth, and it's hurting Quebec hard, our communities, our regions, our families. People in the forestry sector can't rely on the 40 Liberal members. They've just remained silent. How many sawmills are going to have to close before the government takes some action? Mr. Speaker, for the fifth time, will Ottawa abandon the forestry sector in Quebec, or will it, at least as a minimum, offer loan guarantees so that people can survive the crisis? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada disagrees with the decision by the U.S. Department of Trade to impose punitive and unfair duties on Canadian softwood lumber. Earlier this year, I created a working group, a federal provincial group, in order to support the forestry sector through these difficult times. We will continue to work with families and the provinces, workers. Canadian workers can count on us. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, well, we know that the United States has decided to slap a new 20% countervail duty on, and Quebec has offered loan guarantees, but Ottawa has once again refused to support our forestry sector. And so what that means is that they are jeopardizing the industry knowingly. Apart from developing a market in China for the West and announcing existing programs, is Ottawa considering more relevant programs like loan guarantees, as Quebec is calling for, with one unanimous voice? The Honourable Minister.
We're in close collaboration with all of our provincial counterparts, including from the Government of Quebec, and we understand together that our first responsibility is to do what we can for the producers, for the workers, and for the communities who are affected by these punitive and, we think, unconscionable tariffs. We will continue to work cooperatively because together we believe that we will come up with a solution that's in the best interests of workers, communities, and producers.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Phil Hogan, Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Parliament. Tabling of documents. Encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies, and I ask members who are listening, and I'm sure almost everybody is, except for those who engage in important conversations, to join me by saying shh. I thank all members for their cooperation. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 38 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Orders 108 and 114, it's my duty to present in both official languages the 29th report of the Standing Committee on House Affairs concerning lists of committees. With the House's consent, I intend to propose the adoption of the report later today.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Safeguarding Canada's National Security While Protecting Canadians' Privacy Rights, a review of the Security of Canada Information Sharing Act, otherwise known as SCISA. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 29th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, tabled earlier today, be now adopted. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Adopté.
So carried.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Député de Drummond.
Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me once again to table a 10-page petition on a very important issue. For over a year, citizens have been telling me about this GMO salmon. Canada's the only country that authorized the marketing of a GMO salmon. Normally, we don't find it in our grocery stores yet, but people want to know what they're eating. They want compulsory labeling of GMOs. And I'd like to congratulate and thank my honourable colleague for Sherbrooke for all the work he's done on this file for many months now, almost a year, to require compulsory labeling of GMOs. The petitioners represent hundreds. I think we even have 2,000 or 3,000 people who've signed these petitions. I keep tabling them. They are demanding the compulsory labeling. That's what the people of Drummondville want.
Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm standing up to table an e-petition, and actually I want to compliment my colleague who actually put the e-petition process in place through a private members bill. This particular group believe that health care now should include home care, and they feel that as our needs change over the years, we need to reflect in terms of what we do and how we do it, and I'm pleased to present it on their behalf.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored today to present a petition for the first time, a group called, it's sponsored by World Animal Protection. The petitioners are asking for the Minister dealing with international development and others to consider that in the event of natural disasters, that the rescue of animals is, as the petitioners put it, essential for the recovery in the wake of a disaster. Animals for livestock, other lives of Canadians in events like the Fort McMurray fire. People rescued pets. Looking at international disasters and recognizing that animal protection is part of that disaster response is what petitioners ask this government to take into consideration. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians on an issue that we had wished by now was solved, to remove flavors and other ways of targeting youth in the tobacco industry. These petitioners, primarily from the Thunder Bay area, are asking the government to remove all flavoring from all tobacco products.
Presentation de pétitions, presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 896, question 897, question 899, question 902, question 907, question 910, and question 913. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response is to question 898, question 900, question 901, question 903 to question 906, question 908, question 909, question 911, question 912, and question 914 to question 918 could be made for orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
It's the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
It agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Resuming debate on the question of privilege regarding access by parliamentarians to Parliament Hill.
Ms. Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it truly is an honor to stand up on this very important debate that we're having, and it's a debate about privilege. But I do also want to note, and I think as people that are listening or are in this House, the reason that this debate is having to continue so long is a bit of a concern, and it's certainly one that really was of the government's own making that has created this issue. I think we have all spent the last 2 weeks back in our riding And we got to hear what was important to the people that we represent. And Mr. Speaker, what I did hear when I was back in the riding was, they were very concerned about the lack of judges and some of the decisions that are coming down. Jordan's, for one, where people are getting off because of the lack of judges. I heard people, especially in the riding of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, talk about softwood lumber, and they're very concerned in terms of the lack of a softwood lumber agreement. They're concerned and they have questions about the proposed marijuana legislation, which was tabled right before we rose. They know that a budget bill's been tabled, and there was lawyers and some of the professionals who said, this bill has some really important impacts in terms of my business, and I think, these things need to be heard. There was concern about NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and what was going to happen. I had a number of cases of people that came in, and they're now waiting 6 to 8 months to get their old age security. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, things like privilege debate and what was happening in Proc Committee didn't come up once. So I think, that is of note, that the people out there in the ridings are not liking. They know that things are sort of muddied right now and that we're not talking about the important things we should be talking about, but they really, really don't understand why. So I think maybe I should take a little bit of time and talk about what's happening, why it's happening, and, unfortunately, why we continue to debate something when really it's time that we should be moving on. And if the government had any respect for Parliament, they would be doing what they've said they would do and make Parliament work for all. So what are we talking about today? We're talking about fundamental privilege of a member of Parliament. The riding I represent, there's 118,618 individuals, and one of the most, of course, important responsibilities I have is to vote on their behalf. And so, it's interesting. There was a few years ago, they sort of looked at the voting record of different members of Parliament, and I was absolutely pleased to see that I was one of 5 that had 100% voting record, which meant throughout the year I did not ever miss a vote. And Mr. Speaker, it wasn't always easy not to miss a vote. I remember there was a while we were going till midnight every night. At 10 o'clock I thought it was safe to go home, and at 11 o'clock the bells rang. And Mr. Speaker, in order to exercise my privilege of voting, I had to quickly get ready to come into the House and ran from my apartment. And so it was sort of took extraordinary effort, but it was important effort, and it was effort to be here to vote on behalf of the citizens of my riding.
Well done.
So we've talked about the importance of voting, and not all votes, of course, are created equal. Obviously, some votes around the members shall now be heard versus voting on a bill about assisted dying or medically assistance in dying perhaps have different levels of importance, but I think there's a general concept that to be able to get there unimpeded, to exercise their right to vote is important. So the privilege motion is 2 months ago, 2 members of Parliament were denied their right to vote by being denied access to the parliamentary precinct. And that means the constituents of Milton and Verbose were prevented from having their votes cast. And this is a very serious violation. So if we talk about having to run up to the House and then being stopped for 9 minutes, as I understand it, thereby missing your 30-minute bells, is something that I think all parties have now agreed was wrong. It shouldn't happen. And we need to spend some time saying, why did it happen? So that we have systems and structures that are in place that won't impede our members of Parliament in the future from exercising that right to vote. Because certainly you never should be held up for 9 minutes or longer as you are coming to the House for voting. So they were prevented. The Speaker, yourself, in your wisdom, agreed that there was an unacceptable delay on the buses due to motorcade, security, and a media bus, and that the delay experienced by these members and the subsequent missing of the vote was a violation of their privileges. As a motion was then moved to refer this issue of privilege to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and this is really a normal process. However, Mr. Speaker, this is where things get a little muddied, and there's a whole lot of reasons that it gets muddied, and again, I'm going to show clearly it's through the government's sort of arrogance, or, you know, perhaps there's so many new members that they're just inexperienced. There's so many members that they don't really understand what privilege is, how important it is, because what did they do? The Liberals move a motion to proceed to orders of the day, which means it shuts down a debate on the motion of privilege without even a vote. So that's absolutely extraordinary. Why did they do this? Well, they had some stuff going on in the committee that they thought was more important, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So they said, let's skip this. Let's not even vote on it. Let's not take this issue seriously. And again, I will call attention to your ruling, Mr. Speaker, where you call these actions unprecedented. And I think those in the opposition, thank you for protecting the rights of all parliamentarians on this particular issue. For the government not to allow debate before a vote is appalling, and it took away our rights as member of parliaments. And we have to be very clear about that. It was a very bad decision on the part of the government. So from that, we then have the member from Battle River Crowfoot, and he's raising a question of privilege on the fact that the original question of privilege was not voted on. So, Mr. Speaker, here we have privilege of something that shouldn't have happened. Meanwhile, the people in my riding are saying, you should be debating that Budget Implementation Act. You should be debating what you're going to do about softwood lumber. You should be doing this. And we have a government that was not willing to do the few things that they should have done so that we could actually proceed in a timely way on the things that matter to Canadians. And for that, they actually should be ashamed of themselves. So we then have
Standing up for our rights, aren't we?
this member, his motion calls for the matter to be studied at the Procedure of House Affairs, and it should take priority over all other matters of the committee. Basic common sense. It should have been voted on, it should have been sent to the committee, and we would be in this House right now talking about it. But the government is still not giving any signals that it's willing to do what it should do to respect Parliament. So why are they doing this? Because it's a little bit of a confusion. Why would they take something that we all agree was wrong, that we need to look at what happened in terms of a violation of privilege, and fix those issues so that it doesn't happen again? It's pretty straightforward. It goes to committee. It takes priority at committee because it's a matter of privilege. They look at the situation. It probably wouldn't take all that long to sort of figure out and make suggestions in order to make sure this doesn't happen again. But they didn't want to send it to that committee, and so people might ask, why would they not want to send it to committee? Well, that's because they had already created a mess in the Procedure and House Committee, the PROC Committee as it's known, where they had tabled a so-called paper where they want to modernize the way Parliament works. So I think it's important, again, for everyone to remember, Parliament can always look at some internal reviews, look at how we do things, how we should do things differently. And I think that is not a bad discussion to have. But what they did was the precedent since Confederation, with very, very rare exceptions, has been to have consensus. This is the House of the people. This is not the audience for the government. This is the opposition for the government. It is the House of the people, and it is the place, when you're talking about the rules of this House, it is not just the government that should get to decide how they're changed. It should be and has been throughout Canada's history done by consensus and moving forward. So So they had created a mess in this committee, and let's talk, I mean, they weren't all bad suggestions, but I want to talk their discussion papers. Basically, again, I think really creating an audience as opposed to an opposition. It was really about creating convenience for themselves that they wanted to make these rule changes. It truly, the majority of the things in the discussion paper were not about making things better. So they had a number of themes, and we'll call it management of the House. And their management of the House, they don't want to work Fridays. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, in the riding when I represent, they say, well, how often are you in Ottawa? And I say, I'm in Ottawa 26 weeks a year. So 26 weeks a year is really half the year. It's not, you have a lot of time in 26 weeks to do other things in your constituents. So yes, we need to have a balance between what you do in Parliament, what you do in your constituency, but right now I would suggest that when you are half-time in Ottawa, plus you get to go home weekends if you choose, and half-time at home, you have created what is a reasonable balance. So when people hear, well, they don't want to work Fridays and they're only there 26 weeks a year, what's that all about? We're spending, if you're from the West Coast, it costs a lot of money for me to fly here for the week. And they say, well, she should only work a 4-day week rather than a 5-day week when they've spent thousands of dollars to fly me to this place to work. And they suggest, well, you know what, we don't like Friday. So that was sort of one. You know, so that was electronic voting. I mean, I think you could have a debate. Perhaps Proc should have a debate about electronic voting. But we might lose something if we don't stand up and be counted. So, you know, yes, you can say electronic voting would be more efficient, but is efficiency everything? Is that all that matters? Because we are here for thoughtful deliberation, voting, and Madam Speaker, I can tell you, yes, it takes a long time sometimes when we have 7 votes in a row or 10 votes in a row, but when you have to stand up, when you have to be counted, when people can watch that, when they have a vote that matters to them and they watch it on TV, they can see how their member of Parliament has voted. They can see it quickly, they can see it easily, and I think very carefully, I mean, we all think very carefully every time we stand up and exercise our privilege of voting. So we would lose something. I think you could talk about, is it more important to be efficient and push a button, or is it more important for us to stand and take a little bit of time, but to show Canadians and be very transparent in terms of what we do and how we do it? So that was another thing that they had suggested. The House calendar, they sort of looked at House calendar and what they should do. I think the bigger thing is the Friday issue. Routine proceedings. They wanted to actually take away, throughout this paper, they wanted to do many, many things. They have a majority government that can ultimately get anything done that they want to get done, but they wanted to take away the few tools that an opposition has to sometimes say, you know what, we're not sure you're on the right track. We're going to make this a little bit more difficult for you, but you can do it. Obviously, when you have a majority government, you'll ultimately get what you want done. But there's some ways that the opposition can show the government that perhaps they're not totally pleased with the direction that the government's taking. They wanted to take that away. Again, they want an audience. They don't want an opposition. So, you know, private members' business, there's lots of things. Management of debate, that's another one. They wanted to, lots of times you see in this House, Madam Speaker, if we agree on a piece of legislation or we know that it's something that probably will ultimately go through, you will see very limited debate. When you have something that's important as perhaps, again, the marijuana legislation, the assisted dying legislation, you have many people that want to speak to it, and it is important that they are given the opportunity to speak to it. So this idea that you want to program manage, put all the bills on some kind of sort of even playing field and manage so that, again, it makes it easy for the government. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, when we were in government, the important pieces of legislation, we had a majority, we managed to get the important pieces of legislation through without taking away the tools of the opposition to show displeasure. So I could keep on going. Oh, this is the one that the questions and question period. The Prime Minister, so we talked 26 weeks. We're here 26 weeks of the year. Currently, what they're suggesting is the Prime Minister show up for one day for an hour. So what, and it's not even an hour, it's actually 45 minutes. So what they think is a great way to modernize Parliament. Imagine this, modernize Parliament by saying to the Prime Minister, 26 weeks of the year, one day of the 26 weeks, you go into the House for 45 minutes for the opposition to hold you to account. That's what they're suggesting is a good step forward. It's moving forward in efficiency. It's modernizing Parliament. And, Madam Speaker, they could do it right now, as they've shown. They don't have to change the rules of the House for the Prime Minister to take every question. And indeed, today we had the opposition leader for the NDP who stood up and asked a lot of questions. And for the first time ever, this Prime Minister showed the disrespect of not answering another leader in this House. So why does he only want to come for 45 minutes, 26 days of the year? Maybe he doesn't like it in here. Maybe he finds that it's tough to answer questions when your budget is not balanced the way you said it was going to be. Maybe it's tough to sort of explain why your defense minister has stolen the valor of our military. Maybe it's hard to explain why you didn't follow through in your electoral reform promise. But, Madam Speaker, that is his job, and it's his job, those 26 weeks, those 5 days a week when we're standing, whenever possible, the Prime Minister should be in this House to answer questions from our leadership. So you can see how the committee was very concerned that there was going to be a decision to ram through this discussion paper, contrary to the workings of the House and Confederation, contrary to the consensus that you should build for these sorts of changes, and truly the majority of them were only in the interests of the government creating an audience rather than an opposition. So where are we at now? You know, we had seen this playbook before from this government with the Motion 6 last year, and that's where the government tried to change the standing orders unilaterally. And of course, we all know, again, what happened then and how this very, very bad motion had to be retracted down. Their instincts keep coming through on these issues in terms of trying to, again, blurring government versus Parliament. And, you know, Madam Speaker, sometimes I think there is great value to have the perspective of being on different sides of the House, and perhaps some of the problems, because I know some of the members that have been around for a long time are expressing concerns with what the government's doing. The newer members perhaps aren't aware about how serious it is. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's time that they reflect in terms of what they're doing, how they're doing it. We need to get this motion to have the motion of privilege to be dealt with so that people are not impeded in their ability to vote. And we need to really seriously, this government really needs to seriously think about how they're trying to manhandle and be abusive to Parliament and to the system. And I hope they do some soulful thinking over the next few days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the member concluding her remarks by making reference to the privilege itself. And the privilege itself is something in which, as I've indicated earlier, we're actually supporting in favor. We have consistently said that this issue needs to be dealt with PROC. Now, maybe members have chosen to speak at great length on this.
I'm no dummy when it comes to tactics of opposition parties. I understand what it is the opposition is trying to achieve here. Having said that, let's go back to the Friday. The member made reference to the Friday, the sitting. I could leave on Friday morning and be in Winnipeg from Ottawa for 9:30 and have a good, solid day's work in Winnipeg with my constituents, as opposed to working a half day on Friday when less than 50% of members of Parliament are here. They're already gone, Madam Speaker. Now, instead of having those hours on the Friday, we could have them as a half day on a Friday. We could have actually had them working, maybe let's say 9 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday or a Thursday. Most Canadians will start work at 9 o'clock in the morning. I see a lot of games being played here, Madam Speaker. That is my opinion. The member just shared her opinion. My question to the member is, why does she feel that there was no need to have a discussion at the Proc Committee on that particular issue?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and I just want to remind members it's on the privilege motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to go back to the privilege motion, if you'll recall, this government, who says they support that this was a serious issue, actually tried to completely ignore this issue and move to orders of the day and to end this issue. So to suggest now all of a sudden they're recognizing how important the privileges of members are when they did everything they could possible to sort of delay, defer, and to move away from it. So, and the whole purpose of them not wanting to deal with the privilege motion was in terms of ramming through things like Prime Minister's sitting days, creating the opposition into their audience. And so, again, they have a majority, but what they did was they forgot to respect Parliament.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her great speech on this topic. The privilege that we have to sit in these seats is a privilege that is afforded us because we were elected by the people of our ridings. So these seats belong to the people of Canada, to the people of our particular ridings. I was just wondering if the honourable member could just speak a little bit to that point, that these are not seats owned by the government. I know even back home in my own riding, people are like, oh, you're with the government, and I always have to correct them. So I was wondering if she could just maybe outline the differences between government and opposition and the House of Commons or Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good question.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
And I would also like to thank my colleague for, I think, a very important question. And some of our smaller ridings you're representing in Prince Edward Island, perhaps 30,000 people. I come here, I'm voting for 118,000 people. There can be a piece of legislation where I have actually gone out sometimes with private members' bill, and I've polled people in my riding to say, okay, we are having to do, looking at transgenders' rights being added to the criminal code as an example. And I use that polling of my riding in terms of choosing how I'm going to exercise my vote. And I bet there's a lot of people in this House that do that. They've been very thoughtful about the legislation that they're going to be voting on, that they're going to be standing up to vote on. And so to be impeded, people in my ridings, they were sometimes watching votes. And if I couldn't get here because of a motorcade and buses and delaying me, and that would be not protecting my rights, and that in turn, the 118,000 people who I've talked to try and come up with what is the appropriate decision, how I'm going to exercise my franchise on their behalf.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, he would have a guest come to the House of Commons. And on one of those occasions, there was a privilege that was broken. We had a member that stood in his place and said that, look, I had difficulty, and it was because of the Prime Minister Stephen Harper's invitation of someone to be able to present. We were very grateful that the individual did come and make presentation. a world figure, I would ultimately argue, which is always nice to be able to have come to this place to speak. But the issue of the privilege was raised. This has nothing to do with trying to take shots at prime ministers, or it shouldn't have things to do with taking shots at the prime minister. I'm glad that Stephen Harper invited special guests to come to the chamber. But having said that, there was a debate, a very limited debate that actually occurred in regards to the privilege. People remained focused on the privilege itself, and then it passed to Proc. I sat on Proc, we dealt with it, and then we provided some thoughts. I'm wondering if the member can just talk in terms of the actual process and why she believes that we continue to have this ongoing debate on the process of just privilege to the chamber, unfettered access.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I think the first part of his question I agree with. We do have guests that we need to welcome. We need to make sure our processes and procedures do not impact the members and their ability to access this chamber. What he's failing to admit, nor perhaps doesn't recognize, but he's too experienced not to, is we have two things that are intersecting here. The reason the government didn't want this to be dealt with in an efficient manner is they were busy at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee trying to ram through some changes that would make their life easier, so that they didn't want to take the time from that particular task to do what needed to do with the privilege debate. And he knows very well that that was part of the reason that we're still here today, when more effectively, more efficiently, this would have been sent to the committee a long time ago. And I do actually want to add again, the government needs to remember, what do Canadians care about? They can care about that budget. They care about the free trade agreement. They care about what's going to happen with marijuana legislation. And if they weren't so busy playing games with how this House works, instead of going by consensus, then we'd be dealing with the things that Canadians care about.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too want to thank my colleague for her very impassioned speech. This is a very important issue, and I would, certainly standing orders and procedure in the House of Commons is not something I hear very often when I'm home in my riding. But we were home for 2 weeks over the Easter break, and this was an issue that came up on a regular basis. And this is something that Canadians have started to care about. And I don't think they necessarily understand what was going on initially, but I think what it comes down to for Canadians is what's fair and what's not fair. And what they see right now, certainly in my constituency, is a Liberal government being heavy-handed, trying to push things through, and playing an unfair game. And I would like to ask my colleague just what she's hearing from her constituents in British Columbia, because I'm certainly hearing it from my constituents in rural Alberta, that they are very disappointed with the government that seems to be trying to ram through changes without going through a fair process, which would and historically mean consensus among all the parties. She can speak about what she's hearing in her riding.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
And again, thank you for that very important question. It's interesting how things have sort of transpired today, where the government has now suggested that they're going to back away from some of the changes, but they're going to move forward with a few. Well, one of the changes that I heard about back in the riding was, the Prime Minister only needs to show up one day a week for 45 minutes? 26 weeks a year? That's crazy. I hear that. So they are still going to move through with changes that I think most Canadians, and it sounds like they're planning to take it out of the committee and move it into the House. We actually haven't seen the motion, but these are changes that Canadians don't understand. When they elect a government, they expect the government to be accountable during the time that we're sitting in session.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my privilege to stand up today to speak to the privilege motion today. I'd like to just start out by recognizing that yesterday was the recognition of the Journey to Freedom Day, and hence I'm wearing the scarf. It's a recognition of all the boat people that came about 30 years ago now. And I do have a bit of a personal connection to that, in that I In my previous job, I worked at a Chrysler dealer in Barhead, Alberta, and I worked with Lek and Some Kamfu as a husband and wife team, and they were the detailers at the car or at our dealership, and they were some of the boat people. They came there, and they worked there for well over 30 years, and Lek still works there, although his wife is now retired. And so I'd like to just give a little shout out to Lek and Some, as well as one of my mentors, Chon was his name, and he was another one of the boat people. He was one of our top mechanics at the Chrysler dealer, and he was also one of the boat people. So I'd like to give a shout out to Chon as well today. So thanks to them for all the input that they've had in my life. Today we are discussing or debating the privilege motion. For those people back home that aren't familiar with what privilege motion would be, is that it has to do with the great privilege that we have to be here in the House of Commons. Each one of our seats is representative of the population in our ridings, and so we are given the privilege to be in this place. But there's a number of privileges that come along with being in here, and there's several ways that privilege is granted or taken away. Being able to speak is a privilege, being able to vote is a privilege, being able to be heard is a privilege, and being able to hear is also a privilege. And so if any one of those things are being coerced or limited, you are able to rise to a point of privilege and say, Madam Speaker, this point of my privilege was broken. And so a while back, 2 members were prevented from participating in a vote due to a motorcade that was out front, and so they missed the vote. And now, missing a vote around here is a big deal. We have, really, that is our number one role in the House of Commons, is to vote. And so missing that vote was very important. Now, the members from Milton and Beauce were the members that missed that vote, and so they raised that point of privilege. And from there, it was that we had a privilege motion, and then the government moved to go to orders of the day, which essentially just killed that privilege motion, and it didn't go through the normal channels, I understand. So it's been frustrating for me to see this government in action, specifically when it comes to changing the rules of this place and also respecting privilege. It has been a huge honor and a huge privilege for myself to be an elected official. It's something that I've often dreamt about, although if you had asked me just a number of years ago if I'd have been a member of Parliament, I probably would have laughed at you and said, no, there's no way automotive mechanic from Bard becomes a member of Parliament. But here I am. And we're celebrating 150 years of Canadian history. I like to think that Canada is one of the greatest countries in the entire world. And to that point, I think that this place has made Canada one of the greatest countries in the world. And so when I think about the fact that we're celebrating 150 years of Canada, I think about all the tradition that has brought us to this time. I think about this place and all the debates and things that have happened in this place, and the procedures and orders that have come into force in order to make Canada the great place that it is. I think it's arrogant of us at this time to think that we have to change how this place operates for the better. We do live in one of the best countries in the world, and there's got to be a reason for that. And I would say that our system of government, our system of parliament, is that reason. And so, in the spirit of 150 years of Canada, I think that it's this privilege debate, along with some of the other changes that are happening around this place, needs to be taken into account, that we have had 150 years of history that have brought us to today. So I came here respecting the traditions of this place, anticipating that we would live up to those traditions, and anticipating that this place doesn't belong to me or to anybody. The seat doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the people of Canada, and therefore we need to respect the rules the traditions that have been handed down to us, and not make significant changes to those things. And I wasn't here in the previous Parliament, but I do understand that there was some novel things that took place in the previous Parliament, things that hadn't taken place before. But we never changed, rules were never changed in order to accommodate the government wanting to get something done, wanting to get something approved. Now, it seems to me that the privileges that we take here, or that we hold here, are very important, and I think that we need to ensure that they remain going forward. Now, what I do call into question some of the Liberals have brought forward this discussion paper, I guess you could say, and that's probably been the cause of a lot of the consternation that we've been having lately. That has a number of changes that they want to make to the way that this place operates. Now, my main argument would be that if you're going to change how this place operates, you will have a change on the face of Canada. You'll have a change on the trajectory of Canada, and I'm worried about that. But I'm also worried about perhaps some of the motivation for why we're trying to change, why the Liberals are trying to change the standing orders in this place. And so I'm going to read from one of the news articles that come out, I think it was just yesterday, May the 1st, this morning. And a quote from the government House Leader. It says that Canada elected us to deliver an ambitious agenda, so it is with regret but with full transparency that I want to inform you that, under the circumstances, the government will need to use time allocation more often in order to implement the real change that we promised. That, to me, seems to outline probably all of the consternation that we've been having lately, all of these things, because I remember I wasn't part of this place, I wasn't elected, but I do remember that the outrage and the screaming of foul every time that the Stephen Harper government moved time allocation. It was, especially from people from that side, from the current government, people from that party would make a lot of noise about moving time allocation. And in the campaign, I remember repeatedly having to defend the fact that we'd moved time allocation, although I wasn't fully aware of what that meant. I said we had an agenda we needed to implement, and time allocation was one of the tools that we had at our disposal in order to use to do that. And whether you agreed with using that or not agreed with using it, it was part of the rules. It wasn't, we didn't change the rules to do that. We used the tools that were available to us in order to get our agenda through. And so there was an accusation that I had to face all the time was, well, you used time allocation 100 times in the last Parliament. And so I think that if you look at that, if you look at all of the discussions that we're having over the last few days, a few weeks, in fact, from that lens, from the accusation that you used time allocation over 100 times in the last Parliament, and look at what the current government, I believe that they've used time allocation 22 times already, and we're only a year and a bit in. If they continue on this track record, they will have had to use time allocation nearly 100 times as well if you transpose that over the next 3 years. And so it seems to me that one of the big motivations for these changes to the standing orders is to get out of the time allocation. So that they can say at the next election, see, we never used time allocation nearly as much as those Conservatives did when they were in power. Well, that will be true if they get their way on the changes that they want to go forward here. That will be true because they won't need to, because the standing orders have changed. They will have changed the rules in order to get their agenda through. Madam Speaker, this reminds me of something else that I've read. A game that is played. I don't know if you've read Calvin and Hobbes or not, but in the Calvin and Hobbes comics, there's a game that's called Calvin Ball. I love Calvin and Hobbes. It's great. And so, yeah.
You kind of remind me.
Oh man, I'm getting a little bit of flack here from my own colleagues, but anyways.
I would just ask members to to refrain. It's not question and comment period yet, so I would hope that you'll give the respect to the colleague that's actually speaking right now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just thought for a slight moment of brevity within this room today, I thought I would read the rules for Calvin Ball. As I've discovered them on the internet, someone has taken the time to put the rules for Calvin Ball entirely together, and I thought that given that of the current situation that we're dealing with, where the government seems to be making up the rules as they go so that it favors them, I would read the rules of Calvin Ball so that we could see some of the similarities. So the game Calvin Ball was invented by Calvin and Hobbes, and the rules include that all players are to wear a Calvin Ball mask. This regulation is not to be questioned. All following rules may be changed, amended, or deleted by any player involved at any point in the game. Any player may declare a new rule whenever he or she wants. This can be done audibly or silently, depending on the zone in which the player is in. Calvin Ball may be used in any way the player sees fit, whether to cause injury to other players or to gain benefits for himself. Any penalty legislation may come in the form of pain, embarrassment, or degradation of the rulee wishes to execute on other players. The Calvin Ball field consists of areas or zones which are governed by set rules that the player decides. For example, a culinary zone would enable a player to make a culinary sub-rule to any rule that is already made, or a pernicious poem place could place a player to declare the reverse playability on others. Remember that the player would have to declare this zone oppositely and by not declaring it. Players may name flags, assigning their powers and the rules governing the use of the respective flags. Songs are an integral part of Calvin Ball, and the verses must be sung spontaneously throughout the game, and then in randomly assigned events will occur. The score may be kept or disregarded, or in the event that the score is kept, it shall make no bearing on the game or shall have any logical consistency to it. Legal scores include Q to 12, BW-109, YU-34, and nosebleed to pelvic fracture. Any rule above that is carried out during the course of the game may never be used again in the event that it causes some of the same result as previous game. Calvin Ball games may never be played in the same way twice. A Calvin Ball may be a football, a volleyball, or any other reasonable ball. Number 12. Oh, I forgot to mention that these are all numbered rules, by the way. But number 12, the Calvin Ball field should be well-sized, preferably with trees, rocks, grass, creeks, and other natural obstacles. Number 13, other optional equipment includes flags, wickets, and especially time fracture variety, and anything else that the players wish to include. So there, Madam Speaker, those are the rules to Calvin Ball, and I think that you might have witnessed during me reading those that you could see some of the government's antics in terms of the Calvin Ball games, is that if you change the rules as you go along, you are guaranteed to win. That is the outcome of Calvin Ball. And so I thought, as soon as we started discussing this about 3 weeks ago or so, I thought, you know what, that sounds like something I've heard of before, Calvin Ball. And so I went through, and I did actually print off all the scenarios through in which the Calvin Ball comes up in the Calvin Ball, or in the Calvin and Hobbes comics, for which I think that everybody should read Calvin and Hobbes because there's a great life lessons within all of the Calvin and Hobbes. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but I think the names of Calvin and Hobbes are based off of two philosophers, John Calvin and Thomas Hobbes, and their characters are actually reversed in the book. So that was my initial reaction to it, and that I hope that you were able to see with me the correlation between the Liberals changing the rules to meet their own ends. One of the main arguments for the Liberals wanting to change the rules of this place is they say we want to modernize this place, and that to me flies in the very face of everything that I thought about before I came here. I thought that this was a place steeped in tradition. This is a place that it held the line fast, and that there was a whole bunch of things that we we didn't change, that if everything else changed in the world, the Canadian Parliament would still be the same. It would still have the same basic rules that caused it to function. And so as we move from the trajectory of tradition and of looking back at the history and of making this place operate on a set of principles, and we move towards a more Calvin Ball scenario, we will lose the very things that make us Canadian. We'll lose the very thing that makes this place productive, and we'll lose the very thing that makes sure that we create robust laws for this country. And one of the other things I wanted to mention, Madam Speaker, is the difference between government and Parliament. And this is something that I deal with a lot in my own riding. Picking some up here. The idea, we're good now? We're good. The idea that, I get this a lot, is that I'm the federal representative for about a sixth of the province of Alberta, and most people go, well, you're the government, you should fix this problem, or you're the government, why does things have to be like this? And I always have to outline that. I said, no, I'm your representative at the federal stage, but I'm not a member of the government. I'm a member of the official opposition, and so I'm not a member of the governing party. But they'll often respond, but you're a member of Parliament. I say, yes, that's exactly what I am. I am a member of Parliament along with 338 other people, but only the Prime Minister and his cabinet make up the government, and the rest of us are here to hold them to account and to question what they are doing and these kinds of things, and so or what they're not doing. And so that's a clarification that I would like to make, is that we are all members of Parliament in this place, but we are not all of the government, and that these seats, I'm going to make this point once again, that these seats belong to the people of our ridings, not to the government. So I'm going to make that point. One of the other reasons that the Liberals have brought forward their discussion bill that they talked about is the omnibus bills. They want to get rid of the omnibus bills, and I think in the news article that I read this morning, it said that they wanted to make so that the Speaker could make rulings on whether omnibus bills would be voted on all at once or if they were going to be broken up into different pieces. That, Madam Speaker, seems to me like deferring of responsibility. If the government wants to put something in an omnibus bill, it's their prerogative to do that. If they don't want to put things in an omnibus bill, that's also their prerogative to do it. But to put things in an omnibus bill and then allow the Speaker to break it up, that would mean that you would just put everything in an omnibus bill and then just hope for the best, and maybe the Speaker would miss something or break it up into chunks that you would like, so to speak. So that I don't really see the value in that at all. If you want to use omnibus bills, go ahead and use omnibus bills and allow the people of Canada to make the judgments on that. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Friday sitting. Now, to some degree, I really feel that I get used a lot on this Friday sitting because they say, oh, we want to make it more family friendly. And I am one of the members. I have 3 young children. My daughter is 4, my son's 2, and I have a 3-month-old daughter as well. And I take them along with me. When I come to Ottawa, I take them with me all the way from northern Alberta. It's about a 10-hour trip one way. And so to say that getting rid of the Friday sitting would make my life easier is actually a misnomer, because having an entire week off works really well for me, but having just an extra day on the weekend doesn't make my life any more easier. In fact, I'll probably see my wife and kids less often than I do currently, because what I end up doing is that only on weeks that we're not here do I go home for the entire week. If it's just 2 weeks in a row, I will stay here over the weekend. And so if you then add another day for that, there would be less incentive for me to stay home or stay here in Ottawa. I'd go home for the weekend, and therefore I wouldn't see my family nearly as often. And so, Madam Speaker, the Friday sitting to make it more family friendly, to me, doesn't work at all. So thank you for the time. Madam.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Northwest Territory. For Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and
I will say that it was insightful, I guess, to learn the rules of Calvin and Hobbes. I don't know in his busy schedule where he gets time to keep up on the comics like that, but Calvin and Hobbes, I won't run out and pick up a copy, but I was reminded when he was talking about Calvin and Hobbes about a real friend of mine by the name of Graham Tapper, and he lost one of his eyes in an industrial accident, and when he would hear somebody talk about something really off topic or something, he'd say, "Give it up, you're bringing a tear to my glass eye." And that's exactly what I thought of when I was listening to rhetoric on Calvin and Hobbes. But for him to talk about Fridays and not going back to his riding, I guess that's a choice of his own. I have a very rural riding. I enjoy getting back on Fridays to spend time with my constituents. I never heard anyone bring up it family friendly or whatever in any discussion that I had at the doors, but they'd like me to show up in my riding to meet with the constituents. They don't like to have to travel to Ottawa or only see their member once a month when they got their week back in constituency. So I'd wonder, could he please comment on if he feels he's doing a better job by spending time here in Ottawa serving his constituents, or does he think his constituents would like to see him on the odd Friday instead of waiting probably for a separate week in a month? Thank you.
Kelly. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the point about Calvin and Hobbes, I've been reading Calvin and Hobbes my entire life. I have not, since I got elected, probably spent any time reading it, but that's another point. To the point about the family-friendly, my riding is the size, is 1/6 of the province of Alberta. When I am at home in my riding, I'm not even at my own home. I'm typically 500 to 600 kilometers away. One extra day doesn't give me the time to spend really any time in my riding. I need a week in order to be in my riding. And so if we were going to chop Fridays off and add an extra week somewhere in the calendar year, we're here for 26 weeks out of the year. That's half the year. I spend the rest of the time on the road in my riding, and so I know for a fact that the term family friendly, we got to use we got to take the Friday away to make it more family friendly, has often been used to describe why we need to get rid of the Friday, and I feel that that's been targeted towards a guy like me who has a young family. I spend a significant amount of time organizing my schedule so that I do spend time with my family. Having the Fridays off will probably be more detrimental to spending time with my family rather than if we are here for entire weeks and then have entire weeks off to be back home and riding. That's much more useful use of my time. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Calgary Shepherd for his insightful remarks and his comments. And I think he hit the nail on the head when he read the quote from the House Leader. And she admittedly, unfortunately, still intends to continue to use time allocation. And as a regular course of action or operation in this place. And time allocation is a very technical term. He talked about having some confusion of understanding what that is, and it took a while. But essentially, it means limiting debate. And I'm wondering if he could talk a little bit more, putting it in plain language, so Canadians that are watching this can understand what it is the government is proposing to do with limiting debate or invoking the use of time allocation.
Before I go to the response, I just want to remind members that the question is on the thing that we're speaking on today is on the motion of privilege. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do know that my Calgary Shepherd, member from Calgary Shepherd, does make great speeches from time to time. I'm from Peace River Westlock, Madam Speaker. In terms of time allocation, so what it appears to be is that the government wants to move to more of a I think they call it programmed, where there would be so many hours of debate given to each bill, rather than just having us stand up and debate each bill for as long as people want to stand up and debate a bill. Now, what happens is on more contentious bills, there's more people that want to speak on them, and the government then has the ability to say, okay, we've heard what we feel to be all the sides of the argument. We're therefore now going to say we're only going to accept this many more hours of debate, and then we're going to have a vote on it. And that's an acceptable use of the rules in this place. What they want to move to is something where, as they introduce the bills, it would just be, this is how many hours are going to be for debate. And they won't have to move the time allocation. They won't have to say, all right, we've heard enough. After this point, we're not going to have any more debate. They won't have to do that. And then therefore they can go back in the next election and say, see, we never used time allocation nearly as often as those Conservatives did when they were in power. But the truth of the matter will be is that they didn't have to because they programmed it beforehand, so they never had to move that particular motion. So it's completely disingenuous, and I think it's part of the bait and switch agenda that this current government has. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments again, I just want to remind members that the motion is a privilege motion on people's ability, MPs' ability to be here, to be able to access to the Hill, and so that they can come and do their duties, including voting. The honourable member for questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me be completely relevant to your point that you just finished expressing. And that is, I wonder if the member could share with the House if he believes that at times, and this might be one of those times, we've had members stand in their place, and we're supposed to be talking about privileged access to the House of Commons. And if we were to do an assessment in terms of the many hours of debate that we've had here, it's been more of a reflection on House rules. Now, the privilege is supposed to be of a supreme nature. When someone stands up, Madam Speaker, and says, I've been denied access, we are all supposed to be taking that very, very seriously. And that's what the debate should be. My question to the member is, does he believe maybe there might be occasions where opposition might be maybe using a particular a rule or a privilege and not necessarily addressing the privilege, just given the tenure? And even myself, I've had to provide many comments on the rules in response to what opposition members are saying.
Our member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not entirely sure on what the question was there. The idea that we are given the privilege to represent our particular riding and the people of that place, we will be held to account by those people. And so the actions that we take in this place will be scrutinized back home, and they will be the ultimate judges of whether we've used these privileges appropriately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Resuming. Sorry. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have one question, very quick question for my colleague. He's a new member. When you were running in your nomination and your election, did you know that we worked 5 days a week and that the House of Commons was actually in Ottawa?
I just want to remind the member he's to address the questions to the chair. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, that definitely came up during my my election, was the hours worked and the wages that we were paid. It was interesting to discover that some of the members that were, or some of the candidates that were running against me from other parties were not aware of such things. And so, yeah, I did my research before I came here. I understood the workload, and I understood what it was going to take to be a member of Parliament. And so, to the member's point, to change the rules of this place, or to change how this place functions, to make our lives easier for ourselves, seems disingenuous. When I knew getting into this, when I signed up to be the candidate for this area, for Peace River Westlock, or the Promised Land, as I like to call it, when I signed up to be the member for that area, I knew the workload that was going into that. I knew the stresses that it was going to place on my family, and I accounted for all of that when I planned my life and how we're going to live. Thank you.
Resuming debate, la prise de débat, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the issue we're debating today is an important one. As you have indicated, the move by the government to shut down the previous debate on a question of privilege and move to orders of the day without a vote was unprecedented. And Madam Speaker, I just want to let you know I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Victoria. Madam Speaker, when I refer to privilege, I'm referring to our ability to represent our constituents here in the House of Commons. That is why this issue is so important. We are sent here by the voters in our constituency to represent them. It is our job to be their voice in this chamber. The Liberals decided to take an unprecedented action to end debate without a vote to simply move to orders of the day when the House of Commons had before it a question of privilege, which is the most fundamental issue according to the existing rules. Access to the Hill is a very important issue. And, Madam Speaker, you have made your ruling, but the problem is the government unilaterally decided, as has been the case or the style for several months now, to put an end to this debate, which sends the message that the member's privilege is not as important as the bill that they want to move on to. Madam Speaker, that's a problem, and that is why this debate is so critical. The Speaker has ruled that there has been a prima facie breach of privilege, which has become another question of privilege because the government wants to end the debate despite the Speaker's ruling. This behavior is becoming unfortunately typical of this government, who is saying one thing and then doing another. In 2011, the Liberals ran on a commitment to make Parliament work better, to make this place more inclusive. And now that they are government, they seem to have forgotten that promise and are quickly catching up to the previous government's record on the number of time allocation motions they have introduced. Madam Speaker, I participated in the meetings at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, otherwise known as PROC, where we are discussing the government's efforts to change the rules in which the House is governed, which in fact will limit opposition MPs' ability to do their jobs, which is to speak on behalf of the people who elected us. The government would be wise to listen to opposition MPs when discussing ways to modernize Parliament. This is the House of Commons, not the House of the Liberals. Madam Speaker, we are prepared to work with the government, but not until we have their word that they will not proceed unilaterally, that they will not turn their backs on over 100 years of tradition that has existed in this House and that has been respected by all political parties. They don't seem to understand why we're not letting them ram through their changes. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's because we all are elected to this place. We are the voice of the people who put us here, and we all should have a voice in this chamber. We must be allowed to ask questions so that this House can produce the best possible decisions, make the best possible legislation to govern democratically for the people. And the voice of the opposition MPs and Liberal backbenchers needs to be heard. Once they understand that, Madam Speaker, then maybe we will move forward. That is why the government must commit to moving forward with consensus. As the member from Malpeque said recently, this is the House of Commons, not the House of Cabinet. In the last election, the Liberals ran on a platform of change. They promised to make Parliament work better, to do things differently. They declared that 2015 would be the last unfair election, that this year, they broke that promise and betrayed every Canadian who voted to see change in our electoral system. Madam Speaker, they obtained 100% of the power with just 39% of the vote, and they seem happy to continue to operate in that manner. Madam Speaker, they ran on a platform to stop the abusive use of omnibus bills, but now we have a over 300-page omnibus bill that covers everything from increasing user fees on camping to changing the role of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Madam Speaker, the Liberals promised to restore habitat protections in the Fisheries Act, which were gutted by the Conservatives in 2012. Madam Speaker, we're halfway through 2017, and we are still waiting. It's not acceptable for the Liberals to allow major projects in my province of British Columbia, like the Site C Dam project, the Pacific Northwest LNG, and the Kinder Morgan pipeline project to move forward when they promised proper environmental review process, including adequate fish habitat protections, is still not in place. They promised to implement the recommendations of the Cohen Commission. Instead, they continue to drag their feet. They know the Fraser River sockeye salmon are integral to the economic, ecological, and cultural health of the province of British Columbia. They know full well that we cannot afford to further delay implementing these needed recommendations. Funding for First Nations education was a big election promise for the Liberals, but now they cut their funding commitment and are still fighting fair treatment for First Nation children in court. Madam Speaker, they promised action on climate change, then adopted Stephen Harper's completely inadequate emissions reductions targets, and have absolutely no plan to meet their Paris Agreement commitments. Like I said earlier, they say one thing and then they do another. But what they don't seem to understand is that Canadians are getting frustrated. They are getting tired of being told one thing and then seeing the government break their promises. My constituents bring up these issues with me all the time, including in the past 2 weeks when I was at home in the constituency meeting with constituents. They feel like the Liberals just aren't listening. And this recent action proves them right. Here we are with this question of privilege taking up a lot of time in the House of Commons. But we can't move on from this and let the government do whatever it wants. As others have pointed out, the problem is that precedent will be set. If the government wants to move on to do something else, like orders of the day, then we need to assure members of this House and Canadians that they will not impose rules unilaterally. They need to agree that all members of this House have a voice and that all are entitled to represent their constituents to the best of their ability, that they will seek consensus, and that's it. Only then can we move on. This is extremely frustrating because it prevents us from moving forward. But, Madam Speaker, let's be clear. The blame lies specifically with the government and not the opposition. They created this situation. They moved to shut down debate on the question of privilege. It's unprecedented, and they know it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I'd like to thank the member for his passionate speech. He mentioned about changing the way things are done and keeping with tradition and operating a government with a majority government with 39.5% of the people elected him. But isn't that part of the tradition that's been done in this House since its inception, I guess, is that the party who do garner the most seats are the majority government? Would he not agree that that is the choice of the people at the ballot box in every election that's been held prior to this one, that whoever gets the most seats form the majority government? Whether it was 180 or 172, 184, that is the government that's in power. We've had governments that were elected as the government in a minority process. But again, so he keeps talking about going back to election promises getting broken with regards to the preferential ballot or that being used in the future for the government. But yet when we try to deliver on something that we promised in it, they're against it because it doesn't suit them. So would you like to comment and tell us, is it just because he opposes what doesn't help them or hurt them and want to leave it at that?
The honourable member for Port Cook, Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. And I just want to correct him that he mentioned 39.5% of the people. And I think he knows full well that's not the case. It's 39.5% of the electorate, or those that voted. So it's actually an even smaller number of people. I have no issues with the fact that, yes, the current government was elected under the current rules and represents a majority government. I have no qualms with that. What I do have issue with is that they are ruling that way without taking into consideration the opposition. That's the issue at stake here. When we're at, whether it's at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee or whether it's in this place, the issue here is one of working together on the rules. Whether it's a question of privilege or a question of operating within the House, we seek consensus. That has been the tradition. No matter whether you have a majority or a minority, you seek consensus within this House to move forward. That is why you see the opposition parties, and I would dare say if the Liberals do not seek involvement and input from the opposition, they may find themselves back on this side, and they will regret having made those changes to this place and operate under these rules when they get back here.
There's only 5 minutes for questions and comments. Maybe the member could continue his response under another question and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. The honourable member for Drummond. Yes, so, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech and his great vision of what a member's privilege really is. Because a member's privilege is really a duty to represent the constituents and to work hard to defend their interests. I know that my honourable colleague does work hard in this regard, because I went to replace him at the Procedure Committee, and he was working in the middle of the night to defend the interests of our citizens. And so he's doing excellent work. And he also mentioned that it's extremely important that when you change the balance of power, you don't want to do that just in the favor of the Liberals. You want it to be in favor of all parties in the House. So I just wanted to see if my colleague can comment more on that.
Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's question. And yes, I take very seriously the privilege that we have. We represent those constituents from our ridings. We have a duty to represent those constituents in the House. And that's why I felt so passionate to attend the Procedure and House Affairs Committee meetings when I heard that the government was going to move forward with this so-called discussion paper to make these changes. And one I mentioned earlier in a question, to time allocation, to simply limit debate. And that, for me, Madam Speaker, is limiting the voice of my constituents. And that I will fight tooth and nail to represent every time I can in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today on this important question of privilege. On March the 22nd, two of my colleagues, the member for Milton and the member for Beauce, were blocked from accessing the House of Commons, allegedly by the Prime Minister's motorcade. As a result, they were unable to fulfill their principal role as parliamentarians, namely to represent their constituents in a vote in this place. When the member from Milton raised this question of privilege in the House, the government made the decision to end debate and proceed immediately to orders of the day. The Speaker, as you know, ruled this decision to be, and I quote, unprecedented. Let me say this again, Madam Speaker. The Speaker of the House ruled that no other government, Liberal or otherwise, had gone so far as to end debate in this fashion on a reasonable question of privilege. The government's action on the 22nd of March appear to speak volumes about their level of disrespect for members of Parliament and the work we all do in this place. I say appear to because one wants to get this to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for the thorough review that it merits in light of this, and I quote the Speaker again, unprecedented action. Canadians need to know just what happened, how it happened, and how it can never happen again, because this goes to the heart of what we're doing in this place, representing our constituents as best we can. And if we can't get here, allegedly because the Prime Minister's motorcade blocks us from doing that work, well, I think every Canadian who may be watching this debate will understand why this is so vital. Parliamentary privileges allow an MP to fulfill their most important role, representing their constituents by voting on business in this place. By shutting down debate the way that they did, this government acted in blatant disregard for the way some members were treated, that they were prevented from doing the very thing that each of us in this place is elected to do. Madam Speaker, the government's power to move to silence the members from Milton and Beauce demonstrates that, to this government, apparently, an MP's privileges and ability to do their job is less important than government business. I was struck by the House Leader, the government House Leader's use of the word efficiency and words like modernization in describing what they're trying to do, euphemistically, in this fashion, to change the very rules under which we operate in this place. The underlying factor is the precedent these government actions set, whether they are refusing to allow a debate on question of privilege or unilaterally pushing through changes to the standing order, thereby changing the very process for establishing these rules. You've heard a number of times, Madam Speaker, already how outrageous it is that the long-standing convention and tradition of securing party approval from opposition members of recognized parties before proceeding to overhaul the overhaul the standing rules is so unusual, to use a neutral word. Many of us have spoken about how the government had the opportunity to do what Prime Minister Chrétien did when he was Prime Minister, and that is allow a committee chaired by yourself or someone like you and representatives of the recognized parties to roll up their sleeves and modernize, to use the House Leader's favorite word, the way in which we do business in this place. I was so hopeful that that would have been what happened. But today I had the opportunity to ask the government House Leader a very specific question, which she answered, I think. I said, are you going to proceed with ramming this through in a motion later this year, the cherry-picked parts of your so-called discussion paper, over the opposition of all opposition members? And I believe she said yes. I may be wrong. That's certainly how I heard her answer. In other words, breaking the tradition that goes back to 1867. Here we are celebrating 150 years of Confederation, and the government purports to make sweeping changes to the way democracy works. Why? Well, because they ran on it, Madam Speaker. As if that somehow gives them the right, in a fused parliamentary system like ours, to do that. I was taken by the eloquence of the speech this morning from my friend, the member for Burnaby South, who reminded this House about how Charles I lost his head, literally, when the executive tried to make such changes to the parliamentary process. They seem to forget that although they had all of 39.5% of the Canadian voters support them, they do not have powers that are dictatorial in nature. We have traditions to preserve in this place, and I know I speak for opposition members on this side of the House, both Conservative and NDP. We will not allow those traditions to be broken so easily. It's really quite shocking. They said, oh no, we're not going to let the opposition block us from doing what we ran on. We know how sacred the Liberal promises are. I must have heard the Prime Minister come to my riding, I don't know how many times, and said, you know what, this is going to be the last election fought on the basis of first past the post. I've lost count of how many times that promise was made. But that was a different kind of promise, I guess. Then they said, oh, you know, in the election, it's right on the Liberal platform page, it says, you know, we're going to restore home mail delivery. Oops, I guess that was another promise of a different kind than this promise that has to be kept. But, Madam Speaker, the point is this is not just another promise of that sort. If you want to spend money differently in a budget, absolute right of the government to bring that budget bill and use its majority to change things. The point that Canadians need to understand is that you don't change the rules of this place because the government claims they ran on it. That is not sufficient. This is not the same thing, changing the rules of the House of Commons. They are but one party, literally, in this place. And that seems to have escaped them. I'm just asking, Madam Speaker, if Canadians could understand how outrageous it would be if the government decided to say in a campaign, we're going to change the way our courts work. After all, that's another part of our democracy. That's another part of the institutions that make Canada what it is. People would say, of course they can't do that, because that's another institution that they haven't got the unilateral right to change. Similarly, they do not have the unilateral right to make sweeping changes as they purport to do here. And so we, on the opposition, will, I'm sure, continue to remind Canadians of just what they're purporting to do. They talked about their so-called modernization and what they initially termed a discussion paper. Kind of soft and cuddly. We're going to discuss this with Canadians. Let's have a little chat about how we change the rules. Well, that changed pretty quickly over the weekend when late last night I got a call from the government House leader saying, oh, boy, by the way, you know that discussion we were going to have? Well, actually, what we're going to do is ram through changes to the rules. Oh, we're going to choose a few, you know, that are maybe easier to ram through than others, but we're just going to go ahead, bring a motion in, ram it through, use our majority, have a good day. It's not going to work, Madam Speaker. It's not going to work for Canadians as they begin to understand the enormous arrogance that that statement reflects. So we, as a matter of fact, one of the things they would do is take away the tool of filibustering, a tool which admittedly should be used very rarely and is used very rarely, but an essential tool nonetheless for parliamentarians in this place. They think that can be done and should be done. They're also apparently, Madam Speaker, going to use closure. I didn't say time allocation, because I believe under the rules you can confirm this, that when you change bills, that can be done through time allocation, but when you wish to limit debate on motions, on privilege matters, then that would be done by closure. So I presume that when they face this opposition united against them, they will choose to use closure to ram through their changes. So much for warm and friendly, accountable, transparent government. So we will look forward to that with interest when they choose to do that. This overwhelmingly top-down, Prime Minister-controlled government. And to add irony to irony, they say one of the things they want to do is change omnibus bills. Now, let me stop here and say that we're about to begin, sometime this week, an omnibus bill that the government is introducing, a budget bill. Why is it an omnibus bill? Oh, they're going to change it, they say, into these modernization processes. Well, it's an omnibus bill for a couple of reasons. The Judges Act is being amended, the veterans legislation is being changed, and by the way, the artificial intelligence bill, which they introduced, and the veterans bill are both now part of this, omnibus bill. Isn't that by definition what you do when you add a bunch of things together? It's an omnibus bill, something they quite properly complained about under Mr. Harper. Madam Speaker, it's time for Canadians to recognize what's going on. This opposition is united in fighting against these changes. Thank you.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's a type of issue in which at times we're going to have to agree to disagree
I believe that the motivation of this government in trying to advance modernizing Parliament is ultimately for the good. At the end of the day, I have been in opposition for over 20 years. I understand the discussion paper and what was being talked about. I'm disappointed that the combined opposition has decided to make it as political as it has in regards to this issue, Madam Speaker. And I don't say that lightly, because when I sat on PROC, I dealt with the Elections Act, as the member would be very familiar with, and the process that led to the changing of electoral laws, Madam Speaker, and maybe draw the comparisons between what was done then in terms of bringing forward legislation and the type of work and working with others in trying to look at modernizing the Parliament. What is becoming clear is that the opposition do not combine collectively, and they are united on this issue, do not want to see that modernization to take place. And my question to the member is, does he not believe that there are, in fact, rules that would, in fact, make this a better place? And if he does, can he please tell this House what they are?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank my honourable colleague across the way for his question, and to suggest somehow that we are the ones making political this debate is really quite disturbing. It's the government's choice to bring in these unilateral changes and to force them through this place. We are simply responding to that reality. Do I think the rules of this place need to be modernized? Yes. Did I propose a way to the government to do that along with my Conservative colleagues? Yes, and that was the way that former Liberal governments under Mr. Chrétien did it. And secondly, Madam Speaker, if you examine the so-called reforms, I'd love to speak about omnibus and prorogation, because they don't do anything but normalize those processes. They don't make it better. They just make it, to use the words of the government House Leader, more efficient.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Saint.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was elected for the first time in the last election, and the issue that we're discussing here today is an important one to me, because I think it's important to be able to fulfill the duties, perform the duties that I must. And I thank the member for Victoria, because thanks to him, I have a better understanding of how this institution works. I have a question for him. Now, oftentimes, when people ask me questions or when I hear comments, people send in comments from my riding, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, I say, I'm not in Parliament to represent only the people who voted for me. I am here to represent everyone in the riding. So my question for the member is, when the government says that it's been elected to do what people voted them in to do, well, does that mean that the government's in place for 39% of the population? Doesn't the government work for all Canadians? Isn't that the way it's supposed to be?
First of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague and friend from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for her excellent question, and for her. I had the pleasure of working with her closely on the medical aid in dying bill, and I know her to be a thoughtful colleague and very sincere in her questions in this place. We are here to represent all of those people who voted for us, irrespective of that voting record. We're here to represent everyone in our riding, and I believe every member of this House understands and does just that. But the changes that are being made by one party, albeit the government, just the rules under which we all work for Canadians, needs to be understood by all of those voters as being unprecedented. Oh yes, there's been the odd time when changes have been made, election of the speakers, without this support. But sweeping changes of this kind, I think her constituents and mine understand it to be what it is, a power grab by the Liberals.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du...
Order, please. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are the Honourable Member for Beauport, Ethics,
Riverbend Employment, and the Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm considered a privilege to be standing in the House today to speak about the question of privilege that's been going on in this House for quite some time. Madam Speaker, my comments will be somewhat technical later on, but at the first, I'll reflect on my 11 plus years here in this chamber as a member of Parliament and some of the things that I've witnessed, some of the things that I've observed, and some of these things are my thoughts and expressions that I have on behalf of my constituents. First, let me just say that we're very privileged to live in this country where we have inherited the Westminster parliamentary system from the United Kingdom, Great Britain. The history is rich and it is deep. And the traditions that we have today have stood the test of time. It is no wonder that Canada is one of the most respected countries in the world. I know of nobody who legitimately flees Canada for persecution or for other types of problems, political strife. People are free to come and go as they choose. If they choose to leave Canada, it's on their own accord, not because Canada has become intolerable towards them. That is, of course, Madam Speaker, if we follow the rule of law. People from all over the world flock to Canada. They migrate here. People have fled communist countries. They fled persecution. They fled poor economic conditions. Whatever the motivation might have been, they have come here seeking hope and opportunity for a better future. My wife is actually one of those people who have come here from another country, getting away from the persecution of the Soviet communist regime. So, why do I say this? We have a great system. We have a great parliament. We have rules of law. We have procedures, and we have privileges as members of parliament. And when we stand up and speak as members of parliament, at least myself, when I am defending my privileges, I am not defending me. It matters little that I, as an individual, occupy the office of Member of Parliament. What matters is the office of Member of Parliament is given the due respect that it represents. And in my case, what does it represent? If my privileges are in any way hampered, denied, shunned, or taken away, you're not doing that to me. You're doing it to 115,000 Albertans that I am privileged to represent. And every single member of Parliament in this House can lay the same claim, and rightfully so. So in that context, Madam Speaker, all of my comments will be made that way. I'm not talking about me. It's not about me. It's about the role that I have, the role that I've been entrusted with, and the people who have entrusted me with it. A couple of observations. In the number of years that I have been here, I have seen numerous cases where members of Parliament have got up on questions of privilege about being denied access to this place. Being denied access to the House of Commons is something that is protected. Access to the House of Commons is a right and a privilege that is protected. As members of Parliament, we have unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. This is something that we must preserve and protect, and this is actually the matter of question that's before us in the House today. I have personally been fettered or have been stopped or delayed in my access on the Hill. I've never made a complaint about it, and I've never launched a complaint about it. I have been stopped by RCMP officers who I know were diligently trying to do their job outside the Hill on days when the lawn was busy and I needed to get across the street, across Wellington Street to get to a committee meeting, and I've actually had an RCMP officer put his hands on me. I simply said, I'm a member of Parliament, I have unfettered access here, I need to get to my meeting. And the RCMP officer let me go. And that's fine. That's the way it should be. It's not about me, it's about the fact that I needed to do my job on behalf of the 115,000 people that I represent. And that was okay. I don't mind explaining myself from time to time. When I was first elected here, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, back in January 2006, I'd never been to Ottawa before. I'm a country bumpkin from Lacombe. I just fell off the turnip truck, and here I ended up in Ottawa. I came down here. One of the things they asked me for is in the package after I'd won the election, they asked for a photo of me. I couldn't imagine why they wanted a photo. I assumed it was to put it on a piece of identification, whatever the case might be. But I remember walking, my office was in the Justice Building where it stays to this day. I walked into the Justice Building and the security guards at the time, House of Commons security at the time, blue shirts, shoulder flashes, said, "Hello, Mr. Calkins." Oh, I can't say that. I apologize, Madam Speaker. They said hello, and they identified me by name. Well, how did they know that? They knew it because they made the effort to know who I was, not because I'm important, but because of the role that I play as a Member of Parliament, and the office that I hold as Member of Parliament is important, and they need to know who I am so that I can access all of the buildings and all of the venues that I need to access as part of my role as a Member of Parliament. Now, they've also gifted me with this pin, which all of us in this House wear. Members in the Senate wear the same thing. I don't know if a decision has been made so that RCMP officers doing security on the Hill understand this pin when they see it and what it might mean. I know that House of Commons security officials know what it means, and I know that Senate officials know what it means. Because when I go into a Senate door and I'm not wearing my pin, in spite of the fact that I've been here for 11 years, about half the time I get stopped. And now we have a combined service of House of Commons and Senate security, but I don't think to this day, and it might work both ways, and I'm not casting aspersions at all, but I don't think that security guards normally from the House of Commons might not know all the senators, and I don't know if security guards from the Senate side necessarily know all members of Parliament. But I would argue that they should, not because they should know who I am, but they should know who every Member of Parliament and who every senator is, so that they can not only be protected as they go about doing their duties, but they need to be ensured that they can get to where they need to go, whether it's a vote in the House, whether it's a vote in the Senate, whether it's a committee meeting or otherwise. There should be no jurisdictional squabbling or jurisdictional, what I would call arrogance, between the two chambers when it comes to allowing access for members of Parliament, of the House of Commons, or members of the Senate who have a duty to perform. And it's frustrated me from time to time. I'm hoping that something like this will get corrected over time as these two security agencies come together under one umbrella. So, Madam Speaker, these are the privileges that we have. We have that right to unfettered access. We have to get here to vote. The most important thing that I can do on behalf of my constituents. My words may sometimes not matter, but my actions do. And the action of voting is the most important action, I believe, that I have as a Member of Parliament. And to be denied the ability to get here in a timely fashion to vote is untenable. So let's go back and take a look at what the mitigating factors may have been that precluded my colleagues, who others have named in this debate, what may have precluded them from getting to the chamber on time. My understanding was, it was the Prime Minister's motorcade. So let's examine that. In the over 9, almost 10 years that I was a Member of Parliament, on the governing side of the House, while Stephen Harper, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, was the Prime Minister of Canada, I don't recall ever seeing the Prime Minister's motorcade other than once, very late at night, after one of the late night votes. I think we were probably outside after midnight. I never remember once the Prime Minister's motorcade picking up the Prime Minister at the front door. Prime Minister's motorcade under Stephen Harper was always at the back, where it would not obstruct and would be out of sight from anybody else, out of the way. This was the modest way in which Stephen Harper went about his business. This is what he did. He didn't need to make a show or production out of walking out of the front door of the center block so that everybody could see him.
Didn't need a red carpet.
Didn't need any of those things. Didn't need a red carpet, as my colleague from Foothills just pointed out. Matter of fact, I would suggest to you he didn't even want it when he needed it. But anyway, that's a different approach. I would argue the Prime Minister's motorcade does not need to be out front, where 337 other members of Parliament and ministers, after a vote, need to get on buses or scurry across the road to get to their next meeting or their next appointment. If I ask the question in the chamber today of the members who are currently present, how many of you are double booked at least once or twice a day in places that you need to be? If we were honest with each other, most of us would raise our hands. I'm supposed to be in an event right now, but I'm also on House duty and I have this speech. I'm triple booked. That's not an uncommon thing for a member of Parliament or an uncommon situation for a member of Parliament to find themselves in. So why don't we ask ourselves, why does the Prime Minister's car need to be in front? Why can't it go out the back? Just like the previous Prime Minister did. Would that have resolved the problem? I don't know. Maybe it's a logistical issue. I don't know what I don't know because there's construction going on now on either end of the building. I don't know. But there was construction then as well on the east side of the building when Prime Minister Harper was getting his car ride home. Is that one of the solutions that we have? Maybe changing the way one or two people does their business around here might make it easier for others to do the same. So, Madam Speaker, much has been said about those privileges, extending in this debate to the privileges that are under discussion right now at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee and have spilled over into this debate. Members of Parliament, according to the House of Commons procedure and practice, we have the privilege of freedom of speech in this place. We must be vigilant and we must protect that. We must be able to say what has to be said when it needs to be said, and we should not be denied access to this place to say it. We should not be under threat of intimidation, coercion, or any other type of threat inside this House or out for things that we say in this chamber. When we do that, when we take away that freedom of speech, when we take away opportunities for members of Parliament to speak freely, we are doing a great disservice to our Parliament, to our foundation of our democracy. And I'll go back to my opening comments when I talked about how valued Canadian ideals are around the world, that people flock here from every corner of the earth. Anybody that goes to a citizenship ceremony, any member of Parliament that's ever been, you'll see 50 people get sworn in. They're from 48 different countries usually. That's the way it works here in Canada, and that's a great thing. We have that ability to free speech, but we don't have the ability to free speech if we can't get here, if we're stopped, if we're prevented, if we're detained in any way, shape, or form. Now, I'm not saying that gives members of Parliament absolute right to do whatever they want, whenever they want, to get here, but every reasonable effort should be made to allow a member of Parliament to get to the House of Commons to do their business. Members of Parliament are have freedom from arrest in civil actions. This is critical. We cannot do our jobs and be free from intimidation if we're constantly under arrest or being hassled through civil action. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean we can't be sued if that's what's required, if something wrong has happened, but we cannot be arrested in civil actions. Could you imagine if launching a frivolous or vexatious civil action, which would require or maybe result in the arrest of a member of Parliament, was all you had to do to keep a member of Parliament from getting to a vote? Imagine a scenario in a minority Parliament where a couple of votes might be the difference between a government falling and a government continuing and an election being called, which is why we have the same provisions in the Criminal Code about vote buying, about bribery. Very, very important things. These are the freedoms that we have, not because we as individuals, the 338 of us who happen to be here right now, are any more special than the other 35 million Canadians in this country, but the office of Member of Parliament is what's at stake, and the integrity of the office of Member of Parliament is what's at stake. Exemption from jury duty. Well, that one makes sense. We should not be part of the judiciary when we're part of the legislative process. Exemption from being subpoenaed to attend court as a witness. Another way where somebody could be frivolously or vexatiously have their time usurped by others, preventing or keeping a member of Parliament from doing their duties here in the House of Commons. But the most important one, and the one that's under discussion today, is the freedom from obstruction, interference, intimidation, and molestation. And I'm going to read this into the record, right from our own website. Members of Parliament, by the nature of their office and the variety of work they are called upon to perform, come into contact with a wide range of individuals and groups. Members can, therefore, be subject to all manner of interference, obstruction, and influences. And it states, members are entitled to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. the assaulting, menacing, or insulting of any member on the floor of the House or while he is coming or going to or from the House. And that's the important part. On account of his behaviour during a proceeding in Parliament is a violation of the rights of Parliament. Any form of intimidation of a person for or on account of his behaviour during a proceeding in Parliament could amount to contempt. Now it goes on to talk about certain matters such as bribery, the acceptance of fees, and corrupt electoral practices that are dealt with in other places in law, and rightfully so. But over the years, members have regularly brought to the attention of this House instances which they believed were attempts to obstruct, impede, interfere, intimidate, or molest them, their staffs, or individuals who had some business with them or the House. In a technical sense, such actions are considered to be contempts of the House and not breaches of privilege. Since these matters relate so closely to the right of the House to the services of its members, they are often considered to be breaches of privilege. Speakers have consistently upheld the right of the House to the services of its members free from intimidation, obstruction, and interference. Speaker Lamoureux stated in a 73 ruling that he had no hesitation in reaffirming the principle that parliamentary privilege includes the rights of a member to discharge his responsibilities as a member of the House free from threats or attempts at intimidation. And as Speaker Bosley noted in 1986, if an honourable member is impeded or obstructed in the performance of his or her parliamentary duties through threats, intimidation, bribery attempts, or other improper behaviour, such a case would fall within the limits of parliamentary privilege. Should an honourable member be able to say that something has happened which prevented him or her from performing functions, that he or she has been threatened, intimidated, or in any way unduly influenced, there would be a case for the chair to consider. Now, we've had the ruling, and these are the rulings that have been consistently applied in the ruling that we've had today, which is why we have that debate. In the ruling of another question of privilege, Speaker Bosley stated further that the threat or attempt at intimidation cannot be hypothetical, but must be real or have occurred. Well, that's what we have in this particular case. It occurred. 2 members of Parliament were detained, in their opinion and in the opinion and the ruling of the Chair, or the Speaker of the House, unreasonably detained. So what are the consequences of that going to be outside of this debate? In order to find a prima facie breach of privilege, the Speaker must be satisfied that there is evidence to support the member's claim that he or she has been impeded in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions and that the matter is directly related to a proceeding in Parliament. In this particular case, the most important one, a vote. The opportunity for your actions to match your words and for you to cast a ballot or stand in your place and be counted yea or nay on behalf of the people who sent us here. In some cases where prima facie privilege has not been found, the rulings have focused on whether or not the parliamentary functions of the member were directly involved. While frequently noting that members raising such matters have legitimate grievances, speakers have consistently concluded that members have not been prevented from carrying out their parliamentary duties from time to time. So these matters, Madam Speaker, as we have laid out in our history, whether it's in O'Brien and Bosk now or in previous rulings by the Speaker, we have enough cases before us that we can, and speakers can, properly rule about these issues. And it's very, very important. It's very, very important. We have to, as members of Parliament, protect and safeguard our rights and privileges. And thankfully, we've had speakers in the past that have helped in that, as the examples that I've just outlined. But we have to also remain vigilant about other assaults on our privileges. In the last 3 parliaments before this one, I don't ever recall an instance, let alone 2 separate instances, where there's been such disruption of the House of Commons and of committees based on proposed changes to the privileges that we as members of Parliament have. And I'll go back and hearken to Motion 6. It was around a year ago that Motion 6 was before this place. It would have taken away virtually every tool that opposition members of Parliament would have had, and every privilege that's been afforded and extended to them in our adversarial system of Parliament that's been handed to us in the Westminster system. It's the foundation of our House. They wanted it to change, the Liberals wanted to change it unilaterally, taking away those privileges. And we see it again now. It's the approach, Madam Speaker. It's the approach of a unilateral decision to make numerous changes to how this place works without consulting members of Parliament. And I would urge all of my colleagues that are here today, whatever side of the House they happen to be on, to safeguard your rights and privileges, because every inch of ground you give up, you will never get back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I assure the member across the way when it comes to the standing orders and the changing of standing orders, I do take the matter of the utmost seriousness. In fact, I also respect the fact that the Prime Minister of Canada is trying, in the best way possible, to modernize Canadian Parliament. That's something in which I believe a majority of Canadians would want to see take place. I appreciate the fact that he spent 95% related to the privilege. So that's what my question is going to be on. Madam Speaker, we should commend and compliment the incredible efforts that our current security people put in place, whether it's our security forces in the gallery, at our doors, outside, or on Parliament precinct in general. They do an outstanding job, Madam Speaker. And I think that in recognizing that we try to assist by wearing pins, if possible, to provide an ID. It's not as easy as one thinks to memorize 338 faces with names and different seasons where you have toques maybe on one time, and baseball caps and no hats and so forth. It is not an easy job, and they should be commended for the phenomenal job they do in protecting this particular precinct. My question to the member is, would he not agree, given the context and everything that he has said, that this is in fact something that, and we have agreed from the beginning, that this should be going to Proc. We are supporting the sub-amendment. Why would we not have Proc do what it has done in the past? When I was on Proc, privilege comes up, there's a debate that occurs, and then it goes to Proc. Proc then deliberates and comes back with recommendations. Why wouldn't we do the same thing here?
The honourable member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Well, as I said, Madam Speaker, if I understand what my honourable colleague's question is the approach. Had the Liberals actually approached the members of the New Democratic Party and the Conservative Party and the other parties in the House of Commons and said, we would like to engage you in a conversation on a starting point to have a conversation about how we're going to change any of our standing orders, about how we're going to address any of the issues that I brought up in my speech, well, I would guess that that conversation would have been met with a little less resistance than actually having a paper table dropped under the threat or duress of getting the changes rammed through in a timely fashion. Look, I understand the Liberals have egg on their face because they were unable to keep their electoral reform commitments. I understand that. And as my colleague from Peace River Westlock pointed out in his speech, I was so busy giggling because I used to read Calvin and Hobbes all the time too, but as my colleague pointed out, you're changing the rules as you go along to make them suit your needs. It's no different on the Cash for Access fundraising rules that we're about to see now. Changing the rules as they go along, not changing the behavior to come into compliance with the rules, but just change the rules to make it suit your needs. Well, that's the approach that's all wrong, Madam Speaker, and that's why the honourable member and his party is struggling to get anything done in this Parliament.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would also like to thank my colleague for his speech, and he really did stick to the issue of privilege, which we're debating today, but there is a link between the privilege debate and perhaps why the government did not want to move that to committee. And I wonder if he could sort of articulate for those that might be confused, because it truly is a bit of inside baseball, that this is a creation of the current government, the issue that we're having right now, why we're still debating this as opposed to more important issues.
The honourable member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I wish we were actually discussing matters that would have a broader effect on the constituents that I represent. However, if my privileges as a member of Parliament on their behalf are in any way taken away, if my right as a member of Parliament serving in Her Majesty's loyal opposition is somehow hindered or changed or altered without any actually input from me at all, I have not been asked once by any member of the government or any member of parliament from the governing party. I've not even been approached in the hallway. I've not been approached at a committee room. I haven't been approached anywhere by any member of parliament from the Liberal Party of Canada asking me what it would take for me and my party to come around to have some sort of an agreement. Not once has that conversation ever happened. So what's at stake here? What's at stake is all of the rights and privileges that we have, not just the question of privilege that we're being debated today, but all of the rights and privileges that we have as members of parliament. And that extends to well beyond the basic privileges of voting and being able to speak in this House. It's making sure that we have the right checks and balances in place to ensure that our democracy is sound, to make sure it is stable, and we have the best foundation. I tried to make this point in my speech. The foundation of our country is our democracy, and this is the basement. This is the foundation upon which the rest of our country sits. And we're sitting here discussing whether or not members of parliament can actually get to the chamber in time to vote. We're discussing whether or not, an approach by the government of the day is that the government can come in and change the rules of the House of Commons to suit its needs. Now, they might not argue that that's what they're trying to do, but that's sure what it looks like to me, because I haven't been asked once, and I do have friends on the other side of the House. There's some good people, they talk to me, but they've never brought this issue up once with me. And I have to ask myself, why not? So when I trace all the lines back, this is simply a decree coming through the government House Leader from the Prime Minister's office. There's 3 or 4 people making the decision on how Parliament should work, and my guess is maybe one of them actually has a seat in this chamber. And if the member across the way who asked me my question, and my current colleague who asked me from this side of the House wonders why people have their backs up, why there's a filibuster in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, why there's a filibuster going on right now as we discuss this question of privilege in the House of Commons, well, if you do things wrong, you're going to get the wrong reaction. And there's a different approach that can be taken. It was supposed to be sunny ways, Madam Speaker. Doesn't feel sunny today at all.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and maybe just to address the issue in terms of why the member feels maybe a little bit of on the outside looking in on this whole idea of standing order changes. Whether it's the government House Leader, myself on numerous occasions have welcomed and encouraged members across the way that want to get engaged on the discussion, that they get engaged. We spent an entire day just talking purely about standing orders last fall. We've had Proc deal with it, a preliminary report, and then we had a discussion paper provided to Proc, Madam Speaker. There has been a tremendous amount of dialogue that has taken place. It's up to the member if he so chooses to want to get into the discussion process, Madam Speaker. If he chooses not to take me up on my invitation to meet with me or the government House Leader or others, that's up to the member across the way to make that determination. But do not try to give the impression that the government has not been doing its job in terms of consulting and working as much as possible where there is cooperation in trying to modernize our Parliament, or at least to have that discussion about the rules. We have had a lot of talks about it, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, can the member, because he was there, he said at the beginning of his speech, he'd been here for 11 years, compare what I just explained to when Stephen Harper changed the election laws, another part of Canada's foundation. Why doesn't he draw the comparison? Tell us exactly how Stephen Harper changed the election laws.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
The only thing that I really recall being changed in the elections law was that you had to prove who you were before you voted, and I don't think that's a real mind-boggling concept for most people in Canada to understand. You should actually be a Canadian citizen, and you should be 18 years old, and you should be able to prove it to a returning officer. Oh my goodness, what a terrible, terrible concept. But let's just change the rules of the House of Commons, making sure the Prime Minister is only accountable one particular day a week. Let's change the rules so that we send the image to all Canadians that a 4-day work week is actually all we need to do. And let's just put that out there in a paper in front of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee with our majority and ram her through, and we'll change the democracy, and we'll look victorious in the eyes of the glorious electorate that voted for the Liberal Party. There is so much resentment from the people who voted for this government, not only in Alberta but across this country right now, Madam Speaker, because, like I said, the approach is 100% wrong. The priorities are often misguided, and whenever they have the chance to make a good decision or a bad decision, the bad decision seems to win the day.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to rise to speak about a question of privilege, and it's really unfortunate that we have to go through this process. But unfortunately, we did have a motion brought forward by my colleague from Perth Wellington, and it's regarding the free movement of members of Parliament in the parliamentary precinct. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you and all members of this House understand what kind of an honour it is to be here, to be a member of Parliament, and to be elected by the hard-working constituents that we all represent in our respective ridings. This is something I think about often, and I had the opportunity, certainly over the Easter break, to be home in my constituency in the office, meeting with my friends and neighbours. And I certainly never dreamed about being in politics. I never aspired to be a member of Parliament. But it was because of the incredible support and confidence shown by the residents of Foothills, my friends, my family who supported me, and those who have encouraged me, and those who inspire me to do my work in this place each and every day. And I understand what kind of a profound honour it is to represent the constituents of Southwest Alberta, to have the confidence of those constituents. But what being an MP means to me is I show up for work every day. I work hard, and I stand up for the interests of my constituents and my province. I always remember when I'm here, it is the people of Foothills who sent me here. And it is the people of Foothills who will give me that chance once again in 2019. My constituents in Foothills are smart, full of integrity, driven, principled, entrepreneurial, and hardworking. I am challenged each and every day by my constituents, their work ethic, and their deep love for our riding and our province. I am sent here by them to work hard for them. As I said, Madam Speaker, it is an honour to be here. But with that honour comes responsibility. A responsibility to represent those people who sent me here, whose time, energy, support, exercising their democratic right, have allowed me to take a seat in this hallowed building. When I am here in the seat in the House of Commons, I speak with their voice, the voice of Albertans, farmers, ranchers, small business owners, families. I cannot imagine, Madam Speaker, the betrayal they would feel if I was blocked from having their voices heard, if I was blocked from having my right to represent them in this House. Today I speak for those people whose voices were not heard when their members were denied the right to vote by being denied access to this precinct, by being denied access for their democratic right to vote on Budget Day. Madam Speaker, it was not my vote which was not counted, and it was not my constituents who were not represented that day. However, it is important, I feel vitally important, that as members of Parliament we ensure that all Canadians are represented in this House, and no members should be denied the ability to represent their electorate during a vote. There is no greater privilege as a member of this House and no greater duty and responsibility than the duty and obligation to be in this House to cast a ballot on behalf of our constituents. Our parliamentary privilege is our very ability as members to represent our constituents in this place. It is the essence of why we are here. And being denied that privilege is a blow to the keystone of our democracy, which is representing our constituents. As my colleague from Chilliwack Hope said a couple of weeks ago when he spoke on this very issue, when the rights of one member are violated, the rights of all of us are violated. The Speaker ruled there was indeed an unacceptable delay on the buses due to motorcades, security, due to a media bus, but that provided little consolation to the two members who were forced to miss the vote on the Budget Day. For 9 minutes, members were held up by security and were unable to proceed here to fulfill their duty and privilege as parliamentarians to stand up on behalf of their constituents. Now, Madam Speaker, I've been a little bit appalled to hear some of the members in the government try and place the blame on the members of Beauce and Milton for having their privileges violated. This is absolutely unacceptable. I am sure if the tables were turned, if this was a member of the Liberal Party who was denied their right to vote on Budget Day, their reaction to this issue would be quite different. In fact, Madam Speaker, I am disappointed that the members opposite are not sharing our view on this issue. I would have hoped they would have the same reasons we have for being upset. I would have hoped that they would see the rights of their colleagues are being denied, and they would join us and stand up to vehemently protect the rights of a fellow member of Parliament. The fact is, our colleagues were prevented from doing their duty. Their duty as elected members of this place are entrusted to do so on behalf of their constituents. All of us have that duty to the constituents, and we are honored and privileged to represent. This motion of privilege calls for this matter to be studied by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. A further amendment to that motion says that this should take priority over all matters currently before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which is where MPs from all recognized parties discuss these rules, violations of these rules, and the rights of members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, there is precedence for this to occur. There have been examples in the past. For example, in 2014, former MP Yvonne Gaudin was denied access to the House of Commons. After bringing the issue before the House, the Speaker found that indeed there was a prima facie case. As a result, it went to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and proper measures were put in place so security realized the importance for members making it to their seats. However, in this case, the government prevented this from going to PROC. It prevented us from having a vote to ensure this went to committee. Madam Speaker, it would seem almost unbelievable, but the fact is the Liberals are taking the way of rights and privileges of fellow members of Parliament. They are fighting against the rights of my colleagues from Milton and Beauce to be heard at the PROC committee. They are denying us the right to vote to send this to committee and make it a priority at committee. In my opinion, in doing so, they are clearly showing that they are not taking this matter seriously. And in denying the rights of all members of Parliament to represent our constituents, they are demonstrating that these are rights not worth fighting for. Now, why would the Liberal government turn its back on its colleagues? Do they think so little of the rights and privileges of members of Parliament? Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the answer is yes. The Prime Minister thinks so little of the rights and privileges of members of Parliament that not only is he denying the rights of the members of Beauce and Milton, but he is aggressively trying to quash the rights of all members of Parliament and opposition members. In fact, the reason the Liberals do not want this issue to go to PROC is because right now PROC is taken up by a government trying to push through changes to the standing orders, which would rob the opposition of the tools we need to do our jobs. Now, why would the Prime Minister concern himself with the privileges of just a couple of opposition MPs when he can ram through changes to the standing orders which remove the privileges of all opposition members of Parliament? It is a sad statement when in Canada we have a Prime Minister who has such little respect for the rights of his colleagues, the rights of all Canadians who have sent them here. The Liberals have recently brought forward a discussion paper to modernize the House of Commons, and apparently forcing through ideas on the entire House and its members is what we now call a discussion. With the changes they originally proposed, they wanted to take away our right to debate at committee. They wanted to cut off debate in the House of Commons preemptively. And they still want to allocate time allocation, which means they will cut off debate even before it starts. Madam Speaker, if I remember correctly, when we were in government and I was on this side, on the majority side, as Mr. Harper used to like to say, these same Liberals decried and condemned time allocation in the last Parliament, citing how undemocratic and evil it was. Now the government House Leader has said because the opposition has been slowing government business, it is necessary for them to invoke time allocation. But, Madam Speaker, I'm sure I heard in the 2015 election campaign that these Liberals were going to do things differently. There's going to be this new, sunny, fresh way to approach government. Thus far, the Liberal government has been anything but from the heart out. And I can see, looking across over the last several weeks and months, that you can tell that even some of the Liberal backbenchers themselves are disillusioned by what they've seen from their Liberal government. This is a top-down, heavy-handed government, and this is not what they expected. I'm sure that's why you've lost 3 opposition bills. Isn't that right?
I just want to remind The member to address the chair and not other members in the House.
Well, he's tackling me. He's hurting my feelings. When they were elected in 2015, they were expecting this utopian approach to government. They wouldn't heckle. They would just sit there quietly and listen to our great debates. But obviously, that's long been forgotten. But I think a lot of these members, the Liberal members, the backbenchers, they were not anticipating having their own voices silenced, their own opinions disregarded, their votes whipped, and their rights repressed. Welcome to the Liberal style of government. Welcome to real change. Now that they're in power, they want to strip the opposition of any ability that we have to hold the government to account. One of the things they are still considering is to shut down Parliament on Fridays and allow the Prime Minister to be accountable to this place for just 45 minutes a week. Now, they can try and put whatever kind of spin that they want on this, but I was home in Alberta for 2 weeks, met with representatives from various energy companies, agriculture sector. We have more than 100,000 Albertans out of work. Many of them have been out of work for 18 months or longer. And I'm going home and telling them, you know what? We're going to work a four-day week. This government should be burning the midnight oil, trying to find a resolution to what has been hurting our energy sector in Alberta and across Canada. But instead of doing that, instead of working as hard as they possibly can, 7 days a week, to try and help those who are out of work, on Thursday afternoons, they want to call it a week and go home to their ridings. Now, when I ran for election in 2014, I did a little bit of homework. I know, like any other job, that a member of Parliament worked 5 days a week. And I know many of us in this House, I'm not saying everybody, we understand that there's no such thing as a 5-day work week. Many of us work 7 days a week. I take Sundays off for family, and I try my very best to keep Sundays free. That doesn't always happen, but we do our best. But I also knew that the House of Commons was in Ottawa. I was going to have to be here maybe 150 days of the year. And I heard earlier today from one of my colleagues across the way that, you know, wouldn't that extra day be great to be home in my constituency? Wouldn't my residents want me there? I have 220 other days of the year that I'm in my constituency working hard to represent them. But the other 140 days, they expect me to be here in Ottawa working hard to represent them.
Remind members that there is one person that has the floor, so if they'd like to have other conversations, then I would ask them to take it out of the House of Commons. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I hope that the Liberal members are paying very close attention to this. What they are trying to do also permanently curtails my voice and the voice of others who are sitting here in terms of the amount of time and the different mechanisms at our disposal to raise issues that our constituents bring to us, the issues they elected us on, and to represent them. The Liberals are going to eliminate our ability to discuss committee reports. They're going to eliminate the ability of members of Parliament to move procedural motions and to do things like adjourn debate or move that the member now be heard. Many of these tools we have at our disposal as Member of Parliament to ensure that we hold the government account, and the Liberals are trying to take those tools away. That is what's been happening at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. The government has showed very little willingness to work with the opposition parties to come up with solutions that all of us can agree on. And Madam Speaker, I hope the Liberal backbenchers are paying very close attention to this and what is occurring in the House right now. Because sooner or later, and they might not like it, but sooner or later, they're going to be in opposition. And when that time comes, they will have to reap what they sow. And what they are sowing right now is they are robbing the opposition of all the critical tools that we have to do our job and hold the government account. It'll be interesting, I'm sure, whoever is in government, when the Liberals are relegated to opposition and pounding on the desks about how unfair these standing orders are, that the government will be very keen to change the rules back into their advantage. The opposition parties do not always have to agree, Madam Speaker, but when we are talking about fundamental rights of the opposition and the integrity of our parliamentary institutions, the ability of MPs to do their job without impediment, when we come together to challenge the abuses being opposed on us by government, That's when we should be coming together. We do not want to set a precedent where the government gets to make unilateral changes to the way our democracy works to their own advantage. I think government members can understand this. This would be a problem because they are not going to be in government forever. The House does not belong to the executive branch. The House of Commons belongs to each and every member of Parliament. Every one of us as parliamentarians. We must be free to do our job without impediment, without intimidation, without interference. We must be able to speak for our constituents. It is for us to decide how we govern ourselves in this place. We are not to be told how to govern ourselves by the executive branch. The purpose of these rules are the protection of the rights and the voices of the minorities in this House, which is a crucial part of our democracy. They are not there to make this place more predictable, more convenient for the government. They are not there to give the government an audience. They are there to hold the government to account. And when members are denied the right to vote, we do not expect the government to take action against the members of Parliament by cutting off their right to debate. We expect the rights of the minority to be protected. That is what the House rules do. That is what we are doing here when we talk about privilege. We are protecting the rights of the minority, protecting the rights of each individual member of Parliament. That is why, as government in the last Parliament, never once did we propose changing these rules without the consent of all other parties. That is why the only changes ever made by the Conservatives to the standing orders were made with the consent of all opposition parties. As many of my colleagues have already mentioned, and they've pointed out that John Chrétien, Stephen Harper, Paul Martin, all previous prime ministers sought the consensus of the opposition parties before making fundamental changes to the standing orders and how the House of Commons operates. However, this Liberal government is eager to make unilateral changes to the standing orders without allowing a meaningful voice to the opposition. It was not without hard work and filibustering at the Proc Committee for weeks that now the Liberals have removed some of the more controversial points to the discussion paper from their proposed reforms. But this does not change the overall tone of this government and their blatant disregard to the privileges of all members of this place and the important role the opposition has in holding the government to account. We are now at this point where the government has sought to adjourn the debate on the question of privilege without a vote. And we have arrived at this place and this point of debate because of the efforts of the Liberals to force through unilateral changes to the standing orders. But, Madam Speaker, the Speaker quite wisely ruled it was not appropriate for the debate to simply end at that point, and the possibility of a motion to discuss this was brought forward at committee, and that does not replace the important decision of what is happening here. It needed to happen in the House of Commons. It needs to be followed by a vote in the House of Commons, and then go to Proc Committee. Never before in history of this place has a matter of privilege been dealt with in this way. Never before has a government shut down and prevented all 338 members of this House from voting on a matter of privilege. Shutting down debate on a question of privilege and moving on to the orders of the day is simply unprecedented. When members of Parliament are denied the right to vote on whether it was a violation of privilege, we see the arrogance of this Liberal government, and, Madam Speaker, it is unprecedented. My colleague from the New Democratic Party made an excellent point in his speech last week when he was explaining the reason the question of privilege is so important. He said, and I quote, "Access to the Hill is a very important issue that we are addressing today. But the problem is that government unilaterally decided, as has been their style for several months now, to put an end to this debate, which sends the message that the members' privileges are not important enough and that we have to move on to one bill or another to get that debate." Madam Speaker, I would like to conclude with this. The Liberals are fighting against the rights of their own colleagues from Milton and Beauce to be heard at the Proc Committee. And they are our colleagues, all of us together in this House. And I am asking them, are the rights of all members of Parliament to represent our constituents not something that we all should be fighting for? And if so, why won't you fight for it?
I want to remind the member to address it to the chair. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect that you wouldn't grant me the amount of time it would take in order for me to address many of the points that the member has put on the record, in which I adamantly oppose in the strongest of all ways. If the member was, in fact, being a little bit more transparent in regards to what is actually taking place. You know, at the end of the day, we have a government that is attempting to modernize Parliament. We have opposition parties playing their role. Now, having said that, we've had members of the opposition. This is a matter of privilege. Virtually every member will stand up and say how important the privilege is. The member himself across the way says, well, let's protect the rights of individuals. I agree. I have always argued that, even when I was in the opposition benches and even when I'm here today. Yet, I had members from the opposition say that this is a filibuster. They've admitted that this is a filibuster that's going on today on a matter of privilege. My question to the member is, would he not agree, if the matter of privilege is so important as I believe it is, access, unfettered access to this parliamentary precinct is so very important, is it appropriate to filibuster such an important issue?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and thank my my colleague for his question. But that's why we're doing this, is you are denying us the opportunity to fight for our privilege. You did not allow us to have that vote.
Sure, the honourable member is not talking about the Speaker when he says, I'll just let him correct that.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is saying that, you know, why are we taking the time to discuss this issue? Because it is a critical issue. It is such an important part of what is done in this House. The opportunity for me to be able to represent my constituents. And two of our colleagues were blocked from being able to exercise their right, and that is their right to vote on a very important issue. Not only their right to vote, but their right to represent their own constituents. And the Liberal government thinks that is of so little consequence that they did not want to take that to the Proc Committee and make that a priority at the Proc Committee. What we are seeing right now is a Liberal government that has such disrespect for the traditions and the culture of this House, but also for our ability as members of Parliament to represent our constituents. And that's why we're up here fighting as hard as we possibly can to make sure that Canadians understand what is happening here.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciated the comments by my colleague, and especially as they related to what was happening in Alberta right now with the terrific, horrific job loss and the challenges that that whole province is facing, and how dearly they would like the opportunity to actually work a 5-day week. Now, I would like them to perhaps sort of narrow in on that, because it does relate to privilege and the fact that what's happening at the Proc Committee, which is why they didn't want to let this debate go there, is the idea of this 5-day week. And the language they used to use a few months ago was family friendly. And now all of a sudden, because they realize that it's not sort of resounding well with their constituents, all of a sudden they're calling it a day in the constituency. So could he maybe talk about what they're doing, how they're doing it, and why the language changed? All of a sudden what was family friendly is now becoming something different. But in the end, in my opinion, it's really just to benefit themselves.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. And she's exactly right. I think when this first came out and this family-friendly 4-day work week came out there, they were expecting to be applauded. But what they got was a significant pushback from Canadians. I have constituents who would love to work a 4-day work week or a 5-day work. They just want to work. And that is what we were facing. How do we go back to our constituents, wherever they are in Canada, and say, you know, we're kind of working pretty hard, but 4 days seems to be good enough. We are here working on behalf of the taxpayer. And the taxpayer expects some very good bang for their buck. They want us to be here working hard. And a 4-day, I just cannot go home to Alberta when we have 125,000 people out of work and look at them with a straight face and say, we are going to start having a 4-day work week, Mr. Speaker. I would not be able to look my constituents in the face. I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror. They understand and we are here 140 days of the year, and I really compare it myself quite a bit to be similar to somebody who's working in the oil sands. They go up north for a couple of weeks at a time, and they come home. They don't go up for 4 days and come home for a 3-day work week or a 3-day weekend. They go for several weeks at a time and then come home. So why should we be treated any more differently than your typical Canadian worker who works a 5-day work week?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And although I don't think this is one of the more substantive issues before us in terms of standing rules, it is important that we look at the parliamentary calendar from time to time. Every parliament around the world has different sitting times. Provincial legislatures meet far less than the federal parliament. In my view, we work, at least in my case, 7 days a week. Some of the time I'm working here in Ottawa. I'm working in my constituency. I don't view the decision or the suggestion that we go to 4 days as a good one, but my reasons are entirely different. I think if we have 4 days in Parliament here, even if it's the same number of hours, we will have the increased pressure to be flying to our ridings, which is a good thing to do for work, but it imposes real costs on the taxpayers who pay for all those flights, and we have greenhouse gas costs. So I'd like to look at the carbon footprint and the costs of travel in looking at our work week. So I favor a 6-day week in Ottawa and 3 or 4 weeks of committed time here and then 3 or 4 weeks in the riding. But I do object to the notion that if the Liberals are suggesting 4 days here, I don't think they're suggesting that we have 3 days off to do nothing. I think we work wherever we are 7 days a week. And I ask the honourable member if he doesn't agree with me that when we're in our ridings, we're also working.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. And I agree. I think most of us, I can't speak for everybody, but I think most of us understand there's no real such thing as a 5-day work week in this job. But a lot of it is perception. I think she would agree with me. If we tell Canadians that we're going to be working a 4-day work week here, a vast majority of them are not going to believe us when we say we're at home in our constituency working. I know I go 7 days a week a lot of the time, and I know many of us in this House do, and I completely understand that. But I am not going home to Alberta, Mr. Speaker, and selling them the fact that I'm going to work a 4-day work week, but hey, wait a minute, when I'm in my constituency, I'm also working every single day. Some get it, some don't. But there is a commitment when you came here. When you ran for an election, I understood that I came here to Ottawa 145 days of the year, and when we were here, we were expected to be here and working. That I knew coming into it. And we still have 220 days of the rest of the year to be working with our constituents. And she brought up, my colleague brought up a great point about talking about taking a look at the calendar. And maybe that is an option, but that's something that we should do together as a whole, at the Proc Committee, not having it imposed upon us by the Liberal government. If there's opportunities for us to rework the calendar, to be here for 2 weeks and home a week or something, whatever options could be discussed, I think that's something that we could discuss together, but it shouldn't be imposed by one party on the other 300 and some members. Thank you.
We have time for a very, very brief question. The Honourable Government House Leader, or Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. And we can be brief, Mr. Speaker. But before I get right to the question, I'm here on most Fridays, if not virtually all of Fridays. And I can tell you less than half quite are often here. So we shouldn't try to give Canadians the impression that for that half day, that 338 members of Parliament are not here. I'd be happy if I saw 150. So we just got to be careful in regards to that particular issue. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important for us to recognize the privilege issue that we're debating, unfettered access to the Parliament precinct. The government supports the sub-amendments. The moment that we actually allow it to come to a vote, Proc, and that's what everyone wants to see happen. We all want this to go to Proc. Why does the Conservatives, we had some Conservatives say that they want to filibuster. Why the filibuster and avoiding it to go to Proc?
The Honourable Member for Foothills in 45 seconds.
45 seconds, thanks. Thank you. To his first point on Fridays, we're expected to be here on Fridays. Many of us are here on Fridays. And again, I said a lot of it's perception. We understand in this House that not everybody's doing a 4-day work week. When we go into the constituency, we know a lot of us are working, but I can't speak for everybody, and I don't intend to speak for everybody. On the second part of the question, we want this to go to Proc, and our issue is we want it to be a priority at Proc. And the Liberal government is saying it will not be a priority. They want to continue to talk about these continue to ram through these changes to the standing orders. That's what this is about, is we want to make sure that the privileges of individual members of Parliament are a top priority.
That was pretty good. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in the House today in order to talk about a matter that is of vital importance to Canadians from coast to coast. And that is, I stand to talk with regards to parliamentary privilege. Now, the fact that I just said that a conversation with regards to privilege is absolutely essential to Canadians is probably causing a lot of eye rolling to those outside of this chamber, because why would we talk about privilege and say that that's vital? Privilege has a negative connotation that often goes with it, after all. And the truth is, I don't blame those that might roll their eyes at this, but I'd like to explain further why this is so important. Now, typically, the word privilege is bad. It means that some individuals have preferential access or freedoms that others don't. For example, last week, the Prime Minister revealed that his brother actually got let off the hook with regards to marijuana charges because of the connections that his father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, had. That's a negative privilege. I believe that most Canadians would agree that this is unacceptable. It's elitist at best and fraudulent at worst. Another example of negative privilege is the fact that the Prime Minister took a free vacation on a private Caribbean island owned by a billionaire who also lobbies the government for money from time to time. This seems rather provocative. But despite these negative instances, where one's privilege has clearly been misused, there's also a very positive connotation that comes with the word privilege, particularly parliamentary privilege. You see, members of Parliament are granted privileges not in the sense of favoritism or elitism, but because of the responsibility that we carry. There are certain privileges or responsibilities that we are granted. For me, it's to represent the 115,000 people who live in my Lethbridge riding. And so when I use the term privilege, I am talking about parliamentary rules and traditions that actually protect democracy and empower us as members of Parliament to do the job that we were elected to do it faithfully, fairly, and justly. Parliamentary privilege has less to do with me and far more, in fact, everything to do with the Canadian public. Mr. Speaker, today's debate was initiated because one of my colleagues, who was on her way to vote in this chamber a number of weeks ago, which of course to vote in this chamber is her parliamentary privilege, she was stopped by the Prime Minister's security detail and actually blocked from being able to enter into the House. Now, you and I both know that this is absolute nonsense. It is a member's privilege to move and speak freely in this place. It is not only her right, but it is actually her obligation. It's the very thing that her constituents actually sent her here to do. As voting is one of the primary ways we represent our constituents back home, it is of vital importance that we have access to this chamber. And I know that you, Mr. Speaker, agree because you actually found enough merit within our claims in order to permit the motion that is before us today to allow debate. Now, shamefully, the government's initial response to the Speaker's ruling was actually to move unprecedented closure in order to shut down said debate. You see, Mr. Speaker, they didn't want to hear that a mistake was made and that parliamentary privilege was actually breached. The Speaker has never had to rule on such an issue before, because never has such dictatorial action been taken by the party in power. Mr. Speaker, there is admiration for China's dictatorship, and then there is outright implementation. And in this, we have witnessed the Liberals do just that. Right now, Mr. Speaker, as I speak in this House, colleagues of mine are actually filibustering the Liberals' outrageous plan to so-called modernize the House of Commons. And what they mean by that, Mr. Speaker, is threefold. You see, the Liberals would like to stop sitting in the House of Commons on Fridays. They'd like to move us to a 4-day work week. The second thing that they're wanting to do, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister, who already is absent about 66% of the time. Let me say that again. He is already absent from this place about 66% of the time. And that same Prime Minister would like to be further absent by only coming in for 1 hour a week to discuss with us the issues that are in front of this nation. The third thing that I will bring up, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals would like to shut down the opportunity for free-flow debate. And instead, they'd like to put time restrictions in place that would actually forcefully shut down discussion with regards to the issues that face Canadians. My colleagues and I are committed to standing up and speaking out against this incredibly dictatorial action of the Liberal government. And we're not the only ones. We have the NDP as our allies, the Green Party as our allies, the Bloc as our allies, and many of the independents within this place as well. And so we've been filibustering late into the night for weeks now. One of my colleagues, the member from Calgary-Shepherd, actually spoke for 10 hours straight. And why are we so dedicated to the cause? Well, Mr. Speaker, we are taking this action not because we're excited to forfeit sleep or to put up with messy hair or disgrace ourselves with bad breath and unbrushed teeth, but actually, Mr. Speaker, we're committed to filibustering the Liberals' obnoxious plan to shut down the voice of the official opposition in this place and the opposition as a whole, because we believe that Canada's democracy must be defended. We are taking a stand for Canadians, everyday Canadians, for moms, for dads, for brothers, for sisters, for laborers, for business owners, for farmers, for scientists, for teachers, for doctors, for lawyers, for nurses, for students. Mr. Speaker, we are in this place debating today because we are taking a stand for Canadians from coast to coast. Without a strong opposition in place to hold the government to account, Canada's system of governance fails its people. The House of Commons, after all, is the people's house. And so all parties have talked a great deal about how we can best make this House reflective of all Canadians. But what the Liberals appear to be blind to today is the fact that the majority of Canadians did not actually vote for them. You see, in the last election, 60% of Canadians did not check Liberal on their ballot. For this House to truly reflect Canada, it must allow the views of the majority of the people in this country, those who did not vote for them. This House must allow for them to have a voice. And the way that we accomplish that is by allowing the opposition members within this place to have a voice. Our Westminster form of democracy, which has proven to be the longest standing and most robust in the world's history, was built to resist the whims, the tyrannical whims of the head of government. And so whether it's our current Prime Minister with his admiration for China or the merciless kings that once existed, this chamber was designed from its inception to ensure that members of Parliament who represent people, to give them the ability to fearlessly debate in the interest of Canadians, regardless of how inconvenient or threatening it might be to the agenda of the government in the present day. Mr. Speaker, this is our democracy. This is what men and women of the past have fought and died for. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to protecting that today. This House belongs to Canadians, not to the Liberal elite. The fact that they are trying to make changes that will squash the voice of the opposition and protect the Prime Minister from having to stand in this place and give account for the actions of his government is absolute ludicrous. The actions of this Liberal government are not against me. They are against the people of this country. They are against Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals like to talk about respecting science and evidence-based policy making. However, their actions would tell me a very different story. As any grade 3 student might tell you, the scientific method involves creating a hypothesis and then testing it. And as anyone familiar with the scientific method knows, testing the facts to ensure a hypothesis is correct requires a great deal of debate. You see, scientists rigorously dispute one another's findings in order to finally realize or come to the concrete truth. And so this is why we attach greater weight to peer-reviewed studies than we do just one-offs or independent research. So if an idea represents the best approach, it should clearly be defendable in public and should easily stand up to criticism and debate. And so this is why it is curious, given the Liberals' self-stated love for science, that they appear entirely consumed with removing debate and opposition from this place. The Prime Minister only wants to show up for work in the House of Commons 1 hour for 1 day a week. The Liberals want Fridays off. They believe that a 4-day work week is more than enough. And above all, the Liberals want to remove the opposition's ability to test any of their policy ideas through debate and questioning. By their actions, it is clear that the Liberals who govern this country are worried that their ideas will not hold up to public scrutiny, which, given the number of policy reversals, ministerial apologies, as we saw many today, and political scandals, as we are also witnessing in the news today, this government certainly does have reason to shut down debate. You see, Mr. Speaker, they do not want us to ask them the tough questions. They do not want to be held accountable for their actions. Mr. Speaker, democracy is meant to be an adversarial system. In fact, the Liberals paid lip service to this very fact in their government report calling for the changes that we are debating here today. Now, there is reason the opposition is 2.5 sword lengths from the government benches. The testing of ideas and moral character is meant to balance the significant power possessed by the government of the day, which means, Mr. Speaker, it gets a little heated in here sometimes. Now, the ability of the opposition to test the government's agenda and their motive is what's at stake in this debate that we're having today, particularly with the amendments to the motion before us. Because the people of Canada have the final say as to who they choose to lead them, the people are best served by having all of the facts at their disposal, and that is the opposition's responsibility. A muzzled opposition does not serve Canadians well, or the interest of democracy, or the future of our country. Despite the Trudeau's family's obsession with China and Cuba and any other number of dictatorial socialist states, Canadians have firmly rejected this way of government. Canadians are not interested in a government that sacrifices the ability of the opposition to actually hold this government to account, and in order to make them answer for the legislation that they are trying to push through at a fast pace without reasonable discussion. And so, interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, interestingly enough, it was actually the Liberals who ran on an election promise to protect the rights of parliamentarians. They want to protect the rights of parliamentarians by stripping the very privileges that belong to us as the opposition in this House. Now, unfortunately, we see that this promise is clearly being broken, another to add to the list. Time and time again, the Liberals have attempted to undermine this House, and thus they undermine the people of Canada. Mr. Speaker, allow me to illustrate with a few examples how the Liberals' attempt to limit my participation in the House will actually impact my constituents, those who are in Lethbridge. Now, I represent a region within southern Alberta. Our primary industries are agriculture and the retail and public sector services that come with being a regional hub. We have a large university and we have a community college. Both are located directly in my riding. Now, if the Liberals are successful in getting their way, this is what's at stake. Their shutdown of my voice will mean that I lose my ability to fight in this chamber against the changes that this government made with regards to mortgage rules. The changes that have denied many young people within my riding and others who have aspired to own a home for the very first time in their lives, who have saved and saved and saved, and who were now stripped of the ability to buy that first home. They will shut down my voice and prevent me from being able to speak out on behalf of these individuals. Furthermore, I will lose my ability to fight in this chamber for a generation of young Canadians who are going to be saddled with hundreds of thousands of dollars of federal debt because of the reckless spending of this current government. Students I talk to from coast to coast to coast are absolutely scared of what their future looks like. And when they talk about their future, they're not talking about 20 or 30 or 40 years from now. Mr. Speaker, they're talking about post-graduation and just wanting to find a job and to be able to pay off their student debt and to be able to pay their rent and to be able to put fuel in their car. Mr. Speaker, they're talking about the necessities of life. And because of this government, they're going to have a very hard time just making ends meet. Not only that, but in the near future, their taxes will go up, government services that they rely on, such as healthcare, will be pulled back, and job creators will lose confidence in our market, as many of them already are. They will pull out investments, and it will cut back the number of jobs available. What's more, if the Liberals are successful in ramming through their changes to the standing orders, I will lose my ability to effectively stand up on behalf of the agricultural producers in my riding. These are the very individuals who help stabilize the economy within the Lethbridge region. Now, the United States is our greatest competition when it comes to agricultural exports. Feedlots are closing up shop all across Alberta right now. That's something that hugely impacts my area. The carbon tax is making it extremely difficult for them to run an effective business, and combine that with the Liberal-imposed ban on the most commonly used pesticide and the Liberally imposed increase to payroll taxes, and the farmers are feeling as if they've just been kicked in the gut. Furthermore, I will lose the ability to fight the Liberals' ending of tax deferral for grain farmers, who will then lose the ability to plan for the next season in order to recover from a bad crop because of the changes that have been imposed. I will also lose the ability to fight for real solutions to the opioid crisis that is significant in my region, which includes many people in Lethbridge, their lives, their families, their future. I will lose the ability to speak to legislation. I will lose the ability to question the Prime Minister aside from 1 hour per week. And I will lose the ability to question anyone in government on Fridays. All in all, the Liberals are threatening to make me nothing more than an ineffective spectator. And by doing so, the Liberals are robbing my constituents of their right to be represented in this place. Now, the Liberals would like to turn this House into an aristocracy, a place where the Liberal elite represent the Liberal elite. But, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I are very committed to representing constituents from coast to coast to coast, making sure that the voices of Canadians are accurately heard in this place. This debate is about defending those people. They elected us to gather in this place and to make decisions that will benefit their welfare. To ensure the rights of Canadians are upheld, we must make sure that members of Parliament are protected from the bullying tactics of the government of this present day. A member of this House was denied the ability to represent her constituents at a vote because the Prime Minister felt he was more important than her. This member and her constituents are unlikely to see any justice for this breach. The Liberals are likely to use their majority of seats in this House to defeat this motion. But suppose it does pass. Then it will be referred to a committee that the Liberals have paralyzed through their attempts to fundamentally alter the ability of the opposition to do its job. Now, the Liberals are making every attempt that they possibly can to silence us, those that are on the side of opposition. They claim that they are modernizing Parliament, but since when does modernizing look like a return to an aristocracy? In the report put forward by the government House Leader, the member for Waterloo states this. She says, as society changes, the demands of our institutions change as well. Parliament must adapt to a changing and evolving political landscape and should respond to demands of greater accountability, transparency, and relevance. Since when, Mr. Speaker, is greater accountability, transparency, and relevance created or achieved by shutting down debate? Since when? Mr. Speaker, this is nothing more than a Liberal power grab. And it is a disdainful motion to shut down the voice of every Canadian who did not vote Liberal in the last election. The debate before us today is not about members of Parliament. It is about the Canadian people. A muzzled opposition does not serve Canadians or the interest of democracy or the future of this country in any way whatsoever. And so it is my hope that the Liberals will take seriously the things that have been said here today and throughout the weeks preceding, and that they will change their minds with regards to being dictatorial in nature and shutting down debate in this place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I disagree with many of the comments. I'm sure the member across the way will not be surprised with that. I think there's lots of reason for individuals that would be listening to the debate to understand what we're talking about is a privileged issue, unfettered access to the Parliament precinct, Mr. Speaker, which every member of Parliament, I would ultimately argue, believes it's of the utmost importance. In fact, the government of the day has now been talking about the utmost importance by saying it should be going to Proc. We've been encouraging it to go to Proc. I've stood in my place and I've said that we are voting in favour of the amendment, Mr. Speaker. Let me just read the actual amendment. This is what we're voting on. And at times I wonder whether or not the members across the way understand what we're voting on. And the question is, and that the committee make this matter a priority over all other business, including its review of the standing orders and procedure of the House and its committees. Now, Madam Speaker, I've said we've heard Conservatives admit that they're actually filibustering a matter of privilege. The member across the way explained why they were filibustering in the House, in the Standing Committee of Procedures and House Affairs, but she didn't explain why they are filibustering the matter of privilege, which is all about unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. So, put the Conservative speaking notes to the side and explain why it is that the Conservative Party has decided to not allow this important vote to take place so that it can go to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, something in which all members ultimately want to see happen, Mr. Speaker. Explain the filibuster. And those aren't my words. Those are also words that members of our own caucus has said on the record, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Counter to his request, I'm totally going to use my speaking notes. In fact, all of them. 30 pages worth. Here we go. All right. Point number one. Look, here's the deal. We're in this House debating today. We're here debating because we have a voice. As opposition, we have a voice. And our voice should be heard in this place on behalf of Canadians from coast to coast. Why? Because their voice deserves to be heard. And so when we allow the Liberals to shut down debate, they are actually silencing the voice of Canadians. And they are not only silencing the voice of Canadians today, but they are actually showing disrespect for our past and what has been fought for with regards to democracy, and for our future and where we are going, and the fact that we need to protect democracy.
Question? Yes, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to give notice that with respect to the consideration of the question of privilege currently before the House, at the next sitting, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that the debate be not further adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask my honourable colleague from Lethbridge. I know she wasn't here in the 41st Parliament, but as much as I object to the current Liberal government deciding to put forward changing to the standing orders that are not achieved by consensus, the language of dictatorship, association with the People's Republic of China with this government, I wonder if the honourable member is familiar with the following facts: that Stephen Harper brought forward a treaty that binds Canada till the year 2045, a Canada-China investment treaty that was never allowed to go to the Parliamentary Committee on Trade, that was passed by Privy Council in a secret cabinet meeting, and that allows state-owned enterprises of the People's Republic of China to bring multi-billion-dollar arbitration cases against Canada in secret. I wonder if you might want to reconsider the position of someone in a glass house when there are abundant stones.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, it would be like the Liberals to clap for something that's totally irrelevant to the discussion that's before us today. You know what? Really, that really is actually all I need to say. The question was irrelevant, and so I'm actually not going to answer it. Thank you.
Question. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to interject here, but I'd like clarification on the notice that the government House Leader presented. I believe she said that the debate would be not further adjourned. Not further adjourned. Is that?
It's clarified. Very good. Question, yes, point of order for the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeah, just, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you can shed light on this. I don't believe it is the option of a member of Parliament to pass judgment on the relevance of a question that was directly relevant to the points being made by the member from Lethbridge. She raised the People's Republic of China. She called this government a dictatorship. She claims the previous government under Stephen Harper was not one. I pointed out that the reality of the facts is somewhat to the contrary. She raised all those points. How does she rule on relevance?
I'm afraid I'll have to classify that as debate, not necessarily a point of order. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Lethbridge brought up some really important points during her speech in terms of the need to be heard and the opposition. I noticed that the executive branch has managed to shut down all of their backbench already without this particular motion, because all we've heard from today is the House Leader. None of the backbenchers are actually standing up for their privilege and their rights to be heard. So, I mean, that is an internal matter to the Liberal Party, but I do want my colleague from Lethbridge to sort of reaffirm why, even though the backbenchers won't have anything to do with this debate and are willing to let their privileges be eroded, why it's important for us as opposition.
Before we go to the honourable member for Lethbridge, I notice there's some bantering back and forth on both sides. You know, it's very friendly. It's very friendly bantering, and I encourage people to cross the floor, talk to each other, but very quietly. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
2.5 sword links, Mr. Speaker.
Isn't it for there?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. And, you know, it's a question with regards to the backbenchers on the government side and, you know, the fact that really very few of them have actually participated in this debate. It seems to only be the, you know, the Deputy House Leader, sorry, who is responding to us. So that actually concerns me. That actually really concerns me, because I wonder, why don't the Libs have a voice on this? Why don't they stand in this place and participate in this discussion? I mean, it was just acknowledged that it is in fact an important discussion, that it is in fact an important motion that's, or point of privilege that is before us. And so then you would think that all members would want to participate in that conversation, that they would want to speak on behalf of their constituents, that they would want to accurately represent them in this place. After all, that is why we were elected to be in the House of Commons, to represent the common people of Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, there have been many Liberals that have actually had the opportunity to get engaged on this issue. But I think that there's this sense that even once you get admissions from the Conservative Party saying that we are into a filibuster. And I noticed when I asked the member across the way the specific question, why is the opposition, according to some of their own members, made the decision to filibuster the issue of the privilege being unfettered access. When everyone agrees to it, Mr. Speaker, we allow it to come to a vote, it goes to where everyone wants it to go to, the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. We have the Conservatives that continue to want to filibuster. My question is, she explained her filibuster of what was taking place in Proc, but she still has not explained why they are intentionally filibustering the important issue of a privilege here on the floor of the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I do believe that I answered this question already. And, you know, so I made reference to the fact that, yes, there is a filibustering is taking place within PROC, which is a committee with regards to the procedures of this House. And of course, that filibustering that's taking place there is because there are actions that are being taken by the Liberals that are trying to impose a squashing of our voices as the opposition in this House. And so that is why we are filibustering there. In terms of what's going on here in this place, we are actually enjoying an open discussion or open debate, which contrary to what the Liberals might understand, they probably, anyways, what that means is that we go back and forth. Preferably more than one member on your side would speak. That's really what we would prefer. But anyways, so we go back and forth, and it means that we exchange ideas. And it means sometimes we're going to agree, but most of the times we're going to disagree, because that's our job. That's our responsibility. We were elected to this place to represent Canadians. Not all Canadians think alike, and so there's going to be a variety of perspectives within this House. That's the House of Commons. That's the way it's supposed to be, and we're going to do all that we can to prevent the Liberals from shutting that down.
Before I go back to debate, I just want to remind the honourable members, I'm sure the honourable member for Lethbridge, when she said your side, I look behind me, I don't see anyone there. I'm sure she meant the honourable government House leader. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to the question of privilege, currently before the House, and perhaps most importantly, the ability of members of Parliament to properly and effectively represent their constituents. I have learned a lot since coming to Ottawa after being elected by the people of Hamilton Mountain. Much of this has been good and exciting, but some of it has not been so good and at times disheartening. One of the things that has not been so good is learning that Liberal promises made during an election are not worth the paper they are printed on. It turns out that the real definition of sunny ways is don't keep your promises if you don't have to. Actually, sometimes I think sunny ways is a signal to the Prime Minister's team to forget what was said during the election, because now we have a majority and we don't have to care about what we said. I will speak about more about broken promises later, but right now I want to speak about one of the other things I have learned since getting elected, and that is the importance of members of Parliament being able to speak on behalf of and to truly represent their constituents. That is, after all, the reason why we are here. And that right, the privilege, Mr. Speaker, is what we are talking about today. It seems to me that the rules of this place, for the most part, put that right above all else. But the thing I have learned is that there are so many in this House who are willing to use process, who are willing to play games with the rules in order to hamper the ability of members to effectively represent the people who sent them here. What does it take to what this does is to take away the ability of all members to work together to bring about change that could be meaningful and to make a difference in the lives of their constituents for all Canadians. People didn't send us here to play games, Mr. Speaker. When I get away from this Ottawa bubble and I get home to talk to the people of Hamilton, well, they don't care about procedural maneuvering and the games plan and who did who at committee. They care about what meaningful work we are doing to make their lives just even a little bit better. One prime example of this gameship happened at committee with the government's legislation changing the Canada Pension Plan. During the committee process, we discovered a major flaw with the legislation, which would very negatively affect women and those people living with disabilities. The minister agreed it was a problem, as did many members in this House on both sides. All the members at committee recognized the problem and agreed it should be fixed. So I worked with the legislative staff to develop the wording required to fix the problem in the bill and presented a number of amendments at committee. These amendments would solve the problem and millions of Canadians would be spared significant hardship. Seemed like a pretty easy and routine matter. But the problem didn't get fixed. What happened instead? Some minister's office got involved. What followed was a whole series of procedural maneuvers and games planned, which resulted in the amendments being ruled out of order on a questionable technicality. Then we got to watch the government members close down any further debate by calling for adjournment. It was a shameful display of arrogance, and I found shocking and disheartening. And, Mr. Speaker, that brings me back to the present question of privilege before the House. It is my understanding that this matter had to be brought back to the floor for a second time because the government shut down debate when it was first brought up in the House. The question before us is important, namely the right of a member of Parliament to access the chamber in order to vote. That is a pretty fundamental right and a responsibility for each member of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important in this discussion of the government's decision to shut down debate on question of privilege, which happened in this House on April the 6th, when the matter was superseded by the adoption of a motion to proceed to order of the day. Apparently, this has never happened before. In the long history of debate in this House of Commons, this is unprecedented. The ability of a member of Parliament to represent their constituents in this chamber and that committee is the most important, basic, fundamental right of all of us who sit in this House. On April the 6th, this Liberal government tried to change that. This question is not just a debate about a member's access to the House, the Hill or the House. It is also a question about a majority government's decision to take away the rights of members of Parliament and their constituents simply so they can push through their own agenda. And, Mr. Speaker, from a party that promised during the election to make government more open, accessible, and accountable to the people, this from a party which promised to end the practices of a previous government that prevented the meaningful participation of members of Parliament. This from a party which promised to restore the integrity of the institution and the ability of members to represent their constituents. As with many of the government election promises, we got something totally different. But, Mr. Speaker, I guess we should not be surprised about another broken promise from this government. I do not have time here to actually address all of them. But the promise they made to 20,000 pensioners and former Stelco employees is a good example. When the current Prime Minister visited Hamilton during the last election, he said, income security for retirees across Canada is extremely concerning to us, and also said that the U.S. steel mess, unfortunately, we have a government that over the past years seems to have made decisions around foreign investment based on case-by-case, back-of-the-napkin political concerns rather than what truly is in the best interests of Canadians. That's what the Prime Minister said. His candidates at the last event detailed the Liberal position. A Liberal government would use all legal tools at its disposal to ensure that U.S. Steel lives up to all of its obligations, whether that be full pension rights, benefits, or providing the employment in Hamilton that is promised to do. That, according to Flamborough-Glanbrook Liberal candidate Jennifer Stebbett. The candidate and present member of the Hamilton East Stony Creek is quoted that day saying, "The Conservative record on standing up for Canadians' work is abysmal. This government's lack of action to protect pensioners in the statutory review of the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Company's Creditors Arrangements Act was completely unacceptable. And yet another example of them ignoring the concerns of Canadian pensioners, unlike the Harper Conservatives. Liberals believe in the principle that employers must honour the commitments made to retirees, and the pensioners must be included in any consultation and planning process to make changes in their existing plans. We have a collective legacy of valuing the long-term pension securities of Canadians, a belief upheld in both word and deed." Well, Mr. Speaker, after the election, the Liberal government has done nothing with the mess of U.S. Steel Stelco, or for the workers and pensioners who are facing hardship as a result. In a year and a half, they have said and done nothing. And, Mr. Speaker, this also includes Essex up in Sault Ste. Marie. Nothing has been done to help those people going through the same hardships that the people in Hamilton are. So we talk about a government with an abysmal record. They should take a good look at themselves. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not just another broken promise from a government with a long list of broken promises. We should not be surprised as the government is trying to unilaterally ram through changes in how the House of Commons works instead of working with all members to develop a consensus on those changes. And I just want to highlight some of the things that was addressed to this House today. And we talk about they want to put time allocation in now, something that this government was been so critical of the previous government and said at election time that they were going to fix this. Now they are saying today, we're going to change our promise. We're going to use time allocation even more. Another broken promise they did. Electoral reform. Another broken promise. When would they ever live up to something that they agreed to what they said to the Canadians? I know in Hamilton, they are expressing frustration, and they basically want me to use some kind of steelworker language in here to tell you where to go, but I know I can't do it. So fuddle-duddle. But one of the things I was really, really shocked today, Mr. Speaker, it says, however, Chagar warns in her letter, the House Leader warns in her letter that without those reforms, the government would be forced instead to impose time allocation to limit debate and get legislation passed. Canadians elected us to deliver an ambitious agenda, so it is with regret, with full transparency, that I want to inform you that under the circumstances, the government will need to use time allocation more often in order to implement the real change we promise. It should say to implement the promises that we are changing now. Not what you promised them, because you haven't, all the promises you did, you're reneging on them. Another point that you've mentioned, and I don't know why this was even a proposal that you brought through for the reforms, is that including having the Prime Minister answer all queries in one question period each week, okay, that is unbelievable. That can happen now. You don't need our permission. You don't need anybody's permission. Just go do it. But I want to give you a piece of advice. We have witnessed it twice now. And you may want to take a good look at what, on some of the TV, of what the Prime Minister's been saying. And maybe educate him a little bit on updating him on the issues. Because it's been nothing. You guys should be embarrassed over there, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals over there should be embarrassed. I'm telling you, it's absolutely phenomenal what they've done. And even today, in the House, when the Prime Minister was answering questions, several of the questions were on the Minister of Defence. And it was a very, very important issue. And he gave an answer, a short answer, that basically said nothing. And he repeated himself 7 or 8 times. I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that maybe the Liberals should go get a new CD or a record that doesn't skip over and over and over again. Because there has to be some type of logic in the answers, not just whatever I'm going to say, people will believe it. So I know I'm getting quite frustrated, Mr. Speaker, because this government has done so much reneging, so much that they say they want to do to be ambitious and put their promises through and say how they want to do it. I mean, they failed us on Canada Post so far, the steel industry, the softwood lumber, electoral reform, pay equity. The list just goes on. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, we should not be surprised this government is trying to unilaterally ram through changes to how the House of Commons works instead of working with all members to develop a consensus on those changes. It is consistent with how they have operated for the last year and a half. It is, however, disappointing to many members and to many Canadians, especially after the Liberal election promised to make positive changes to how the House of Commons functions, and to do in a way that would benefit all members and all Canadians. Seems the only changes they want to make are the ones that benefit themselves. So much for the sunny ways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening off and on to the discussions that have been happening today and the debate, the supposed debate that's occurring in the House around the privilege, parliamentary privilege in the right to access here on the Hill. And once again, everybody on this side is in full agreement with you that, from a parliamentary privilege standpoint and right to access, we agree. But all you want to talk about is what the filibuster that's actually occurring. Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, all the member across wishes to talk about, and all the members across the way wish to talk about, is the filibuster that's occurring in the committee on the PROC committee. So I'd like to ask the member. We're in agreement as far as parliamentary privilege. So maybe you could go back to maybe the member could go back to his caucus and discuss with them putting an end to this filibuster so we can actually get to the important work that Canadians elected us to do.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. I've been here also all day, but not off and on. So I think when he's asking about the filibuster, in his terms, he thinks that we're filibustering here today. I know they're doing it at PROC, Mr. Speaker. But here today, we were discussing the point of privilege because what was being done at PROC, we feel that it is not warranted. Now, we just got dumped on this morning about some new information that comes out, and that they're going to backtrack now, but unfortunately, this got to the news yesterday. That's how much disrespect that we get on this side of the House, that we get it this morning. And then he asked why we're debating this. We don't know what's in there. We haven't read it. We don't even know what you're asking for. We've had it through the newspapers. That's my answer, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Barrie Innisfil. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech on this question of privilege. I know within the statement that he made, he spoke about time allocation, and I want to see what the honourable member would have to say about the comments made by the member from Winnipeg North on December 3rd, 2013, when he said that to say that time allocation is about scheduling is so far from reality that it's totally amazing that he would even stand in this place. He said, it's an assault on democracy. It's as simple as that. Now, would the member agree that what the Liberal Party is imposing on this House is an assault on democracy?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that, that great question. I certainly do agree that what the member had said, it is a case against our democracy of what he was trying to say, but they have a short memory span. When it serves them what they want, they'll say anything, but they don't remember what they said before. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker, that we're having. They will use great phrases, great statements, make it all sound very, very good, tell the Canadians what a great job they're doing, but the real truth is it comes to nothing. And they renege on whatever they want to try to get passed through. So to answer the question, I certainly agree with what the member had said. It is a crime on our democracy, but I wish he would remember those words himself when he wants to use it for all of the people and not just for personal self or his own little liberal government. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand my colleague's frustration when it comes to the member for Winnipeg North. I remember he was sitting in this corner of the House, quite close to where I sit, and he rose on a number of occasions to criticize the Conservative government of the day and to denounce at the top of his lungs, as usual, what that government was doing when it came to time allocation. But my question is more dealing with the Liberals' hypocrisy when they say that, for example, with electoral reform, there was no consensus to move forward, so they backed away from a firm promise that they had made during the campaign. And yet, on the other hand, when it comes to procedural rules, they're saying, well, no, consensus isn't necessary. They're saying they just need to fulfill their promise. There's no question. So why this double speak on these two different promises, electoral reform and now reform of procedure in the House, where two completely different standards are being applied?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain in 30 seconds or less, please, if possible.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I'll try to be quick. And I thank my colleague for that great question. And I also thank for all the work that he does for his residents. It was a good question of why are we now saying, or the Liberals are saying that they don't need consensus when it came to electoral reform, or they couldn't get consensus, but now they need consensus on the other side. Something that we're trying to figure out on this side of the House. I think both opposition parties are trying to figure this one out, Mr. Speaker. And maybe someday, maybe the Liberals could actually indulge us on that great answer, because I don't have one to actually give.
Comme il est 18h30, conforme.
It being 6:30, pursuant to an order adopted on Monday, April 3rd, 2017, the House will now proceed to the vote, the deferred recorded division on the adoption of the fourth report of the Standing Committee of Status of Women. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. A second now. Ms. Malcolmson, seconded by Ms. Poutin-Sweet, moved that the fourth report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, presented on Wednesday, June 15, 2016, be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Philpott.
Ms. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon-Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon-Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Caesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr.
Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et Dessert.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et les Arts.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor.
Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damas.
Ms. Damas.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Derowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Asassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailton.
Mr. Ailton.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascato.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matscree, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matscree, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan. Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampal.
Ms. Rampal.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loon.
Mr. Van Loon.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Fogg.
Mr. Fogg.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Janis.
Mr.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur
Madame
Dubé.
Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganash.
Monsieur Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans
Monsieur
Souci.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island,
Ms.
Powell
Hardcastle.
River. Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sainish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sainish Gulf
Mr.
Islands.
Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Mr. Speaker, I said.
Yeas pour 279, 279. Nays contre aucun, nil.
I declare the motion carried. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
If you can hear my voice, please say shh. Very good. We'll be going on with the orders of proceedings of adjournment. I just want to remind the honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House now do adjourn. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, for many months, I've been asking questions about the Liberals' ethics. As you know, I was elected for the first time in 2006, and it was to serve with respect and honour Canada's democracy and all citizens in our country. That is how I started my career as a parliamentarian. I witnessed the actions of this Prime Minister. Like all of my colleagues, I heard his excuses. But these are nothing but words to me until he changes the way that he behaves. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister seems to be merely acting when he presents an apology to the House. He has said nothing to justify several ethical problems that have arisen, and he has not convinced me that he is innocent in various situations. Since it was brought to power, the Liberal government has given nothing but pre-drafted answers regarding the ethics of its members, including the Prime Minister. This is the first time that a Prime Minister was the subject of an investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. Either he has not understood that the Prime Minister should be beyond suspicion, or he simply does not care at all. The Prime Minister has traveled down south, has rented out access to the Office of Prime Minister for $1,500 a pop, and he consorts with the wealthy. Most Canadians don't necessarily have $1,500 to get answers from this government. The Prime Minister seems to have learned from his father figure, known as Pierre Elliott Trudeau. He has used his connections in the legal world and the business world to get out of various sensitive situations. One does not have to look much further than our very own Right Honourable Prime Minister, seeing that his father was able to avoid a difficult situation because he had connections, as he said during his interview in Vice Canada. He said that his father called upon his friends in the legal world and asked for the services of the best available lawyers. We were confident that our younger brother would not end up with a criminal record for life. That's what this Prime Minister admitted.
As the saying goes, like father, like son, like Prime Minister, like the next Prime Minister. In following in his father's footsteps, he has told a lot of stories. The minister has told a lot of stories, made a lot of things up about his military history, and claimed to be the architect of a strategy when he wasn't, in fact, in charge. He tried to take credit for something at the expense of others, Mr. Speaker. When you talk about a Prime Minister's ethics and a member or a minister's ethics, it's our role not to be above the law. We are the image of Canada and Quebec, the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the member across the way and must express some disappointment in the sense that I believe quite the opposite has actually occurred. We have a Prime Minister that believes in accountability and transparency, and virtually every action to date this government has taken has been a fairly clear indication of just that sense of commitment. I don't say that lightly because I was here when the Prime Minister became the leader of the Liberal Party. and one of the very first actions he did as the leader of the Liberal Party was he enacted proactive disclosure, ensuring that Canadians from coast to coast to coast would know how members of Parliament are in fact using their expenses, so that it becomes public. And even though the Prime Minister, today's Prime Minister, the then leader of the Liberal Party, asked for unanimous consent of this House to have that procedure put into place, the Conservatives and the New Democrats said no to accountability, no to transparency, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Conservatives and the NDP did back then. Now, to the Conservatives' credit, it took them a little while after the leader of the Liberal Party then indicated that Canadians deserve to have more accountability. He said that the Liberal members of Parliament will have proactive disclosure. A few months later, the Conservatives recognized that what the leader of the Liberal Party was doing was the right thing to do, and in fact, they then adopted our position. And then through a motion inside this House, we were able to shame the New Democrats in terms of adopting proactive disclosure on MOB. Now, since being in government, we have seen a Prime Minister that has done just what he has done when he was in opposition, and that is to seek more further proactive disclosure. Today, in question period, we had a member ask the minister responsible for democratic reform, where we talk now about new rules that are, in fact, going to be put not only into place through the Liberal Party in a proactive way, but we're also going to be introducing legislation, once again telling Canadians that we as a government, this particular Prime Minister, believes in proactive disclosure. And now we're going to do the same thing in terms of raising of funds or fundraising, Mr. Speaker, and this is that not only going to apply to government ministers, but also leaders of recognized political parties inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker. So we're even going further than what it is that we told Canadians that we would do. Mr. Speaker, I would ask members across the way in reflecting on this to emphasize that no laws or rules were in fact broken. And if there were no laws and rules that were broken, then there was no conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, when the issue has been brought to the floor of the House, when this Prime Minister has been challenged to take some action, we even went over that, Mr. Speaker, by doing that much more, where we have the Prime Minister asking the Minister of Democratic Reform to look at ways in which we can improve the system, recognizing that there is an expectation. And this Prime Minister wants to meet that expectation of Canadians on this file, and that's why we now have a Minister of Democratic Reform that has brought forward the idea and will be bringing forward legislation that will ensure that there is more accountability, not less, more accountability. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It doesn't just apply to government and cabinet minister. It will also apply, from what I understand, to leaders of official parties inside this House. We see that as a good thing, Mr. Speaker, and we only wish that the Conservative Party would recognize the reality of the situation, and that is we have a government that's proactive.
L'honorable député de Beauport. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite talks really loud, but that doesn't mean that his ideas are any clearer than anyone else's. I ask questions about ethics, about the Prime Minister's ethics. I'm sorry, it's in your DNA. It's in their DNA, Mr. Speaker. It's in the Liberal Party's DNA. This isn't the first time we've seen this type of discussion, this type of talk. They've been in power for 18 months, and we're starting to get used to their pattern. They have prefab answers. They were the first, when our government was doing things like what they're doing, they were the first ones who unilaterally cried out, and now they're crying out even when they're in office. They are violating ethical principles, legislation. They're lying. It's happening again and again.
Mr. Speaker, the member said that I had prefab answered. I wasn't looking at any script when I was speaking to the House, Mr. Speaker. That was not a prefabbed answer. That just happens to be the truth. Whether the member across the way agrees with reality and the truth, that's up to her to ultimately make that decision, Mr. Speaker. All I'm doing is presenting the facts. And the facts of the matter is very clear that we have a Prime Minister, not only today, but since he was elected leader of this Liberal Party, that has taken a proactive approach at ensuring that there is more accountability in Canada and transparency in Canada when it comes to dealing with members of this House. And that is something in which the member crosses the way to completely ignore. Well, that's her choice, Mr. Speaker. But the facts remain the same. And I believe at the end of the day that Canadians will recognize that, in fact, we do have a Prime Minister that is genuine in wanting to make sure that there's a higher sense of accountability and a higher sense of transparency in the House of Commons. Whether the Conservatives and the NDP want it or not, that's something in which we're committed to doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to again raise the issue of jobs crisis in my home province of Alberta. Although months have passed since I asked the Minister of Infrastructure when Alberta's struggling families can expect the Liberal government to present a plan that will actually create the jobs they need, nothing has changed. In fact, Alberta's unemployment rate continued to rise last month, and jobs in the natural resource sector crumbled. It has become clear that the government has no clear plan for job creation and simply continues to collectively bury their heads in the sand and ignore Alberta's unemployment crisis. The reality remains that thousands of Albertans are out of work and struggling to provide the basic necessities for their families. The government's answer in Budget 2017? They eliminated tax credits to help the oil and gas industry and wrote a $30 million surplus check to Alberta's NDP government. And let's be clear, Premier Notley does not have a very good track record when it comes to stimulating Alberta's economy. Neither of these measures will do anything to directly help get Albertans back to work. In addition to the empty measures in Budget 2017, the government continues to claim that their infrastructure projects will create jobs, but that's simply not occurring. In fact, the opposite. The infrastructure announcements made by this government have not created the immediate jobs that are so desperately needed. Money isn't flowing, real core infrastructure projects are nowhere near to be seen, and no jobs are being created. The projects that are currently being approved, such as the Yellowhead Highway in Edmonton, won't start construction until, want to know when, Mr. Speaker? 2023. That's an awfully long time away from when Alberta could use this project to hire some of the currently unemployed Albertans. It has become clear to Canadians and Albertans that the only thing the federal Liberals have accomplished with their infrastructure investments are photo ops and ribbon cuttings, rather than creating the jobs they've promised. Canadians across this country, and especially in Alberta, are tightening their belts as they face a tough job market and high cost of living. Canadians deserve a government that creates jobs, keeps taxes low, and spends their tax dollars responsibly. Instead, we have a government that is more interested in nickel and diming taxpayers and self-promotion. I would again ask the Minister, does the government have a plan that will actually create jobs for Albertans?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member from Edmonton Riverbed, he's absolutely right to champion the needs of Albertans and to seek on their behalf some assurances of what's happening today in Lethbridge or Stony Mountain or Stony Plain. It's very much on the minds of all of us here, certainly on the government side, but I know in this in the House, there's no question that Albertan families are facing difficult times and that many middle-class Albertans feel anxious about having access to opportunities to succeed for themselves and, of course, for their children. Albertans have endured a number of challenges unique to the province and local economy over the past few years. That's why our government has taken a range of actions to give Albertans and indeed all Canadians opportunities to succeed. Our aim is to create growth in a way that benefits the broadest possible set of Canadians, unlocks the full potential of our people and businesses, and is fiscally sustainable so that we have the flexibility to deal with recessions and pressures from an aging population. We began by reducing income taxes for nearly 9 million middle-class Canadians. Wow. We've made more strategic investments in infrastructure, investments that can create much-needed jobs today while delivering benefits for years to come. Total federal investments in infrastructure will top $180 billion over 12 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's sort of a big number over a broad time. What does that mean for Albertans? Our first phase of funding announced in Budget 2016 includes almost $350 million to upgrade and improve public transit systems, as well as just under $200 million for investments in water and wastewater projects in Alberta alone. As of right now, over 100 projects have been approved, and the vast majority of those are in progress, creating and sustaining jobs for hard-working Albertans. But this isn't the only industry where our work is helping to support job creation. In cooperation with the provinces, we've approved 2 pipelines that are expected to create more than 22,000 construction jobs in Western Canada. And Mr. Speaker, having worked in Fort McMurray for over 10 years, keeping in touch with my friends and even family who are working in Western Canada, they are ecstatic about the progress that this government has made on those pipeline announcements. That includes the Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain Pipeline Expansion Project, and our Prime Minister, he announced that last November. It will create 15,000 new middle-class jobs in Alberta and British Columbia during the construction phase, and the majority of those in trades. Also, 440 permanent jobs during the operation. Mr. Speaker, last month the Minister of Finance, or the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour announced a collaborative project with the Government of Alberta that will put Albertans first in line for local jobs. The pilot will help employers find and hire Albertans who've lost their jobs in the oil and gas sector and in other occupations affected by the resource downturn. This will be good for workers. This will be good for business. This will be good for all Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He made my point for me when he said that these things will happen. The problem is that they're not happening. They're promised to start in years like 2023. 5, 10 years from now is when they start. Albertans in a crisis right now. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Prime Minister has encouraged Albertans to hang in there as pink slips replace paychecks. The Minister of Infrastructure tells us by holding hands together, we will get out of this crisis. Such platitudes are doing nothing to help our struggling families as a number of unemployed Albertans grows every month. Albertans need more than empty words and promises they are getting from this government. They need good jobs that will help put food on the table and roof over their heads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, $550 million alone just in infrastructure has been already signed off for Alberta. Those are projects that are ready to go. But I'll tell you what's also good, Mr. Speaker, is now that there's some hope in Alberta, there's hope in BC, because this government undertook the hard work of working with communities, getting that broad social support for initiatives like the pipelines. Mr. Speaker, that's instilling in that economy the opportunity for investment in Alberta, investing in projects going forward, investing in their communities. That's what's going to create jobs. The private sector are certainly stepping up to the plate, knowing that this government is with them. That's what's going to help buoy the economy in Alberta and continue to grow their economy. Mr. Speaker, we're proud to work with the province of Alberta and industry to help with Alberta's recovery. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is facing a very large crisis right now with people illegally crossing our land border with the United States and making making asylum claims. Some of them are false. The reality is that this particular situation is increasing. There are thousands of people that are doing this. We've seen a massive increase year over year from last year, and this was during the dead of winter, Mr. Speaker. We're expecting this problem to get significantly worse over the summer months. And to date, all that the government and certainly the Prime Minister has done to address this is issue a tweet called #WelcomeRefugees. So rather than saying this is illegal and it needs to stop or provide any sort of plan to stop this activity from happening, the government is making it worse. And what does that mean? It means that there's a significant impact on affected communities. We know that if we use the province of Manitoba as an example, the provincial government has stated that there are strained resources. Their healthcare system is being strained, the employee income assistance program is being strained, their legal aid assistance program is being strained by these people who are illegally crossing the borders and accessing these services. Child protection placement services are being strained. Housing, affordable housing units are being strained. English language training services and translation services are being strained. The Canadian Border Services Agency, as well as the RCMP, their resources along border services or border towns are being strained. I've heard families, there have been reports of families who have had illegal border crossers knock on their door in the middle of the night and had, their children be afraid. We've also heard reports from the CBC that over half of the people who are legally crossing the borders have what are, and I quote from this news article, serious criminal records. So this is putting the community at risk. This is putting a significant strain on taxpayer-funded services that are there for people who legally enter the country. And frankly, it's also straining resources for people who are coming to Canada through legitimate legal means and trying to immigrate to our country. We heard over the weekend that a facility in Gretna, Manitoba that was originally built to house Canadian seniors is now being used by the Manitoba government as an emergency stopgap measure to house illegal border crossers. And what has the government done on this? Nothing to date. And what I've noticed, Mr. Speaker, is that across political stripe, it doesn't really matter what political affiliation you are, there's a great concern among Canadians that the government has been silent on this. We know that the government has been very hesitant and trying to push back on the RCMP from releasing numbers on how many people are coming across. I think from the responses I've gotten in the House is that they expect the government, or they expect Canadians to just think that this problem is going to go away if we ignore it. So my question is this. It's been very simple. I raised this in the House of Commons today to the Minister. The Minister did not answer the question, and it was, there is a legal loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement that allows people to illegally cross the border and still make an asylum claim in Canada, even if they've already done that in the United States. At this point in time, that loophole, I think, is actually causing a major problem, and we need to close that loophole in order to give our first responders another legislative tool to stop this problem. So my question, very simple, is this. It's very simple. Will the government close the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement to prevent the problem of illegal border crossings from growing further this summer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Immigration Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps the member opposite will be a bit disappointed with my answer, but the question for the adjournment to debate tonight had to do with Syrian refugee resettlement. So I'm going to address that question. So, Mr. Speaker, when refugees arrive to Canada from a terrible civil war, as you know, especially those with limited language skills or education, it takes time for them to become fully contributing members to our labour market and society, Mr. Speaker. In addition to adapting to their new life in Canada, resettled refugees must frequently deal with significant trauma, as I said earlier. So it's important, Mr. Speaker, to remember that our resettlement program is first and foremost about saving lives and bringing people to safety. It's not expected that all refugees will be able to fully support themselves upon their arrival in Canada. That being said, this government is committed to ensuring that these new permanent residents are provided with the tools they need to set themselves up for success. Between July and September 2016, the government conducted a survey of Syrian refugees, as well as focus groups and interviews, to understand their challenges and successes to date. This evaluation revealed that Syrian refugees are generally integrating at the same rate as other resettled refugee groups have in the past. As with the previous refugee populations that Canada has resettled, many of the recent wave of Syrian refugees have limited or no English or French language skills. But, as we've seen from numerous media stories, this has not tempered their enthusiasm to contribute to their new communities or find employment. In general, Syrian refugees who were surveyed for the evaluation said they were happy with their life in Canada and that their immediate and essential needs were being met. But all refugees need support and time to become accustomed to their new communities and adapt to a whole new life in Canada. The evaluation also found that there were unique challenges for these refugees, given the large number who arrived in a short period of time. For example, adult Syrian GARs self-report to be less educated and less knowledgeable of Canadian official languages than other resettled adult GARs admitted in recent years. In the first 7 to 9 months, employment rates were roughly 10% for government-assisted refugees and 50% for Syrian privately sponsored refugees. Mr. Speaker, these align with historical employment rates for resettled refugees in Canada 1 year after their arrival. As with this, and that was the same rate for the previous Conservative government that the member opposite was a member of. As with this recent arrival of Syrian refugees, this is largely because government-assisted refugees tend to be more vulnerable and typically have lower language skills, which of course presents a barrier to employment. So, Mr. Speaker, we encourage all refugees to access as many settlement support services as they need, such as language training, employment services, community connections, to help them succeed. And these services are available to refugees and indeed to all permanent residents at no cost until they are granted Canadian citizenship. This fiscal year, the government will invest more than $900 million to assist all newcomers with improving their language skills and to provide other settlement services that would help them find employment and build connections in their communities. While the integration process takes time, it is ultimately successful for refugees and benefits Canada. As with previous refugee arrivals, we expect the majority of Syrian refugees will ultimately succeed in our labour market and society. And we're very happy about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I asked my colleague about what the government was going to do to prevent illegal border crossers from coming into Canada. And he spent his entire 4 minutes talking about the Syrian Refugee Initiative. Now, I will say this, there's some congruency in that legitimate refugees who are coming into Canada through legal channels are actually being stymied by what's happening on our borders. So the fact that the government is completely turning a blind eye to the strain on taxpayer-funded resources like our healthcare system, like our first responders, like the Canadian Border Services agencies, like the affected towns and communities, that's just crazy. It does a disservice to everyone. And frankly, the government is losing social license to operate when it comes to the immigration program. Canada has always had one of the strongest immigration systems in the world, but it's been under this government and their changes that we've actually seen Canada fail in this. So will the government close the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement and prevent illegal border crossers from coming into Canada?
Le secrétaire parlementaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the question slated for debate had to do with the refugee issue. And as you know, people need time to adapt after they arrive in Canada, to adapt to their communities. And that's the case for Syrian refugees as well. There was a devastating war raging in that country, and our government has done what it could to integrate those people to our society and to their communities. Once again, we've invested $900 million to enable these people to improve their language skills, and we've provided other settlement services to help them find employment. So once again, Mr. Speaker, our government wants to put all the tools in place so that all individuals coming to Canada can fully develop their full potential and contribute to Canadian society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly,
stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.